think this is going to be it. This is the push in which they can close out this game. Already 10,000 gold ahead. 2 dragons to their name. Insanely fed at this point. They are looking to have a date with history here. They are looking to knock out the last remaining favorite from this tournament.
And the setup looks really promising here from RNG, but unfortunately the backline is zoned away entirely by Perkz alone. Xiao who tries to zone off, but he's dying so much earlier. Wonder doesn't even join the fight, but the moment that he does is when this team fight falls apart. Kiana's positioning was good, being able to deal a lot of AoE damage to both Uzi and Kasa, but ultimately this fight devolves into Uzi can't get in. Uzi cannot deal damage. And G2 have 4, arguably 5 damage dealers.
This is a team and an organization that for the most part has struggled on the international stage. Yes, they had an MSI performance that was very good, but for the longest time in this team's history, they couldn't get out of groups at Worlds.
Just be blunt. They've sucked at Worlds.
Thank you, okay.
They have sucked.
I'll leave it to you to say that one. And this time around, when the expectations were so different, G2 were massive, massive underdogs. They're on the cusp of forcing a game 5 and on the verge of making history.
Exactly that. It was against Team WE at MSI in 2017 that many expected them not to be able to beat, yet they made the upset happen in 3-1 fashion. Now they're going up against RNG, one of the heavy favorites of the tournament, and they are looking to take them to match point. And that doesn't mean the series is over yet, but having this kind of a game after what Game 3 was is a huge confidence booster for G2.
Imagine the weight of expectations on the RNG shoulders with all of LPL behind them. Years and years of fandom for Uzi and the rest of RNG. Have to spare a thought for how much that's going to weigh on them going into potentially Game 5.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, especially coming out of a game like this, but they are going to try to look for another play. They don't want to give up on this game just yet. It will take a miracle, but RNG are still willing to fight for that. You have to look over at Ming, though. I think it has to be an engage from the Gragas. You need to catch a carry. You need to kill someone right off the bat.
All right, G2, they've been spreading their numbers thin, pushing in 3 lanes at the same time. It allowed RNG to try and jump onto Hyanin and Wadid. That's why the Abyssal Voyage is on cooldown. With Abyssal Voyage on cooldown, it means there's no support in the top lane. But the Paranoia has cut off any sort of visibility. 2 towers fall while RNG are blinded by the darkness. Hyanin throws down the ultimate and tries to turn it back around as Wonder is collapsed on by Letme and Xiaohu. RNG are trying to find targets, but it's slippery, and there's nobody from G2 sticking around long enough to go down. Now this is an inhibitor in middle gonna fall, inhibitor in bottom gonna fall. The tower in the top lane is going down as well. G2 have absolute control of the map.
Yeah, and it looks like they should just close it out, honestly, with this Baron. They could reset, but I don't even know if they need to. They will make the call to go back. I think because the Infernal is spawning, they want to, again, make sure there's no way to lose this game. With 2 inhibitors down, you're playing 1-3-1. You can play it very safe. You can make sure there's no chance that RNG can even get an attempt at a team fight.
I see all the gold that G2 was sitting on, like 3-4 members were sitting on about 2K. So I think they just wanted to go back to base, get rid of that money, pick up some more items, and guarantee a cleaner win as RNG are pushed back far into their base and are just left on the defense.
I mean, look at the solo lane gold. It's 5K ahead for both Perkz and Wonder. That's absurd. Like, you're not supposed to be able to do that. They're too far ahead.
Unbelievable. 2.5 games ago, I asked you, gentlemen, do you believe? And G2's gone answering with a resounding yes. A resounding, we will have one more fight. 2 inhibitors are down. G2 have spent all the money they needed. They picked up the Infernal as well. And it's just a matter of time until they attempt a final siege with a 15,000 gold.
And it's such a great day for League of Legends because we've had so many surprises. You know, you've heard many Worlds combatants say that this is the year that anything can happen, and even the fact that G2 can push RNG to a Game 5 after the year that this organization has had is still an achievement in its own right.
I didn't believe it. I saw the first quarterfinal result and I still didn't believe this is the year of underdogs, this is the year of upsets. We're about to get into Game 5 and I'm starting to believe. Take a look at that. The Devour comes up, Wonder and Perkz. The solo lane is for G2. G2, they push down onto the first Nexus turret. Jankos jumps inside the base. Paranoia is available to him. He can switch off the lights at any given time. The pressure is on RNG to find a way back into this game, to find a way to close the series out. Wonder flashes for his life as Ming's unable to get the barrel down. Xiaohu force a flash defensively as the third inhibitor falls in the back end. Perkz blows up Ming. RNG are routed and running for their lives as Jankos and Hjarnan take down the last Nexus turret. The Nexus will be the focus as RNG are trying to push back, trying to stall this out. The Nexus is going down, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going all the way. Do you believe G2 versus RNG in Game 5?
The World Championship continues here at the Verdi Music Hall, where the tradition of Groups Weeks 2 continues to deliver unexpected results. Yesterday, LCK's Griffin ran the gauntlet to earn themselves a #1 seed. We'll see if any of the teams competing today sustain as dominant of a performance as in what was deemed the group of death well before the tournament started. I'm Shax, joined here for this jam-packed day with Raz, Spawn, and Frosk. We always get a lot of craziness, and we also have quite a crazy desk, since this is an OG LPL caster lineup.
Certainly is. Back when we used to be in Sydney, in the bunker studio doing the LPL.
God. This
Good
is
old
like
days.
the memories. So much worse than a high school reunion.
What I think is cool is that even though some of you may have moved on to different regions, there is still a strong LPL allegiance as well. We'll see if they turn up big on the day. However, yesterday we saw an amazing turnaround from Griffin as they went 4-0 to secure first seed from Group A.
And I think it was about identifying the winning formula for Griffin. This was the Griffin that we've been waiting to see, that spring LCK domestic season where Tarzan just needs to focus on how he plugs into such talented mechanical players like Chovy.
Yeah, and Lehens. I feel like they were always setting up for plays and catching G2 off guard. This was a great performance in Griffin that you can believe in.
And the worry for Griffin was never the ceiling. It was how they would perform under pressure. And I'm so proud of the young lineup being able to come in to what was probably their most pressure-filled day and coming out on top.
Absolutely, pressure behind the scenes as well as on the results from the first week, but they finally showed their potential. And now, are we ready to call them a title contender, panel?
I mean, I think we always knew that Griffin was a dark horse of this tournament, but it's that dirty word that you brought up, the potential, the ceiling, the possibilities for Griffin. But we said it at the beginning of the tournament, just because this team keeps getting knocked down by SKT doesn't mean that they can't wrestle with the best of them, and they took down G2.
And they have the greatest point of growth. If you look at the screen right now, SKT, RNG, IG, Damwon, I actually think that there are so many title contenders that prove that they can grow going into the knockout stage.
And hell, IG's inability to beat RNG last year didn't stop them winning a world title. If they get the right run, it could certainly be a similar case.
All fun and games for Griffin yesterday. Of course, on the receiving end at the end of the day was G2 Esports, who up until then was very much dubbed a title contender. What do we make of this now? And how do we look at the rest of their chances going forward?
So here's the gut check. Yes, you want to hype up Griffin. Yes, it was incredible. And yes, you did see some big holes from G2, but I'm not ready to completely sell them down the river. I see a lot of things blowing up on social media, but the fact of the matter is that the tournament format means that if you have one bad day, you're in second seed. I want to separate Western team from second seed because it feels like this dirty word. This is a 2016 situation where suddenly SKT fumbled in groups. It's RNG, SKT. You see them clash, and people are terrified of this second seed pool. Like, this is terrifying. The other first seeds are like, crap, G2 can now face us in a quarterfinal.
Yes, and we already know what G2's ceiling is. We already know the talent that they have as players, and also we already got a sneak peek just yesterday of what champion pools that they're willing to throw in. So in a best of 5, I think it'll get better.
Yeah, so what you're saying is you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, because you could also look at it the other way and say, well, maybe it turns out that they're a step below the teams that are stronger, like a Griffin, a possible SKT, or an RNG. Do you think they deserve that benefit of the doubt?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Grabs hit the nail on the head. They had 4 bad games yesterday, and it took a great team in Griffin to punish 2 of them. This is a team that normally has very good mechanics, fundamentals, ability to play the map, and fluidity. Yesterday, we didn't see those things come to the forefront, I think, in any of those games. And I think that the great news for G2 fans is the camp still looks positive, the players are still coming out with a great attitude, and that's always been their biggest strength. Worlds is a long tournament. It goes for over a month now. They're going to have to play well throughout the whole thing if they want to win it, which is ultimately the goal.
Yeah, and I have to say I was kind of myself on the kind of bandwagon of, oh no, now you're second seed, it's all lost, but gotta shut it off. Then I thought back to Worlds 2018, where a different G2 did something impossible in a quarterfinal, and many teams did impossible things up until this point. We gotta keep believing, but I think it's a dent in their confidence.
And the thing is that MSI, they still had to go through SKT. They still weren't first seed coming out of that group stage, so it's not like they haven't even done it this year. This is a team that has always battled against the odds.
We'll see how they recover and if they recover in quarterfinals, but yesterday, Lore did catch up with Jankos after G2's tiebreaker loss.
Thank you very much, guys. Laure here, and joining me now is Jankos. Explain to me, how do you get smashed by Griffin when you smashed them in the first round robin twice?
Well, I think first of all, me and Mickey played like really poorly. I feel like jungle and support were like kind of they were just playing much better, right? Tarzan and Legends. But I also feel like we made a lot of mistakes on the map. And normally, what was the biggest swing in both games is that when they lane swap, we face check something, and then out of that they would get like 2 kills or 3 kills and Herald and everything. So I feel like overall they played a much better macro game, and they were just like smarter on the map. But at the same time, we didn't really play into our hands when it comes to draft. I feel like we were like kind of uncomfortable with some of them. So I think even though we lost and we got like outperformed, especially mid support, jungle support, I think we can pick up the slack and still do good in quarterfinals.
What did Grabs say to you about these games that you played?
I mean, nothing much, honestly. We were just talking as a team, right? And we just discussed what should we work on for next week. I mean, we are still, we didn't really drop out, right? We are still here. We are still playing quarters. And even though we lost, it doesn't really mean that we will not win the World. So I think I'm still feeling pretty confident going further and playing against whoever we match. And hopefully it's not SKT, but if it is, then yeah, just play against whoever. And if we play the same way, we will lose anyway, right?
You know what, let's say that you just didn't want to face Splyce in quarterfinals. That makes more sense for us. But now, as a EU fan, should we be worried about you, or is it only fixable mistakes?
I mean, we should for sure not be too worried, right? I mean, teams lose and then they can like win after. For example, IG that won Worlds last year, they were also second seed in group. So I think for sure quarters are going to be hard, no matter who do we face. Hopefully it's team from Group D. But honestly, I feel like, yeah, we just have to play better, you know. And we got kind of exposed, you could say, because not a lot of teams so far have punished us so hard, jungle support, how we face check and how we play on Vision. But it's a good learning experience, and we can take stuff from that. So, happens.
Well, you say Group D. Who do you have in mind in particular?
I mean, I don't think that any team in Group D is like super strong, right? I think we could probably take all of them on, and I'm not saying we would win or stomp them, right? Because after today, obviously, we don't look as strong in people's eyes, especially. But I feel like the tournament favorites is still SKT, especially after today. So facing them would be the toughest, but facing anyone else is doable.
Well, you have a few days to rest now, so I wish you good luck for next week. We'll see you soon, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Quite a candid interview from Janko saying, yeah, we did get exposed. He's not mincing words there. But, you know, that is just the reality of it. If you're not first seed, you do run into the possibility of facing an SKT in finals. But he also says, if we're not good enough, then we wouldn't beat them. And that's just what it is.
And I think that's the biggest takeaway from all these G2 interviews, right? The willingness to say, you know what, this is our game. When we play at our best, we will beat teams. If we don't, we won't. So I think that gives them a lot of confidence internally.
What I also love is besides G2 and the SKT, there are so many teams that look much better than a lot of people expected. And there are plenty of tournament favorites to talk about, hopefully even more after the next 2 days. But I did want to take a minute to look at some individual performances. And after 2 days of the second round robin, it is time to hand out some well-earned honors. Let's start with Tilt Proof, and that goes to Splyce's Visit Chachi.
And let's be very frank here. Before Chachi's performance at group stage during play-ins, it was Splyce that was going to get Tilt Proof because they were playing with Chachi. He was just having a terrible tournament. He couldn't pick it up, couldn't pick it around, but all of that changed in groups. This guy went from 0 to hero. He stood up very tall on things like the Cho'Gath, and he helped carry Splyce over the line.
And when you look at how much attention the top laner of Splyce has received from other teams, the consistent bans, the counter picks that are being thrown his way, it is so impressive that after all these years of trying to make Worlds, Chachi has stayed strong and is now having a terrific performance.
And I think this is going to be the tournament of weak side top laners. All the focus about carry tops, and this time around we're getting to see the Ornn in action, his Cho'Gath that was monstrous. It's going to be fun to see him in team fights.
It definitely will be, and from a player who gets camped to a player who camps, all his laners give Tarzan a GG heart. Man, did he play his heart out yesterday.
And I've been hearing so many whispers about Tarzan, so it was awesome to finally see them come to fruition and to see him perform on an international stage. Now, I do want to put a bit of a spotlight on how his jungling is different from other junglers of the tournament. He focuses a lot more on taking his Gromp and Wolf camps rather than the Raptors and Krugs, because it's more about how he's plugging into his laners and how he's helping them expand their leads rather than just hard farming his own.
And that's the beauty of it all, especially when they went up against G2 twice in a row. That was just beautiful setup that started with Tarzan, went to Lehens. They worked as a unit, and it started with him.
Great performance by him. Last honor is going as the good shot calling one, and it goes to the entire FPX team with the ultimate setup for Doinb's Malphite. Fantastic stuff from them.
You gotta love it, because what makes FPX special is their team coordination, their team fighting. That's what they focus on the most, and that's what they worked on when they dropped the first game versus JT. So being able to see this, the Malphite coming through clutch from Doinb, how they plug into it beautifully. This is great to see, and I want to see it going forward.
But just a little bit of disrespect. How dare you pick Kled mid into Doinb?
Don't do that.
He's not going to have the counter pick ready. This is a guy that pioneered it. And I think that FPX, they play around their unique mid laner so well. And this is a team that will rely on him to go further at Worlds.
Those are the honors. Also, a little GG heart for all my Castro colleagues and the fans in the arena the last days. You have all been awesome as well. But ahead of the group stage, we also had high expectations for some key players, particularly their performance on the Rift, and we want to check in with some of them. Starting with the unkillable Demonkin Faker. He was #1 on Jat and Vedius' top 20s list in terms of expectations at Worlds, and up until now, he's living up to them.
Yeah, where you out, Reddit? I saw Faker go out #1. People like, but what about Chovy? What about Showmaker? What about Tarzan? There were so many other names being put on this list, but Faker stood tall and he silenced everyone. He said, no, the king isn't back, the god is back.
And it's so impressive that after all these years, he's been able to teach himself new tricks. This is Faker that has been a god of League of Legends, since 2013. But now he comes out with a Tristana, a Twisted Fate, as well as an Akali. So many looks for the best player in the world.
You see that on your screen. You see the neck pop from Faker. If you haven't seen a lot of League of Legends, that's a signature move. When the neck stretch comes through, it's about to get very real.
Yeah.
And in this game, he made the winning call as well. So not only is individually he just a god, he's like apparently one of the smartest players and sees windows that other people do not.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to describe it. I think maybe one of the best ways is he's such a complete player.
Yeah, because remember, recency matters. He's been doing this since playoffs in the LCK. Solo killing Showmaker, of course, people saying the best laner. It's just that when it comes time for the highest moments, when the spotlight shines, he performs.
Another mid laner I want to talk about who we just touched on is Doinb, because we were all so excited to finally see him play at Worlds, and maybe it took a little bit, but he really took off and has been doing so well for FPX.
When FPX succeeds, it's because Doinb is succeeding. A lot of the times, Tien plays through him, and when you saw them stomping game Group B, it was because he had the most control in the mid lane and was letting it rain on the other side of the map.
It's the conversation between the best player and Faker and the most valuable player and Doinb. FPX are not a team without him. He is their core, their identity. You take him out of it and you don't have that winning formula.
And I think that the fact that Doinb has been able to carry at this tournament, a tournament where there are so many impressive mid laners and he has stepped up individually, Raz, is going to give him so much confidence in all of his gameplay.
Yeah, he's super carry Doinb for a reason. And I think a lot of people will look at the mechanics and criticize because he focuses more so on his team play. But he's in the LPL, damn it! Best mid lane pool in the world. And so I love the fact that when he goes up against when he goes up against CA, that he's able to provide what he needs.
Yeah, it's all good.
Let it slide.
They were just throwing a bit of flack your way because of the LCK, but hey, Doinb, fantastic player. Finally, a player that is a bit more controversial to talk about, who was put very highly and ranked quite highly from a lot of EU analysts coming in, Hylissang. But what have we seen from him so far?
Well, when I think about prime Hylissang, I think about those series last year versus IG when Rekkles was 1v2 bottom lane and Hylissang was winning the rest of the map. However, I don't hate the Garen Yuumi. I think he's had some terrific performances on that, and he has been targeted by other teams. He would have loved to have been Pyke in that Blitzcrank game, but Hilly today is going to have to step it up. He's going to have to take it back to that throwback performance from 2018 Worlds if his team has any chance of getting out of this.
When you take a look at Fnatic, it's about recognizing what the responsibility of each of the individual players is to the team's success. And frankly, their current drafts, while quite practice for them, aren't giving them that responsibility. You need Hilly to be unlocked on those roamers. You need him to be pairing up with Broxah to hard win these early games. And you need Bwipo on something other than Shen.
Yeah, it's funny because to point about the draft one, I think the one that hits the identity the most of what they want to accomplish was his Blitzcrank draft. But of course, it just didn't work going up against the enemy squad.
Yeah, we'll see what they come out with today. And today, Hylissang and Fnatic, they have a long road ahead of them. But in 2017, the EU powerhouse pulled off a miracle run for the history books.
Now what are the Rekkles they're going? Do they have the damage output? The hits are coming in. Is it going to be the game? Fnatic! Still going in again. Say it. No one to make eye, but the Nexus is open. No way. Makes his way back in, but he's not gonna do it. Captain's a clutch play, and Fnatic do the unthinkable and make their way to the quarterfinals. So close. Optimus forced the shockwave. The wave has to go in, and there it is.
Fnatic are ecstatic. What a story. 0-4. Remember, they were 0-3 last week, and they lost the first game of week 2. But from there, win 4 games in a row.
Well, I love that we played this video, but they call it Miracle Run for a reason. And I think as if you're an EU fan, you need that kind of a boost to remember that these things can happen. But then I think we have to come back down to earth and look at the situation that Fnatic is in now, in a group with such a high-performing SKT and RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you have a look at it, you're going up against RNG, SKT, when in the past it was GAM and Immortals that you were trying to beat out for that spot. So I think definitely a tougher run. And it's nice to remember those times, right? Because it just makes you realize, like, the fact that it is possible that you can do it. However, today, I'm not that confident.
It's difficult. So let's start with Fnatic and go down the line of all the teams and what they need to do in this group today. We talked a lot about them already, touched on Hylissang, but I do want to talk about the bot lane champ pool in general for Fnatic and the style that they've shown coming out of draft.
So here's the thing. These are champions that we've seen from Fnatic. We've seen the strategy. But I think that when Fnatic are most successful, it's not when they're going towards the things like the Garen Yuumi. It's about playing a weak side, 80 carry, mage, marksman, whatever you want to call it, reckless on the Karma, reckless on the Garen, but allowing Hilly to unlock himself from the lane and start impacting the map. They play high-octane League of Legends, and Fnatic felt very slow at this tournament.
And that's what I was going to say. One of these bottom lanes is not like the other one. You know, the Garen Yuumi, we're saying maybe stylistically doesn't fit this comp, but the Morgana Blitzcrank certainly is more of what we would expect to see. And they did give it a really good shake in that matchup versus RNG.
Yeah, I think that one was the draft where I was a little bit critical on it, because a lot of the times Western teams in international events, when they go up against RNG, they try and find a way to not play into the bottom lane strategy that RNG has. But in the LPL, it doesn't matter if the enemy bottom lane has a 10 CS deficit going up against Uzi. You can still outplay them in a lot of team coordination aspect, team fights. They're not the champions in the LPL summer for a reason. And so I think there shouldn't be an intimidating factor when you're going up against them.
Just to double down on that, I actually think you have to play that 2v2 through Uzi if you want to try to break him. I understand that you can try to hide some lane weaknesses by grabbing things like the Syndra, like the Veigar, but if you go all the way back to MSI, when RNG were champions, they won that tournament. It was doublelift grabbing the Caitlyn and Team Liquid being able to go toe-to-toe in that 2v2. I think you have to do it.
But if you're going to throw the gauntlet, you need your jungler to step up because you need protection. You've got Karsa on the other side of Summoner's Rift, and this time around it's going to be Broxah as my player to watch all day, because so much of Fnatic's success, in my opinion, was Broxah and Hilly's ability to protect their solo lanes until they got into their 1-3-1, and then they were a very good 3-man unit. I think that he needs to help out Nemesis in particular today. Nemesis in a side lane is much different than Nemesis than we've seen in this tournament so far.
We need Fnatic to show up today if they want a chance in hell to make it to the next round, because two formidable teams are with them in this group, starting off with SKT. We talked about Faker already, but when you look across...
Yeah, clear as day in this image. Clid is amazing. And I know, Spawn, you think that he is the best jungler in the tournament. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Clid right now is the best jungler in the world.
Are you under oath?
Yeah, I will go out on a limb and say this. Like, I think that even since MSI, Clid has been performing at another level. And when you have a look at the fact that he's revitalized and rebuilt Faker in the early game, it really does give Bjergsen fans hope that there might be a jungler out there for everyone in League of Legends.
Did you just say that Clid has rebuilt Faker in the early game?
The nice dating app.
I'm just going to throw this out. We've seen a lot of footage of Clid with different mid laners in the LPL. He did not look as good as he looks with Faker. And I understand that SKT have this reputation that you just pump junglers in there, they make them cookie cutter printouts of wards, and then they scatter them around the map. But I think that Faker has made Clid what he is today.
You know what it's like to be in love, Frost. You bring the best out of each other in a great relationship. And I think that's what we have on stage.
For sure.
Or
you know?
that's instinct.
A better love story than
Oh my God. But I think once again they make each other whole. Like the one is the aggressive jungler that'll pull you in and say, "No, you got to commit to this relationship."
So much love, and you know, know, in danger of sounding cheesy, the love for League of Legends is definitely big in this group, because when you think about an SKT on form, that storyline and the level that those players can hit, you're already very excited for the day. Add to that an RNG who should now be started to, or be inserted into that conversation for possible tournament favorites as well.
I think if we're playing just standard League of Legends, it is just skill checks on traditional marksmen, on traditional mages, the 1v1s. I think RNG are the best standard League of Legends team at the tournament. The problem is that this meta has opened up a lot more, and I'm still waiting for that final cherry on top for RNG to find the diversity needed to go to the next level.
And if you see these replays, it's exactly that. Longsing being able to take these team fights by storm in his Renekton play, and beautifully kiting back a lot of those ultimate resources and then having that Mega Gnar ultimate. So they have a lot of star power in that lineup.
And whilst we haven't seen the creativity yet, we have seen the versatility, because they have started to visit other areas of the map apart from bottom lane. Xiao, who's getting game. Longsing also had a carry performance as well. This is a team that has shown different looks so far at Worlds.
RNG looking very well-rounded. Finally, Clutch, of course, they don't have any wins yet, and it's going to be incredibly hard for them to advance, but we can't count them out. You never can in group stages like this. What do you want to see from Clutch if they want to pull off the miracle?
I want to see them continue to play their style, just fast and loose, get the top side of the map rolling. It is against the trend of the current tournament, and I think that if any team can throw a spanner in the works, it is Clutch, because they do play away from how the rest of the teams in this tournament want to play the game.
I think it's a situation where if you've got Fnatic, SKT, and RNG in front of you, no one's really going to be looking at Clutch, and this is the perfect recipe for them to pull a Vitality, a Cloud9, a Clutch Gaming, whatever you want to call it, and really mess people up.
And I just want to see more creativity in Vulcan. He's a special player, the Bard, the Thresh. I want to see him have that action early on in these games.
We'll see. And just to be clear, both Fnatic and Clutch are going to have to pull off a miracle. And it's SKT and RNG that are pulling ahead in this group. And for the teams in Group C, today is make or break. And this is how things will play out. Can you tell me one crazy scenario if you look at the order of these games? How do a Clutch or Fnatic make it?
Okay, so you need SKT to continue to win, and then you need to start generating upsets from the get-go. The nightmare scenario for Clutch and Fnatic is actually if RNG beat SKT straight up, because 3 wins is so hard to get towards.
And I think for Fnatic, this is a pretty good setup for them, going up against Clutch to have a worn-up game. Look, they may get upset in that situation as well, but at least if they go into SKT, they won't have the idea that, you know, they're not ready for that matchup. I think they're certainly prepared for it.
You just need one good day.
There
Just need one good day, but it's going to have to be a very good day. And our first game is that Clash of Titans, SKT versus RNG, the two frontrunners in the group, which feels like the fight for first already. When they played the first time in the first round robin, it was one of the best games of the tournament.
And it had a lot of factors in it for kind of being that beautiful League of Legends, because it wasn't just one team playing poorly and one team playing well, it was both teams playing well, and that's what you want to see.
And I remember Jab making the point just yesterday, I mean, there is no perfect team in League of Legends, and in this game, this matchup, it was fun, but it was messy, of course, and you can see the holes in SKT when they were playing into the teamfight aspect. So finally, they played to their 1-3-1 composition and put RNG away. It's nice to see that SKT still has that RNG away. It's nice to see that SKT still has that hypiness to them.
And while SKT did kind of bait into trying to teamfight RNG a couple of times when they could have played the map with their superior globals, on RNG side, they were trying to problem solve the first pick Renekton. They went for the Mordekaiser, it didn't work out, they lost complete side lane control, and I think there's another opportunity to take a run at this draft and maybe not gamble it all on a Mordekaiser. If that's something else that can stand out in the side lane, SKT can't win the same way twice.
And as a fan, I just love watching these two teams play. You know, when you got Faker versus Uzi, two conflicting styles, the 1-3-1 comp with 3 teleports versus the front-to-back team fighting comp and combat summoners everywhere, it really is a joy to see the conflicting styles come to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, this is the first event that I would look at and see that there's multiple super teams in ARMS. And whenever you have a team with multiple star talent, then you get players looking for outplays when you can just play to your comp. So it makes games a lot more interesting. That's
they push their limits, and I think that's also what we're going to see in this game. Of course, we talk about Faker and Uzi, but I also want to put the spotlight on the jungle matchup. I heard the words, best jungler in the world, Clid versus Karsa.
Wait,
what do you think?
Attach a name to that. That was Spawn.
There you go.
Clid.
Okay, I've seen this tale in the LPL, and it didn't end well for Clid. Karsa did get the better of him when they played domestically. I know it's it's a different animal. Faker plus Clid is better than Xiaohu plus Karsa, but I still have so much faith in Karsa's style.
And the two conflicting Lee Sin players. You have the rampant early game Lee Sin and Clid versus maybe the best team fighting Lee Sin in Karsa. This guy just finds kicks where it does not look like kicks exist, Raz.
And it's just the ultimate form of balance where Karsa's coming in and calming down his team while still being able to have those beautiful kicks. You gotta love those. While Clid is just trying to make this team work in Season 9 League of Legends where you just have to be active and out in the map.
Yeah, and I mean, he has some flashy moves of his own himself. We can't deny that. So, with this matchup, which is so important for possibly that battle for first place, what are the win conditions for RNG if they want to take it?
For me, I think I want to echo the point that Frosk has made earlier on.
Me?
The best standard League of Legends team coming into the tournament. So I would just want to see Karsa play from mid to bot. Their 2v2 mid is excellent alongside Xiaohu. Regardless if they have priority in the bot side of the map, Uzi and Ming will make magic happen. So get mid lane rolling, find yourself to the bot side of the map, and then 30 minutes into the game, team fights. Best team fighting team in the tournament, play to that.
I'm really glad that you set that up.
But it says prioritize early picks. What's up with the
Well, you got to prioritize the early picks specifically from mid and jungle. I have a lot of faith in the team when they're going into team fights later on, but find that early advantage when you're going up against SKT.
Definitely.
And I got the honor of doing SKT's win conditions, and I'm glad that you bring up team fighting because I need SKT to bring team fight tools. They tried to do it in the 1-3-1. Occasionally, they got the better of them. Some sick casks from the Gragas right there, but just make sure that if you're against RNG and it all starts breaking down, you have to be ready to go in those 5v5s. And then the second point is, LPL teams and RNG don't like to take too many globals. They don't run as many teleports. That's why Shin has always kind of been a thorn in the side when you meet an LPL team. So make sure that you have a side lane insurance policy. If that's a hyperscaler, that's the ability to play 1-3-1, because you can play the map better than RNG can play grabbing those team fights.
Yes.
And RNG historically has been a team that you can bait into fighting before they're ready to fight. So I do feel like the early game picks in the mid jungle will be very important, because if you have Faker on something that is a little bit more early game focused, we've already seen the Tristana, you can bait Xiaohu and Karsa into taking those 2v2, 3v3s.
Even being more specific to the picks, I think that Xiaohu is an incredible Syndra player, and I know that it's been hitting the bench quite a few times. I think in this group we won't be seeing many AP bot side at all. I think maybe we're going to be seeing it from Fnatic, but I just want to see Xiaohu, Syndra on the map.
Raz, he's going to be playing Karma. I hate to break it to you. He's probably going to be playing Karma.
What was crazy is the last time that they faced, Syndra fell through the entire ban phase.
Yeah.
She wasn't even touched at all, and I agree with you. He's one of the best Syndra players in the world.
Yeah, it was a TF Zoe one the first time around. So with that all in mind, and still some lanes we didn't touch on just because the sheer amount of talent on these lineups, what are your predictions, Raz? I'm going to guess it's RNG.
Sadly, I'm going to have to give it to the SKT. Look, as usually I would come out and say I have all the faith in RNG being able to play to SKT's playstyle pound for pound. I think that SKT is the smarter team, can play around the map far more effectively. So while I made the convincing case of what RNG should do to win the game, we already saw what game one looked like. They will be able to play the map against RNG.
Fair enough, Spawn.
I think game one was closer than people think. However, I too am going to vote for SKT. Mr. Splice has already ruined a day of my predictions. I've fallen off the top of the castle. I need to climb my way back up. That means taking smart bets. SKT gets better as group stages go on. They won the first time. There is no reason to doubt the fact that this team can win the second time around.
Save us, Frost.
Where is your guys' allegiance? You have betrayed the LPL. I am actually going for RNG because I agree with Spawn. I think it was much closer than people make out. I think that they were drafting errors that could be shored up. And number one, taking more hard engage tools. When your only hard engage really is that Blitzcrank and a Zoe, like skill shot based hard engage, you can't force those team fights. I think we're going to see something like a blind pick Gnar or a blind pick Kennen, and it's going to be much easier to find those fights.
What do the fans have? Are they going to even it out? That's my question. There we go.
It is from the fans, but I love it. It is such a hype matchup for the group, and I think this may be the best game we see in the entire group stage.
We hope so.
Both teams play to their levels. Group C was named the group of death for a reason, and today we'll find out who makes it out alive.
I would probably consider this the hardest group I've ever played in.
在当初抽签的时候，就看起来我们组算是比较难的吧，就是我们看起来就是一个死亡之组嘛。
It's a very welcoming challenge because then also if you were to make it out of this group, then if you don't believe you can win Worlds, you'll never win Worlds. So we just need to be able to fight to death.
You are dead!
Easily enough for Kong.
When it matters most, Uzi comes up clutch.
Going against these three teams, if we want to go 3-0, we're just speedrunning up Mount Everest. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
I have never seen an underdog team be more excited to be placed into the group of death.
Remember the Fnatic when they were 0-3. They didn't give up, and we can't give up either because it's been done before.
HCT coming through, and that cat is out of there!
The best team in the world doesn't complain about hard groups because they are what makes the group hard. And that's the attitude that SKT has coming into this World Championship.
我们自己队员心里应该觉得，就如果我们能击倒 XKT 或是在这种小组里面出现的话，我们应该今年也是有竞争冠军的实力。
It's close. SKT! They play the map right, and they find the nexus!
That's the biggest deal, right? Is the pressure in this group, as well as the pressure you're going to put on other teams when you make it out, because they're going to be looking at you.
And what a day we have ahead of us as the teams in Group C take to the stage. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe and Vedius for the first 3 games of the day, and most importantly, the first game of the day, SK Telecom T1 versus RNG. It has to be an incredible game.
I am so excited to get this game underway. We are about to see 2 legends go at it once again. Uzi and Faker, 2 of the longest standing, best performing players our game has ever known.
And the last time they faced, it was probably one of, if not the most competitive game that we've had in group stages so far, with both teams going back and forth. SKT trying to overforce a lot of fights in the mid game when their comp didn't allow it. RNG showcasing the true power of their team fighting, but in the end, SKT finding that backdoor to secure a win. And it just goes to show how close these 2 teams actually are.
And it was such a crazy finish because up until you realized the backdoor could come through, up until you saw all 3 of those TPs being channeled as Faker's already on the top side, you're like, oh, RNG are winning. They're pushing in on the bottom side. Like, they've won every team fight for the last 5 minutes. This is their moment. They're going to win this game. And just an instant, it is taken away from them. So that has to be rough coming back into this rematch. That's something that RNG have to be painfully aware of.
And I really liked how that game put on display the preparation of SK Telecom. Drafting the global for Faker with Twisted Fate in the mid lane in preparation for knowing that RNG are going to play around Uzi in the bottom side, that there's this big threat that he'll have to deal with. That bottom side was winning early on in lane phase for RNG, but Faker had to push up in mid and correct it with the Twisted Fate teleporting down there, as well, of course, as ending the game with that exciting teleport into the back door and finishing off the Nexus.
And I'm curious as to what adaptations will be made in week 2, because we've seen evolutions from both groups so far. Splyce made a dramatic change in their approach to the game, allowing them to qualify for the quarterfinals. Griffin went 4-0 yesterday, completely dismantling G2 in their final game and securing first seed. Now the question is, which team will be able to show up? Because expectations are that it will be these 2 teams fighting for that first seed especially.
And of course, brief moment before we get into Champion Select, and I think pick and ban is just going to be so interesting as well. Do we see the semi-global presence once again, the focus coming out from the side of SKT? Do they want to match team fighting power with team fighting power? Because the meta's also shifted a decent amount. We've seen a lot more Qiyana getting through. Don't think it should happen, but it's happening anyway, and the champion's proven both to be very powerful, but also very volatile.
It's something that I think both these teams don't really put a huge amount of priority on. Something that Papa Smithy was talking to me about coming into the tournament was how LCK as a region is pretty slow to pick up new picks. Qiyana was something that during their playoffs, they actually had very little priority over, but we have seen it rising in popularity, especially when we saw Griffin's performance yesterday on the champion. And while I'm confident Faker can play it, I think it's one of those champions that they have a lot more other picks that they're very much more comfortable on, and the same can be said for RNG. They're not typically a team that would try and put something like a Qiyana mid or Qiyana jungle because it forces you to play a certain way.
Yeah, a lot of both of these team strategies has really focused around controlling the game, controlling the pace at which you move forward as well. So I'm super excited to get into the draft and see what it ends up coming down to. There are a lot of changes, like you're talking about, that are going to occur from the first day that they played until today.
And obviously, when you look at this matchup, it's easy to talk about the history of it, but I also think it's important to look at the stakes in this game specifically. If SKT win here, they will lock a spot in the knockout stage. Not first or second seed yet, but they've already secured that they will go through the next stage of the tournament. So getting this win to start the day makes the whole rest of the day so much easier. One, you're already facing the strongest opponent, perceived to be at least, and on top of that, you win here and you know you're already out.
And with G2 dropping to Griffin yesterday, SK Telecom right now poised as one of the heavy favorites for this tournament. So people are really going to judge today's game with a lot of weight. How are they going to look heading towards the best of series?
Yeah, and there's always that quiet Fnatic sitting in the background, waiting to see if they can take advantage of it. They've many a times upset in groups, but they're going to be keeping an eye on how both these teams play out in this game, and expectations are high. We believe that both these teams are the strongest in the group. I very much enjoyed what we saw last time, and something we talked at length before coming into this game was RNG have a tendency to play through the bot side, but it's not an exclusive playstyle, Kobe.
Yeah, a lot of people have really touched on this. I mean, there's a reason that RNG funnel so much into Uzi. It's because he is such a dominant player. And you can hear it in the reverence that any marksman player who has played against Uzi will talk about him with. His oppressive lane phase is very big. That's why when we're looking at the beginning of this Champion Select, RNG have had 3 straight early Xayah picks.
Ooh, not today, Kobe. Right as you say it, SKT, take it away.
And that's that adaptation that we're looking for from the first day that these teams play, taking that away from Uzi. Xayah right now, with the self-peel of the ultimate and the strong laning phase, combines every aspect of League that RNG want to play off.
Banning the Morgana as well.
Yeah, the Morgana ban suggests that SKT could be looking at something like the Rakan. RNG immediately going to take the Kayle away from SKT.
I think Lee Sin would be a very good pick into an early Kayle here because you want the options as a jungler, and Elise is already banned out first on RNG's side. Lee Sin gives you so much playmaking that you can try and attack teams that are drafting Kayle that are trying to scale up a bit towards later. Plus, Sklid is extremely proficient on it, and there they go. SKT have got it.
Ryze and the Lee Sin. I love it. I hope it goes into the hands of Faker, but has still the potential to be flexed to the top side of the map. And this is going to be the Jarvan now locked in, a champion that's been kind of missing in pick bans thus far.
And it's a champion that synergizes very well with those big AoE ultimates. Kayle really enables divers here. And so RNG are already showing in the first 2 picks. They are looking at 5v5s. They're looking at some AoE combinations. Jarvan Cataclysm trying to keep people in a group for either the Kayle ultimate and something else on top of it. You can look for things like Rumble or Gnar for the top lane to get some more AoE in there.
So looking at final pick for SKT, they could look to go for something like a Kai'Sa right now if they wanted to. Scales quite well, would also add a late game insurance to this composition that SKT is already drafting for themselves, and could match the AD carry pick already locked in for RNG. And then SKT would also get priority on the supports in the second half as well.
Personally surprised to see Uzi go for the Ezreal instead of the Kai'Sa himself. Kai'Sa and Xayah perceived to be the top 2 carries. Interestingly enough, Garen and Ezreal are the 2 right behind them as far as bot laners go.
And one of the biggest pros for Ezreal is that is a self-sufficient carry, right? If you're designing a team around diving in with Kayle and Jarvan and you want to use your Kayle ultimate offensively, you don't want to have to save that Kayle ultimate for your AD carry, so you pick Ezreal, has the arcane shift that can keep himself safe while the rest of the team dives forward.
Now that Tahm Kench ban might seem a little odd. However, throughout the split, something that RNG would consistently run is Ezreal Tahm Kench, and they would force dives with it. They would look to attack the bot lane very aggressively, and it was something that actually paid off dividends for them during their playoffs. So SKT showcasing their research.
Completely agree there. On top of it, SK Telecom are also drafting side lane pressure right now. They have a Ryze that can split push and a Kai'Sa that can join fights from very far away when you apply the plasma for her. So you don't want a Tahm Kench to save people in those situations. You are trying to split the map. You are trying to play the side lanes. And Tahm Kench is a very good ban to deny that.
And now with the Karma banned out as well, if that was a target at Ming, it looks like they're trying to deny a strong pushing bot lane from the side of Royal Never Give Up. We are going to enter the second pick phase shortly as the Twisted Fate will be denied from Faker, giving respect over to the flex pick Ryze.
So now SKT, they want to lock in their support. They want to save that final solo lane pick to try and get the best possible matchup. And a lot of the primary supports that we've been seeing this meta have been banned away. Rakan is still open, should either team want to go for it. But it looks like SKT, they want a little bit more engaged, so they're going to lock in the Leona. And this has now become a pretty strong 2v2 lane that SKT could look to play through depending on what their other solo lane is.
Exactly. Looking at playmaking to try and attack the bottom lane of RNG. That's one thing that we talked about in game number 1 with these teams that SK Telecom tried to do. Now they've got Kai'Sa Leona for the extra stuns and Lee Sin to be able to make those moves.
And there's that dive you were talking about, Kobe. The Galio going to be following up from the Jarvan and the Kayle ultimate on top of that. So RNG sticking to what they often know, which is go in, fight hard, fight fast.
And I love to see it. I love the Jarvan Galio combo. Pairing it with a Kayle feels so powerful, and it gives them some semi-global presence to match a lot of what SKT beat them with last time around. And I mean, if you get a Gnar here, if he's just going to build a wall and throw him into it, no, Mordekai's in the end. But when you saw how long she played in the last matchup, it makes a lot of sense. This was such a good pick for him.
Yeah, one thing that I would say he didn't do good last time was ult the jungler around objectives. So we're going to look at some of the ult usage for this Mordekaiser, but a lot of the pros of this champion are that you can actually delay even longer in 2v1 scenarios. If the jungler comes to gank you, you can then ult the jungler, have your 1v1, delay even further before going down and allow your team to get that fight off.
I will say I'm a big fan of this SKT draft. I feel like that they have good scaling matchup in the top side. Fake will be able to generate a lot of pressure in the mid lane, which means he has priority and can move towards the side lanes much earlier. And you also have a strong bot lane that you can look to make play towards now. It's not easy against an Ezreal or Galio, very defensive lane, but if you bring 4 members down with a Gangplank ultimate, SKT can definitely force these fights. So I feel like that the early game is a lot more in control of SKT.
Yeah, it's not as powerful as the Twisted Fate ultimate going down there to gank, but the Gangplank ultimate is the same idea for SKT. They do want to have something to keep them in check.
And one of the things that RNG is going to struggle with is this Kayle in the mid lane. Because it will not be able to generate pressure and because you can't really play through it, Faker is going to have so much freedom to ramp up and be this big threat on a side lane. And something we've been seeing a lot from Kayle's is that because you don't have the same strength in the early game, teams have built early leads and then ran away with it.
And Ryze combos very well with Lee Sin. If Faker just sets him up with the root, that is going to be a lot of 2v2 pressure.
But here we go. And here we are, RNG versus SKT. Last time, SKT got the better of RNG, but RNG looking to turn it around today, looking to tie up the score, potentially force a tiebreaker at the end of the day for first seed. If SKT win here, they lock themselves a place in the knockout stage. So much on the line for both these lineups.
Now, in terms of early game, we talked about how it's hard for RNG to play through mid, and arguably it's a little difficult to play through bot as well, but the top lane is something that I think RNG could look to attack. Mordekaiser, his early damage is something that I think a lot of people don't respect. It is extremely high, and when paired up with a Jarvan, it is very easy to look to set up dives onto someone like a Gangplank. So we have to keep our eyes on how Kai'Sa chooses to path in the early game, whether he'll look to path from top side to bot to cover his bot lane, or whether he'll actually look for some early aggression up towards the top side of the map.
Meanwhile, on the side of SKT, I think Clid's going to put a high priority on this bottom Scuttle Crab because he wants to play between this mid and bottom lane triangle that we like to talk about so he can threaten both the Ryze lane and the Leona lane. Both of those champions, ideal setups for early Lee Sin plays, and you want to be able to freely move through that river. So pay attention to the vision control around this river because it's going to be kind of the highway that he uses to traverse both lanes.
And let's have a look at this early ward that was placed down from the side of Khan, because you can see that by getting information on the blue buff, this now tells him where Jarvan is starting. He's likely going to be on red and look to path towards top, but Karsa immediately going towards bot lane.
Jarvan, as you can see on the mini-map, is wrapping around to do a lane gank, but an intelligent ward from Effort there in the side brush. Actually, probably from Teddy, places it down, and they've given away the situation already.
And they've spent so much time now. Jarvan just starting his Krugs as Lee Sin has finished his. Clid going to be so much further ahead. Could now look to contest that bottom Scuttle Crab. Actually, probably uncontested at this stage if Jarvan wants to go for a safe clear.
You're exactly right, Dracos. The timing that was invested to try and make that play happen and the fact that it was spotted out means that Clid is going to be out on the map so much faster. He's already been able to clear both his red and Krugs. He's going to get level 3 off of this blue, and they have the vision set up in the bot side of the map. They have hit level 2. They could look for an easy game.
Mordekaiser going to find the pullback. Won't be able to get anything else done, but already seeing the gangplank for now, at least having some pressure on the top side as Clid sets his sights on the mid lane. We've seen a lot of tower dives onto early level Kales this tournament. Has to be something that Xiaohu is aware of, but for now it will just be a focus on stealing away the enemy rafters. Good start for Clid so far.
Exactly. This is the early bottom river control that I was alluding to in the opening of the game. They've got 2 wards, both sides of the entrances of this river. Clid also stealing away the Raptor camp. This is exactly how SK Telecom want the early map to play out. Now trying to force him off the CS here. They're not really threatening to go for the kill on the dive, just pushing Xiaohu back a bit.
Faker will pull away, but difficult so far for Karsa. Bottom lane gank does not work out due to a clever ward. He's been spotted twice now as the Khan on the top side did just get a brief glimpse of where he was pathing.
I love seeing this early vision from SKT. It's just how efficient they are with all of their members. There's always wards somewhere to just gain information, know what RNG is up to, and to mitigate it. The early ward into the bot lane, the early ward onto the enemy blue buff, anything that Karsa has tried to do has been reacted with perfectly and has been shut down, and now Clid has even found a small advantage by stealing away the Raptor.
Checking in again on the bottom side. Uzi doing fine so far, but a much more even bottom lane than it was last time around. Obviously, massive early CS discrepancies in the favor of Uzi when he was on that Xayah. Now pushed back onto this Ezreal. A historic pick for him, but not one that was as powerful in seasons past. You're going to have to see what he can actually get done with it.
Yeah, Uzi extremely good at trying to weave those Mystic shots through the minions for harassment in lane phase. And I just want to once again compliment SKT for their early raid as far as the warding on bottom side. Knowing that RNG is going to send Karsa down there very early to try and take advantage of what would normally be a very aggressive lane. Let's see here though, as long as she can get some deep wards for themselves. And RNG now with some decent vision on Krug camp and the top of red there.
Karsa looking to attack the bot lane. I don't think they can go for a dive, and that ward has just been spotted out by SKT, so they have information on where Karsa is and keep track of Clid and how he reacts. He's also going to be spotted by RNG, and there's the flash.
Guaranteeing the root is going to hit the Sonic Wave of the follow-up. That's going to be a Xiaohu. No, the flash out just barely a sliver of life as Karsa will stop and he followed. And immediately there's an engage on the bottom side. Ming going for an aggressive trade, but no one has dropped yet. Faker lower and lower. No, the Jarvan's going to get it. We missed it on the bottom side, but Karsa will find first blood.
Xiaohu flashes away and survives with a sliver of health, but Faker not so lucky. Bottom side.
Knockup is there. Uzi under the tower. Is he going to go down the flash out? No, he takes Effort out with him. It's the 1-for-1 so far. Teddy has no mana. Ming slowly but surely getting chipped away at the press the attack. Already proc. The damage is there, but not quite enough. Ming will be forced to flash to safety.
Action across the board, but it's RNG that come out ahead in the kills. And it all starts off in the mid lane. both junglers making their way there. This looked like a clean gank. Kobe, you said the setup with Ryze Lee Sin is extremely easy, but the last tick just wasn't quite there for SKT. They were so close to finding that kill, and then Karsa knows with the red buff, with no mana on Faker, with his flash gone, he can just chase Faker down.
Yeah, Karsa had done an early recall for challenging Smite and was able to get it. Meanwhile, bottom side, Ming's able to get that lockup, but Uzi dies even after burning the flash there on the outside, and we're right back to the action.
Constant aggressive trading, and it feels already a bit more bloody than the last time we saw these two teams go toe-to-toe. It was such a back and forth early to mid-game. We saw SKT and RNG go up against each other previously, but you can see on the graph a chaotic game, and no matter how far ahead one team got, there was always a chance for someone else to come back.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bumpy road there, as you can see, but a lot of the big spikes in SK Telecom gold that you could see between the 20 and 30 minute were from Twisted Fate plays from Faker roaming across the map. Here, RNG actually there to answer that first play that we're expecting. Lee Sin as well as Ryze combining, but with them getting the outplay and Karsa actually finding that first blood cash in, this really does set up RNG to answer back.
Xiaohu has to be careful though. He's not going to overcommit to the play. Karsa waiting in the darkness there will now be spotted on the ward, but level 6 coming through. That's the extra range for the Kayle. Much easier now to farm, much easier now to trade on top of the additional elixir, and Karsa feeling comfortable enough to just walk right into this pit.
Well, he should, because his bot lane has so much control. And something that you were talking about earlier on, Kobe, was how the reason why RNG more often than not play through Uzi is not because he needs raw resources, but because he's such a talented AD carry that it makes sense to put him in a great position. And if you look at the gold, he's sitting at a 500 gold advantage thanks to the Kleptomancy and thanks to how dominant he has been in this 2 versus 2.
Exactly. We saw them earn their 2v2 CS lead themselves, and then as soon as the junglers show mid, go for the aggressive play. We're still looking at a bit of a roam from Faker, though. Now that Ryze does have the Realm Warp, there are more possibilities. So I'd like to point out one of the wards, actually, that I really do like in mid lane, which we'll see which side of the lane Faker hovers towards. People often, with these limited resources of wards, will try and ward both sides to see everywhere on the map. But if you only have a couple, trying to get one in the middle just to see which side he leans to will give you that early notification.
Klid spotted on the control ward. Karsa waiting just in the darkness. Now rotating around, maybe looking for the lane gank. Effort waiting in the brush there. No flash available for Teddy. The Hex flash there from Ming. Will not catch anyone sleeping. Effort has already backed off.
Nothing more terrifying than a giant stone gargoyle flashing in your face and saying, peekaboo, I'm here, ready to make a play, but they're not going to find anything. Klid hanging around the mid lane. And notice how often Langjing is actually roaming every time he has push in top. He's a large part of where the top side deep vision is coming from, and he's setting up a lot of control in the river as well.
And as we're seeing Karsa once again, I just want to note, this is the second time he went for a lane gank. This is how you try and get into the lane like bottom lane, unannounced. However, SK Telecom have been diligent with their side brush wards. And for a second time, RNG had to spend time sweeping out that vision, and it is a second attempt at a lane gank from Karsa slipping into the side brush that does not yield them anything in Uzi's lane.
Karsa spotted out as well on the blue buff. Going to donate this one over to Xiaohu, but they're just so successful in the junglers tracking each other here in the early game.
We see a bit of a roam from Effort. I love it when we see supports, when there's no need to be in the bot lane, they get active, they move on the map. Best setup when working with their junglers especially, because it guarantees you deep vision and looking for roams. And speaking of roams, Faker is making his way towards the bot lane.
No more Biz up and available. Very short range at rank 1, but could try to find a way into the bottom side. Ming just now coming in.
The pings are coming down. RNG is aware that Faker should be looking for a play, and as he walks over that ward, they know his positioning and will be able to avoid the game.
Yep, once again, these 2 wards from RNG see the attempted play from SKT, and that's why we're getting so many lulls periods here in the early game. It's because of this extra information, so much of an investment from RNG, really paying off and stopping some of these SKT plays before they even get off the ground.
And now we need to talk about scaling. Inevitably, when a game slows down, is something that we have to look at. We've talked about the theoretical team fight power of the side of RNG. Are they the team that should be happy with a slower, steady steadier early game as opposed to something more explosive.
Well, I think in the mid-game, SKT have a very strong spike, especially with their solo laners. Ryze and Gangplank on 1 or 2 items can be very influential, whereas the Kayle, I feel like she needs to get to 3, and depending on what build Ezreal goes for, also needs to get to 3. But I do think RNG have the slight scaling advantage, depending on whether or not how the next few minutes play out, because it's going to be about team fighting versus side lane, very similar to what we saw before. And whether or not, or which team is better set up to move into that state in the mid to late game.
And they're looking for a little bit slightly different things as the game does progress, right? RNG have so much potential for a large AoE play. They're trying to use the Cataclysm of Jarvan with the Kayle ultimate down on top and Galio coming through as a big AoE, highly effective group maneuver. Right now, though, starting up the Rift Herald for SK Telecom. They made the first recall, but RNG are here to answer.
Oh, she's on the way. Can just ult the Lee Sin to try to get him out of this pit to stop this objective from going down. It will just be the hop over the wall, but it is 3k health. They could still look to contest this. 5 members of SKT now piling into the Galio's there with the taunt. It's not going to stop the Realmore power. The fight breaks out. Karsa immediately kills Khan. The Mordekaiser in the midst of everything, and the Kayle will stop him from going down. Clean from Xiaohu.
And just as I mentioned, the big AoE for the team fight for RNG pays off in the ultimate usage there. They do get the kill, and even though the Rift Herald was slain by SKT, they can now play Defend the Eyeball.
Ming doing his best to keep SKT away from the big eyeball. He's looking for a fight.
Wants to keep going. Uzi, there's members here, but there's too many members of SKT. That was not the play that they needed.
Ming's gone rogue! What is he doing? All by himself, charges down SK Telecom, and they're going for more. The eyeball's still there. Can they race to it?
Xiaohu on the way in. Carson needs to get out. He's waiting for the stun to come through. He dashes right back to the team. He flashes out to safety. Sonic Wave goes wide. SKT will back off.
The eyeball disappears from the Rift, and RNG, after what was a good... Okay. After what was a good start to the fight, ended up with Ming being a little over-eager to keep SKT around, and overall, this was a situation where we talked about while the items spike harder for SKT in the mid game, when you group up in a situation like this, you can see how difficult it is to fight against RNG. And we're getting flashbacks to the last time that these two teams placed up, and notice how that Rumble actually split the team up. We don't have time, another fight.
Taunt will connect on a Faker. Uzi is here as well. How much damage can they actually put down? The Mordekaiser now stepping forward, looking to use the Grasp of Death. Will not be able to pull anyone back. RNG, though, complete control of the mid lane. Could look to break some plates.
Yeah, they could also rotate down to this dragon. They could push in that minion wave. This will be another objective that they can turn towards. And adding a Mountain Drake to a team that has a big AoE combination, that just shouts the dream setup for Baron. Hello, they're going to get Baron control with the Mountain Drake and dare SK Telecom to walk into them.
And one of the criticisms I had of SKT coming into this tournament was that while they are a fantastic and much better early game team, they seem to have this over tendency to try and force fights. We saw it a lot in the last time that these two teams matched up, and it was almost SKT's undoing. And one of my question marks today was, would SKT draft more towards team fight, or would they keep to this side lane split push style? And it feels like that even though they've gone for more of a side lane split push style, they're still eager and willing to try and take these fights. And it's dangerous against a team like RNG, who is known for their team fighting and often drafts for it.
Yeah, and I think that last fight really highlighted how they were a little bit lazy setting up for that Rift Herald. SKT walking across in the line, really providing a very good opening for Ming to get in there on Galio. They get the big burst kill so quickly. Definitely not something you're used to seeing from SK Telecom over the years, but part of this aggressive new SK Telecom is another reason why they are here. You know, they had to change from the old style that caused the downfall of so many of those Korean teams. They really have had to embrace part of the new age.
They certainly have, and one of the big people that we credit that to is Clid in the jungle. He was so instrumental in even swinging team fights into SKT's favor the last time they met up. His Gragas was phenomenal, and overall, he's had a great tournament, and we even heard Spawn on the desk saying that he thinks that Clid is the best performing jungler at this tournament. So the fact that this team is playing a lot more around him, it showcases the evolution that they've made. We'll have to see if it's enough to take down RNG a second time.
Clid and Karsa, definitely two of the favorites for top junglers in the tournament, and this group will tell us a lot about what's to come in the bracket stage to see which of these teams is stronger. For now, still a very close game. Both teams within touching distance of each other. Neither one able to get a greater advantage over the other. Only the Mountain Drake, really the substantial objective, as RNG have managed to take that one.
And I like that at the 15-minute point, you can pivot for strategy now, because we've gone past the early stacking phase of the game where they're just trying to lane and get their items. Now you've got a level 11 Rise, a level 11 Gangplank on the side of SK Telecom. They want to transition into their 1-3-1 that they drafted for. Faker's Rise should be split pushing. They need to wear away at these towers. Gangplank Ultimate for Khan is available, and he also has teleport to answer. So SKT trying three-man mid, hold here, holding on to those waves, and they have sent these side laners to split RNG's combo up.
As we get further in the game, you can see Uzi holding on to that 500 gold difference that we saw in the early game. Also saw him using Ezreal earlier just to snipe a few creeps away from Longshi on the top side. So slowly but surely getting stronger and stronger as Ezreal, and maybe not the traditional hyper carry, but 2 items under his belt, he is going to be a terror to deal with.
And you see SKT actually not greeting right now. They could have greeted for more tower damage on the top side, but you need to get your reset off versus this squad, because you have to keep up this tremendous vision that they have to allow them to keep on playing the way that they are. Big reason here, you can see the smattering of wards for RNG. They need to get them a little bit deeper to find the Leona. Someone has to mark Leona, because if not, you're worried about that long-range stun picking off one of your squishier members.
And I think that what both teams are looking at over the next few minutes will be the Infernal Drake. Minute and a half until that objective spawn. Both teams will definitely want it, and with the Seraphs completed and the Trinity Force completed, SKT will feel a little bit more comfortable setting up for that objective, but in an ideal world, they don't want to have to fight for it. They want to try and use pressure on the map to force RNG into an awkward situation where maybe SKT could find a pick, or they force RNG to trade the Infernal Drake for something elsewhere on the map. But that's not RNG's style. They're going to contest you for vision, and they're going to look to fight for this Infernal themselves.
I'm excited for this Infernal, Vedius, because the items are coming through. 2 item power spikes for both marksmen right now. Key items for both solo laners as well, and Xiaohu's got his eyes on Faker.
Faker running down, no CC present. Faker will just be able to Realm Warp out to safety, but threatening that engage. That's going to be 1 cooldown missing for the fight to come. If they do want to contest that Infernal, 37 seconds and counting down till that one will spawn as Uzi and Ming try to get mid-priority. Want to make sure that they can be first to the pit.
So a lot of things are happening right now. Khan is going back to base so that he can spend his gold. Ooh, he's deciding not to do it. Okay, he wants to try and catch 1 more wave before he resets, but he wants to spend that gold before the inevitable fight is coming through. Trinity Force is now done for Uzi, so at this portion of the game, he's going to be much stronger. Rageblade is done for Teddy. We're building up all these things coming together that will culminate in what should be a big fight around the Infernal Drake.
This is the training arc. We're waiting. Everybody's powering up. Everybody's getting every item they can under their belt before they break out. We're waiting for a single engage, a single Leona E. It can be the Galio, it can be the Jarvan, however either team wants to start it. And now the gauntlet has been set. The Infernal.
Here comes the TP.
Going to be right into the taunt, the flash out from Khan. That's a clean start, but right now RNG are currently split. Uzi has to debate where he wants to go. The ulti already coming out, trying to isolate Leona, trying to stop the CC, but Xiaohu already incredibly low in the back of the pit. Blocked there, Ted just leaps in and takes the kill, and now Uzi has to go toe-to-toe with the Infernal Drake. His effort goes over the wall. This is a disaster for RNG. The Mordekaiser trying to get done what he can, but Uzi is still alive. Uzi is still in the pit fighting the Drake as the Mordekaiser and Faker go toe-to-toe, but Ming drops, and SKT take the fight.
SKT absolutely ripped RNG apart in that dragon fight. Xiaohu getting focused at the beginning, causing the early KO ultimate, and then flashing into the dragon pit causes an early deficit in their team fighting prowess, and SK Telecom sweep in to get the important trade.
It looked initially like RNG had the better setup. They saw the TP come through from Khan, he's forced to burn his flash, and you can see that now RNG are in a great position, but then a huge Gangplank ultimate onto Xiaohu pretty much eliminates him from the fight, and Teddy cleans up. Now Uzi's stuck in the pit, he can't deal damage. Lang Jing is just 1v1ing effort, trying to remove the engage from SKT, but that doesn't matter. And ultimately what looked good initially for RNG was just a scattered fight with which SKT was able to pick RNG apart.
Divide and conquer for SK Telecom. Faker applying the pressure early, getting the Rune Prison down, holding Xiaohu in place. basically upsetting RNG's game plan that they want with this Wombo combo. An absolute combo breaker there with the Leona ultimate going down early too. Thought that RNG were going to be able to bring it together, but no focus in the team fight cost them dearly.
Split fire, losing the KO right at the start. Of course, only 1.5 items for Xiaohu thus far, not to the level 16 point, the next thing that we've got our eye on. So has time to scale back up, but can't afford to take another uncoordinated fight in the future. And losing that Infernal is going to hurt them more and more as we get later into the game.
And one of the big things about that fight was that now even more gold has gone into the back pocket of Faker and Khan. The two solo laners of SKT are only going to get stronger, and they're actually yet to spend a lot of the gold that they're sitting on. Keep your eyes on the items of Faker once he hits the shop, because with 2.5k gold in your inventory, you can pick up those additional items, and now you are so much stronger than you were in the last fight.
And objectives start to go down. They want to split the map. Bottom turret taken care of. Top will be the next destination for them. If you can get that, you empower your 1-3-1 to, well, here we go.
Flying and drag over. Uzi is so incredibly strong. Khan just gets one shot. That's the 2-item spike for the Ezreal paired with that ultimate.
And RNG cut them off before they can get to the next objective. They know they're going topside, so they get the early kill, and now Baron control results.
Another flag and drag effort once again caught out. The CC is there. They're going to land the taunt. They're going to make sure that he has no way out of this fight. Effort. Still running. Someone finished the kill. Hits him with the gunblade. Bang, bang. RNG control over the pit.
And now RNG are going to go straight for Baron. We've been talking so much about the solo laners, we forgot to talk about Uzi, where all of the gold is sitting on for RNG. That damage was ridiculous. Let's see if Clid can steal.
X-Flash trying to deny Clid. He gets kicked back with the taunt lands there. He's trying to buy more time. He puts him away. But no, the Mordekaiser owns it. See ya, Clid. Not what you wanted. RNG gonna take this fight. Ming gonna make it out alive. It's everything the LPL second seed could want.
And RNG flipped the game on its head once again. The Baron goes down for them. They don't lose a single member. The gold remains even, but we're in for another masterclass between RNG and SKT.
RNG get to the top side of the map 10 seconds earlier than SKT, and they are rewarded so heavily with those 2 picks. Also, reward to Longxing. Learned from the first time around he played Mordekaiser. This time, he instantly ults the jungler to secure the Baron control for them. You cannot smite if you have entered the Death Realm. And now, with the Baron buff, RNG will march on SK Telecom territory.
And this is important because it's going to be so much harder for SKT to try to split up the map. Faker can push down that side lane, probably can take that tier 1, but has to be concerned about that mid lane, has to be concerned about the fact that RNG are now set up to break 2, if not 3 towers on this push.
Yeah, I mean, they're extremely strong, and remember the RNG, they have the teleports that they didn't have last time, so there's no sneaky backdoors that are going to come through from SKT this time around. Faker being forced to base as RNG set their sights on the tier 3.
Longxing on the bottom side, Faker just now backing. Kick will connect, but there's going to be no follow-up. SKT holding on for now. It's a matter of protecting the cannon creeps as the Mordekaiser starts the bot side wave, but no, Faker instead has decided to continue his push. Mordekaiser will be forced to retreat. Faker can now back and look for a man advantage in the fight, unless Longxing wants to commit his TP to this mid lane. GP ult now coming out. Not a lot of damage onto the tower. They need to get out before the fight kicks off. Ming wants to go in anyway, right to the GP ult. What was that?
Ming once again diving into the face of the enemy team and just handing his life away on a silver platter.
I'm going to need to see a replay because has Ming gone rogue again? Let's take a... All right, well, this is the Baron. This is it. Even more important, this is what Clid sees. As we said, once you enter the Death Realm, Baron's not there.
Longxing saying, you've activated my trap card. You're coming to the Shadow Realm with me. He denies the Baron steal and allows RNG to get the secure. But we have to backtrack to what just happened here. And this is a beautiful replay. What is Ming thinking here? Okay, he's not. That's what we've concluded. That's what he's doing.
He's thinking this. He's thinking Leroy
I mean, it's a classic. I will say that I don't mind it if you wait out the Gangplank call. You know, just wait for that one to end, and I think it would have made a lot more sense.
Well, the bright side for RNG is that they don't cost their lead. They're still in a favorable position. They gained control over a lot of the map. They've been able to secure a lot more items in their back pocket, and look at how much control they have over the top side. Gangplank is currently sitting bot. His ultimate is going to be up soon, and Longxing is going to be forced to deal with him.
Tier 2 tower will be broken on the top side for RNG. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to break the base on this Baron push. As for now, 21 seconds left. Khan still threatening on the bottom side. So despite the Baron buff, SKT still finding some success with split pushing.
All right, take a deep breath. After the Baron play, after the dive on mid, RNG have taken over so much of the map. Take stock of the towers, both on top side, both in mid lane, now gone and taken away from SKT. This allows the vision control to starve out the jungle now for RNG. They can move up with the threat of this AoE from Galio, Jarvan. Combination for engaging and push SK Telecom around.
And what SKT now want to do is ideally look for picks as RNG are making moves to set up for the next big objectives, which will be this Baron. Because in a straight up 5v5, I think even though the Teddy is at 3 items and is a very strong Kai'Sa, the team fight execution is so much harder for that of SKT because they don't have the same front line that RNG has. They don't have the Jarvan. They don't have the Mordekaiser who can literally remove someone from a fight as well. And so I think it's going to be harder. They need to make plays like this.
Longsheng just going to try to pull Faker into the death realm. Going to take the tower out of the equation, and the Mordekaiser does a lot of damage. Longsheng now is running for the hills, just on the edge of the death realm. He's going to come right out into the cannon barrage, and now he's on the retreat. Has used the shield, has used the indestructible, but it's Xiaohu kicked into the middle of the TV. Will flash out a beautiful taunt from Ming, trying to make up for earlier as RNG will pull back on the bottom side.
So a quick collapse there from RNG as SKT tried to find a pick. The initial idea was good, but the use of the death realm from Longsheng mitigates it, turns it into a 1v1, and is able to escape.
That's why in Champion Select we highlighted the possibilities here of the Mordekaiser for delaying those picks in split pushes. With using that ultimate, he buys time for the extra survivability of the RNG composition to take effect. Multiple re-engages there for RNG to actually save members and get them out from under the tower.
He's also a Gnasher's Tooth Mordekaiser, so as much as he's buying time, he also will just threaten to 1v1 kill most members of SKT as the Cataclysm comes out. Effort has to flash out to safety. RNG not overcommitting to the play. They'll get the TP though from Khan on the back of that one.
And RNG are just forcing SKT to group. They're forcing SKT to be in a situation that suits RNG perfectly, and we kind of have to go back to the early game where we talked so much about SKT wanting to play through bot, which they were unable to do. While their side laners were going even and they found that one big fight around the Drake, unfortunately SKT have not been able to balloon or snowball this lead, so that we're ending up in this stalemate of 5v5 standoff.
Yeah, quick macro test here for SK Telecom. They're down teleports on both solo laners. RNG has a level 16 teleport available Mordekaiser who just pushed up the bottom lane, and with Baron spawning here, they're moving over to try and find the engage.
Effort with a miss, just barely going wide. Uzi now knows he's free to poke, so a lot of the threat is gone from Leona. SKT backing into the pit. They have control over this area. Gangplank going to clear out the last little bit of vision that RNG were holding on to.
SKT is split.
Maybe they find the engage here. Mordekaiser has the ulti and the flash up and available. Can look to just lock someone out of the fight.
RNG could have left their Mordekaiser split pushing, by the way, but they really want to force this 5-on-5.
Ming really does not land that taunt, has no longer a reliable way to proc that aftershock. Someone sidesteps, so will be forced to flash out to safety. But now the engage, they found SKT split, they've locked Faker into the pit. Are they going to aggro the Baron to try to get it kicked off? He will. Uzi's going to see that one coming, and now the support is dead. He's trying to realm warp his way out. He's going to do it. Faker, the escape artist, gets out in the play, and Khan on the side with a huge barrel, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's now running fearlessly into the front line of RNG. They're trying to kick him back, but Xiaohu says no. They deny it. Teddy now on a rampage. RNG on a retreat, and SKT, they're alive, and the Kai'Sa is taking over the fight.
They failed the macro test. They had more cards available here with the Baron spawning. They force it on Baron. SK Telecom outplay them in the team fight, and the Baron is theirs to start.
Huge props to Khan in that final fight. The barrels were beautiful as they hit every single member of RNG. They are now the team to walk away with the Baron. They outplay them in the fight, and they keep their hopes alive in this game.
And just an incredible fight. Where we see it again, it's on RNG now to take what they can. For now, that's just a Mountain Drake, a second one to back them up. And as we look back at this exchange, have to keep an eye on exactly what went wrong for RNG.
So the initial part is here. SKT are split up, and well, Ming is a little over-eager once again. He's forced to flash early, but now you see Faker and Effort forced to run up through the river. This is a good engage from RNG. They should put a little bit more focus onto actually securing the kill onto Faker, but he's out of the fight. It's done. Now Long Jing, he's completely isolated himself from the rest of the team.
Oh my.
And then keep your eyes on Khan here. Look at what he does with the barrel. The triple hit onto every member means that Teddy, with a 3-item Kai'Sa, can just follow up behind the Lee Sin and just go kill after kill after kill.
Then Clid going in, baiting out the Kayle ultimate, flashing to the outskirts. Faker surviving with single-digit HP. And we're into Chapter 2 here.
He doesn't even react. He's like, all right, just another day for Faker. As the siege now begins for SKT in the mid lane, Uzi potentially going to get cut off on the side. A good sidestep, but now the GP ulti is coming through. Khan fishing for that barrel, but will not be able to find it. Clid may also look for the flank, but has been spotted on a bit of vision as Faker continues to split on the top side of the map.
Let that be a lesson to you. A good GP barrel chain can drastically change your fates. Now it is SK Telecom wearing the Baron buff. Part 2 of this game, as we have gone back and forth since minute 2.
Yep. And you know it's going to be a tense ending. The last time these two teams met, it was a split push back door that came out from SKT, the triple teleport to be able to secure the Nexus and get the win. We're in a very similar situation where both teams have had a Baron each. While RNG lead in the Drakes, SKT have the Infernal. And you know that both teams are scaling still relatively well. SKT would prefer to play through the side lanes, try and split up the map. Whereas RNG looking for this fight. Uzi not able to find the pick onto Effort, but an incredibly tense game still.
Big chunks coming in. The Kai'Sa is getting stronger and stronger, though, and that's going to make these team fights more difficult. And we saw it in the last one. Teddy, the second he saw those major cooldowns are gone from the side of RNG. He's no longer threatened, and he can just walk through this team. Maybe Xiaohu can look to match him in the fights to come. Has the Divine Judgment, has that ultimate. But for now, SKT with total control. Faker going to TP into the mid lane. They want to keep this momentum going as they move later into the game.
Xiaohu has now hit level 16, so he will be permanently exalted. The Kayle is at one of her strongest points as SKT continue to knock down the towers. The towers are now even between both teams, and we're pretty much going to reset the map state to even.
Yeah, well, guess what? Faker's hit level 18. He's exalted for Rise. Fully capped out there. Looking at a possible death cap on top of it, too. Like to see...
Oh! Trying to cancel. Khan flashing out, but he's still locked in. That's... Oh, has to be a heartbreaker. Caught between the wall and the Cataclysm. Khan goes down.
Unfortunately for RNG, there is nothing for them to get on the map after that pick. It's definitely a valuable pick that they can use to clear out all of this jungle vision that SK Telecom just placed in their bottom red quadrant. But other than some vision cleaning duty to do, that is not going to be a game-changing pick for them.
The bright side is they will get the flash out from Khan, which those summoner spells later into the game are extremely valuable. He will still have the oranges for safety, but we'll see how that affects him later on into the game. Honestly, though, both teams going to be waiting for the next Baron. There's no need to try and force anything right now. That will be the biggest objective coming up next, and we're going to have a look back. Of course, Khan, he has...
Just farming away, you know?
Just let's get that cheeky
Those
one
chickens.
shot of the Raptors in there in case anyone...
Oh, he's in the shop!
And, oh, no. Well...
A pirate's life.
See, no matter how bad you feel about your solo queue games while you die shopping, it happens to everybody, you know? High-pressure Worlds games, Bronze 3.
SK Telecom will always remember this as the day they did catch Captain Khan.
He wants parlay, Kobe.
Now the Baron will be spawning in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. You can see that RNG do primarily have vision control around this objective. They could look to, yeah, you can see the Galio resetting, stocking up on wards, making sure that even though they have this control, when SKT come to contest, they still have wards that can be replaced.
I absolutely love watching these two story teams with all the veterans in-game for these late-game scenarios, too. Now, past 34 minutes into the game, fully ready for the Dragon spawn here. Teleport starts to go out.
He coming in. That's going to be the Flagon Drake. Going on to the Leona, though. Teddy on the backside. Are they going to be able to take anyone else out? Effort trying to find the stun. Karsa kicked out of the fight instantly, and Uzi is going to get kicked back, but over the cleanse flash. It's incredibly clean. He denies the Lee Sin, but now he's face-to-face with Teddy, and still Clid will find him. Still, Uzi is set to fall. Can he do it? No! The shutdown coming through. Faker will take the kill, and Longxing is left standing in the death realm, but it is his death realm, and he is out of there.
And SKT smash RNG in the team fight. All 5 members are dead. SKT still have 4, and they are barreling towards the Nexus.
Yep, they're looking for the inhibitor at least, maybe ending the game. How fast can they push?
Pushing faster and faster, there's nothing left. This is it, I can't believe it, RNG. They fought tooth and nail at every opportunity, but SKT outclassing them in the team fights will lock them a place in the knockout stage and will give them the head-to-head versus RNG.
Unbelievable final team fight from SKT. It happened in the blink of an eye, but it was just RNG putting all of their resources into trying to kill Effort, and he just did not die. Meanwhile, Kai'Sa just disappears under the damage from Teddy.
And I think we need to see the replay. If I'm completely honest, I want to watch it back. I want to watch it 10 times. It was incredible team fighting. The Lee Sin from Clid was out of this world. And when he landed the kick, I thought it was over, but no, the cleanse flash from Uzi, still not enough to win the fight.
And with this win, SKT will lock a spot in the quarterfinals. Their seeding is yet to be determined. They still have to play out the rest of the day, but SKT will be in the knockout stage.
SK Telecom could set themselves up for another 6-0 group stage.
Yeah.
One of the only teams to ever accomplish that, and they are looking so incredibly powerful.
And really, for RNG, still can be confident to make their way out of this group, but have to be left wondering, what can they change, what can they improve? Because SKT, while we criticize them for over-forcing fights sometime, we also got to see the positive.
They're still really good at them,
They're still really good at fights.
I like the force on that last one.
But you've also got to recognize how strong RNG are. We saw so many great things from them, and I think one of the biggest things that hurt RNG in this game was Ming had a surprising game. He overforced a lot of plays, he got caught out a lot of the time, and Xiaohu in these team fights was not the same that we saw last week. He had a phenomenal week 1, but today, Faker by far and away outclassed him.
I mean, honestly, that was the game breaker, was the execution within their team fights. SK Telecom dissecting this RNG composition.
Absolutely, but let's send it over to the analyst desk for more on that game 1.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Before we get into the nitty-gritty analysis, beforehand we said this may be the best game we see in the group stage. Yamato, you've also joined us. What do you think now that you've seen it?
My goodness, I think it was a repetition of the first game. I feel like RNG is always more proactive. They manage to get the advantages, but then they kind of lose to this patient tiger that is SKT that is ready to pounce when they find their moments.
And it felt like those moments came in 3 kind of big beats for me. It was the Infernal Drake fight where Xiaohu flashed into the wall, missed his Kayle ultimate and basically just died instantaneously. It was Khan's Baron Barrel where they got RNG into a choke point and then just blew them up. And then RNG over-committing on effort. 3 very critical mistakes in team fights.
And we're going to go through all of them, but first let's look at the setup. You had some win conditions for RNG. How much of those do you see translated into their pick and ban?
So they did play through from mid to bot, which is nice. In fact, there was one instance, I think J4 was going bot immediately, so I guess he wanted to start bot first. But the biggest surprise to me was the fact that they were willing to give mid pressure with the Kayle pick. So I was expecting there to be, let's say, a Syndra early, and I think they decided not to go down that route and ultimately went for a heavy focus in team fights with Kayle, J4, and Galio instead.
Frosker, and something you brought up as well is that, yeah, we've been wondering after Desires and the Kai'Sas, what do you go for as a marksman? But the fact that Uzi goes for Ezreal is something different than if someone else goes for an Ezreal. He does something much more on that champion.
Yeah, so it is a cannonball composition coming out of the LPL. Their 2 most played champions historically are Galio and Jarvan. It's kind of the bread and butter. We were talking about it in the cast room. We saw it coming. SKT definitely should have seen it coming. And when you pair it with something like an Ezreal and a Kayle, you basically group everyone up in the little hoop, and then you just start throwing AoE damage on them. The Ezreal ultimate, the line damage through. Yamato, you also talked about that if you give away the Ezreal, then it makes it that much harder to lock it down. So I think that the composition makes sense, but I can understand why you might have wanted to see a Kai'Sa.
I think Kai'Sa is just so blatantly broken, and I think just giving it away, it also has escape tools. I think the idea behind RNG's draft here is to try to shoehorn SKT into a position where they don't have the Ezreal or the Tristana potentially into the Kai'Sa as a pick, but instead I think Kai'Sa's a champion that can just survive and just a high-quality champion in comparison to Ezreal.
High quality
Overpowered.
champion, definitely. Very high quality. Well, good drafts coming out of both sides. Willingness to fight, and that is what we saw. We're going to now run through those replays that Frostcurrent set up. First up, the Dragon fight, the Infernal in the end for SKT.
I had no idea we'd actually pull the replays. Yeah, keep your eyes on Xiaohu right now. He's getting blasted by Infernal. He stands in the Gangplank ultimate. He then has to burn it defensively and flashes into the wall. That is like solo lost on Xiaohu alone.
And it sucks because the setup for this Dragon was impeccable from RNG. They had the control wards all set up, they had the side lanes pushed out, they had firm control there, and even the GP teleport, which should have been the discussion. That should have been the point where you had to flash instantly. Xiaohu walks up to SKT where they knew they were, got blasted, unfortunate.
Yeah,
that's all you gotta say, man. What am I supposed to say?
Indeed, it looks very bad because if your Gangplank TPs in and immediately has to flash, you think, oh, well, we might not win that fight.
Yeah.
SKT turns it around. But then the next replay we're going to look at is where RNG end up getting the Baron, and this is where the power spikes start to hit, and they play out those team fights so well.
The story behind this play was that, of course, RNG manages to get 2 picks right before the Snatcher. They have a lot of good tools to force, and I think that's the biggest difference maker here for RNG in comparison to the last game. They have better tools to engage, they have better tools to force Nashor because that Mordekaiser can, of course, ult the Lee Sin, and all of a sudden he can't steal away from Kai'Sa.
Yeah, we missed the setup there.
There's absolutely no way to steal it from Kai'Sa. Not only is Galio just aiming for you, but also just the Mordekaiser just sitting there. It's just like not a possibility.
Let me do a check-in with the junglers then. It was our featured matchup coming in. Spawn was on the desk saying Clid is the best jungler in the world. We know that Kai'Sa is phenomenal. If you'd have to judge them just off this game, Frost, where does it go?
I mean, for me, I thought that Kai'Sa had a good read on Clid, but it was a team effort. It was constantly blitzing into Clid's jungle, placing down a lot of deep vision, making sure that he was tracking them, and it was Kai'Sa that got the superior counter ganks. Now, obviously, Clid also looked fantastic. He does things on Lee Sin that I think Spawn said it shouldn't really be possible. But for me, RNG had a clear plan to slow down and neutralize Clid in early.
That they did. They had a good team fight. They had the Baron. They seemed poised to not make the same mistakes that they did in the first game and to hang on to their lead. But something happens in this fight where Teddy steps up.
This is where you need to have that one member that's taking a look at how strong the GP's been getting, because he's been getting a lot of crit items at this point. This is a great start from RNG, but it's the finish that we should be talking about.
Yeah, and it's not something happened, it's someone happened, and it was Khan. Just absolutely destroyed RNG in a choke point. And now this is repeated instances where RNG are being out-team fought on the back half of it. And I think that's kind of the key takeaway when you look at this SKT. You look at the LPL, you look at RNG, you'd say like best team fighting region in the world, best team fighting team in the world, and SKT just destroyed them.
They did. In that light, I want to take a look at the Oppo player of the game, Teddy, and his pro view from the last team fight. And also where I want to ask the question, is this a worry for RNG, the fact that where is their bread and butter, the team fights, they get outplayed by SKT?
Oh, for sure. Because this was the sexiest team fight of the tournament so far. Where I thought, Ezreal repositioning was beautiful, but then he finds the ultimate right into the back line. And by the time Mordekaiser steals him in, that's a one fight because of his ultimate.
I just feel like it's a clear sign of frustration here for RNG. They're engaging on a Leona, and also the fact that they've reached this point in the game where they managed to find so many advantages. And Nashor earlier on, when Ning just ran it down, they could have ended, but instead Kai'Sa reaches a point where she has 6 items, and all of a sudden this Ezreal is not as effective no matter what player it is. It could be Uzi times 2 if you wanted. Kai'Sa is just going to be superior.
And that feels like the biggest gap when you're looking at the top teams in this tournament. If you make a single mistake, they will rip the game away from you, and that's why SKT are so devastating. It's not just in the team fights, it's Ming running it down in the mid lane when they had the Baron. It was the fact that RNG got their KO to level 16, but a single slip up and the game can be pulled away.
Just a reminder, like that whole GP barrel situation got SKT the Baron to begin with afterwards, so that bought them a lot of time. Suddenly Ryze could be able to get to his level 18 power spike. Like, that was unfortunate, and it was those mistakes that you had mentioned that really got SKT those games.
Fantastic display, not dropping a beat. SKT on their way to a 6-0 possibly. And earlier the teams filed into the Verdi Music Hall in hopes of promoting to the quarterfinals. You're catching the footage caught by the Oppo Reno 2 through its wide-angle lens. After the break, Fnatic and Clutch look to clash in Game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Hercules, I have been expecting you.
And I brought you a gift so you can fight properly. Red Bull.
Ooh, how nice of you, but also rather foolish. Mine, no mine, mine, no mine.
Mine. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back everyone, Laure here. SKT just qualified to quarterfinals and they will now fight for first place. I have Clid with me to talk about their performance. Thank you very much for joining me. On Countdown today, they were talking about the 2v2 mid jungle and how you guys should be on top, but it looks like you had some difficulties here. Do you agree? And why was that so?
우선 8만 수 너무 축하드립니다. 이제 시드1에 대한 싸움만 남았는데 우선 저희가 경기 시작 전에 이제 분석 데스크에서도 이런 얘기가 나왔어요. 이번 SKT RNG는 미드 정글 2대2가 정말 중요한 점일 것 같다. 어땠나요, 경기하면서?
일단 2대2 정글, 미드 정글에서 저희가 약간 좀 주도권을 가져왔어야 됐는데 초반 2대2 교전에서 실수가 나오는 바람에 좀 게임이 힘들어져서 좀 적팀의 흐름에 좀 많이 넘어간 것 같아요.
So we were supposed to win this 2v2 mid jungle, but then we made mistakes, so the game became really hard since that.
You turned it around in the end, and that's what matters. But now a bit more about you. You joined SKT this year as one of the returning players from China and one rookie in the LCK. And within a few months, you became one of the best junglers in the world and one of the pillars to SKT's success. So talk me through your steps to reach this level and how did SKT help you get there?
이제 중국에서 LCK로 돌아왔잖아요. 신인으로서, 근데 정글로서 정말 오늘 되게 좋은 실력을 보여주셨어요. SKT에서 정말 중요한 선수가 되고 세계에서 최고 선수 정글로 이제 불릴 만큼 그렇게 됐는데 올해 그런 과정에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주세요. 어떻게 SKT가 도움을 줬는지.
일단은 확실히 감독님의 영향이 좀 더 컸던 것 같고 왜냐면 일단 제가 생각 없이 플레이하는 것도 있었지만 감독님이 잘 케어줘줬고 그리고 저희 팀원들도 저희 플레이에 있어서 되게 많이 맞췄기 때문에 제 역할이 좀 더 잘 드러나지 않았나 싶어요.
I think the biggest part is the coach. The coach helped me a lot, and even the teammates. And while we were playing together, that's how I found my role, my place in SKT.
And it looks like SKT is back on top, and you guys have been looking so strong since the beginning of the World Championship. And people are now wondering if what happened to Korea last year was just a fluke. So what do you think about this? And do you feel like SKT and Korea can be the dominant region they used to be?
정말 SKT가 좀 좋은 실력을 보여줬습니다. 다시 최고에 되게 올라가는 것 같은데 사실 작년에 LCK가 좀 부진을 했어요. 그게 약간의 작년의 실수였는지 그리고 올해 다시 LCK가 세계 정상에 오를 수 있는지.
일단 지금까지 기세로는 저희 LCK 팀 세 팀 모두 다 잘하는 팀이고 그러다 보니까 무대에서 긴장만 하지 않고 그리고 손만 잘 풀렸다 치면은 되게 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 있어요.
I think all of the three teams from SDK, as long as they're not nervous, they're warm up and they can play together, will be able to show really good performance this year.
I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys play in best of 5 series. 감사합니다 for the interview clip. Thank you very much, Hajin, for the translation. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Laure, and I'm excited to see it as well, but it's Twisted Fate, it's Yuumi, it's Syndra. We're into the thick of picking bands. It's Clutch Gaming currently at 0-3 versus Fnatic at 1-2. It's do or die for both of these lineups, and the bands have now been confirmed. The Kiana, the Rumble, and the Pantheon, the final three for the side of Fnatic.
I think a lot of fans will rejoice. There will be no Garen Yuumi in this game, targeting that from Fnatic, banning it away very quickly and picking up the Rise there for a possible split push. Very flexible opening.
Xayah Rakan. This is what Fnatic fans want to see. This is what is extremely strong for Fnatic's bot lane. Hylissang is famous domestically for his Rakan performance. If Fnatic do not lock it in here, then they will never lock it for the rest of the tournament.
That's 1 of 2. Are we going to get the Rakan? I'm building anticipation, but there's 20 seconds left. They're going to have plenty of time.
Can you auction off the Rakan for me, Drake?
Well, they might not.
How many people are willing to cheer for Rakan? One Rakan pick. That's not a lot. All right.
No Rakan. No Rakan.
They're not invested.
Here.
So they could go for jungle here. They could save the Rakan pick for the next phase because they know that if they lock in Xayah Rakan now, then it gives Clutch priority in terms of a counter. And now it forces Clutch into, do we want to lock in the Rakan? Nope, they don't. Nope. They just want to pick their solo laners, get their jungler in, and now Fnatic can go for the Rakan.
And the Elise has been extremely highly priced here at the World Championship. So many of these junglers being able to make early tower dives happen with this champion that it's been banned a tremendous amount, even on blue side. So Fnatic not hesitating, picking up that Elise for Broxah. When you see this type of champion, you think early game kills, possible tower dives, and you need to complement it with strong lanes to go to as the Elise. You cannot pick weak lanes with this jungler.
And we saw the opposite jungle matchup last time around. It was Lyra on the Elise, Broxah on the Lee Sin. Broxah could get nothing done. So now it's a chance for redemption for Broxah and for Nemesis. His Cassio locked in very early in the draft.
Now, Nemesis domestically is known for his Casio. He didn't showcase the widest champion pool, but the champions that he was very confident on, had great performances on, the Casio fell underneath that pool. And they wanted to lock it in now because they're confident that the Rise will be going in the mid lane for Damonte, and they believe that the Casio is a good matchup into that, so why not just lock it in now, and you have a bunch of other supports you can lock in the second half later.
For sure. Seeing Clutch Gaming lock in the Gangplank, it kind of gives away the possibility of those flexes. Technically, they still can do it, but that's the highly likely Rise matchup there. And Nemesis, I have to say, for Fnatic, he has performed so well on this World stage. I was a bit worried, with the pressure that comes with Worlds, would he be able to perform? He has done so both on the Rift and in communication for the team.
Now, I will say that Clutch's draft so far, while it doesn't really give a lot of flexibility, you're pretty confident where everything is going unless they decide to put the GP mid. Nice hover there from Reckless. Clutch have a pretty well-rounded comp. Very simple. It is identical to what we saw from SKT in the last game. Very strong in the side lanes. Can also be impactful in the team fights as well. And I think that it gives them a lot of options for where they want to go. You expect something like the Kai'Sa to be locked in.
Give us the Karma 2. One hover over. That's a new one. Urgot. Definitely going to go in the hands of Bwipo on the top side of the map. Last time he busted this pick out, it came out of nowhere, and it was a huge performance.
Yeah, Bwipo definitely long-time Urgot player, super comfortable on this champion. And with an Elise, you can definitely get those kills onto Gangplank. So we'll see how it actually matches up with Clutch. What is the response for the bottom lane going to be? We're expecting some mages. Not disappointed. Very quickly here, instant lock in there for Cody Sun. He is going to have the Heimerdinger. Now, traditionally for Clutch Gaming, it's always been Cody Sun on a regular marksman, high amounts of damage for them in those mid-game team fights. Heimerdinger is one of the mages that is capable of those high heights of damage output, but it does require a little bit more setup from the team.
And looking to neutralize some of this bot lane match with the Pyke coming in for Vulcan as well. The potential to just keep fights going with those executes. See if Hylissang wants to respond with Leona. In the past, been considered a counter pick to the Pyke, as you can follow through on most of his dashes.
Definitely makes it hard for lane phase. Another bonus of Heimerdinger is that you set up turrets at your turret, and you can just try and wave clear and let the Pyke roam. So Clutch Gaming may be trying to buy more time for Vulcan to roam around the map and create some extra plays for them. Fnatic, though, they're definitely well accustomed with that style. As Hylissang, one of the most frequent roaming supports in the entire world.
So here's my theory. Lyra is going to look to gank top early. He's going to try and get a kill onto Bwipo, put him behind, put him down, as we often see Lyra try and set up Huni for success, especially on one of his well-known picks in the Gangplank, which he's had great performances on this split. Whereas Fnatic, bot lane, we're gonna see dives with the Elise, with the Casio being able to gain early prio. I would not be surprised to see Reckless and Hylissang trying to shut down Cody Sun and playing through the star player of Fnatic in Reckless.
I think Fnatic also have to be aware of a possible deviation in playstyle from Clutch. If Lyra goes mid to Damonte's lane, the Rise, that setup can be devastating for Cassiopeia, who's looking to play aggressive. And that's not what we're used to seeing from Clutch Gaming, but it would work wonders here.
And here we are, back on the Rift. Clutch Gaming, 5-man strong, barreling towards the bottom side of the map, and Fnatic are doing the same thing.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go!
Pick, they're going in, they're fighting. There's too much happening for me to play by play, but that's the Lee Sin. Diving to the backside, Vulcan is going to get shut down. The Gorga in the fight, doing so much. That's 2 for Fnatic, that's 0 for Clutch, and this is the start Europe dreamed of.
Oh my! Fnatic are known for level 1 setups. They came into the World Championship with the highest first blood rate of any team, and Clutch go down bottom lane for the schoolyard fight, run straight in, 5-on-5. Both supports get focused at the beginning of this, and you see how both of them try and make that exit.
Vulcan actually goes in to try and stun all of Fnatic, and he ends up just killing himself. Lyra on the front line, he can't do much once he's in to then get out, and you can see the reaction from Bwipo. Fnatic pretty much doubling their pre-15-minute KDA after that single play.
And if you're a Fnatic fan, that has to feel good. Rekkles back on an AD carry. Fnatic with the lead before the lane phase even starts. This is something Fnatic fans know and love. But now a bit of a return to normalcy. No doubt that Fnatic have the lead for now in the early game. 1,000 gold in their back pocket, but they have to continue to look to extend it.
We have to track summoner spells though. Flash is down for Bwipo, Flash is down for Hylissang. Same for Vulcan and Lyra, which means that the laners for CGE aren't actually in too bad of a situation. And again, we talked about it in draft. Lyra is the kind of player that loves to play around Huni. He doesn't typically play around Damonte, but as you said, they have a very strong 2v2 that they could look to play around. But it's pretty much all about the solo laners. And the fact that Bwipo does not have his flash means that this is a prime opportunity for Lyra to set up a gank towards topside.
And given the struggles of Broxah, last time these two teams face, it's so crucial for him with this positive start to keep it going for the side of Fnatic. Because Lyra, a guy who struggled a little bit in the play-in stage, really showed up in that best of 5 and has been pretty solid since. And you see Broxah 0k plus A.
That's a 2 now, though. That's a 2.
That is a 2 now after that level 1 fight. So already a huge improvement, but he has to keep that going because Lyra was everywhere last time they played.
And Broxah has fully cleared the top side of the map, as that Elise, so possibly looking to the bottom. And bottom is what I want to address in the champion select here for Clutch Gaming. Because
a huge improvement, but he has to keep
deviation from normal Clutch Gaming that fans have seen all year long. Cody Sun in 2019 has not played a single mage. Now he is on the Heimerdinger. First professional game for him on the Heimerdinger thus far. We've seen it from a few of the other North American AD carries. Sneaky played it already at the World Championship, as well as definitely being known for it. We'll see how they can actually handle this lane on the bottom side. The theory was to get Pyke some time to roam there for Vulcan. Now, the early game in level 1 and going the way that it did, definitely going to throw a bit of a wrench into their plans, though.
Yeah, but I think that once Cody Sun has completed one of his early items, maybe even just if he goes for an early lost chapter if he wants to, just getting a little bit of mana when he can just sit back and play a little defensively, that's when I think we'll start to see Vulcan looking to roam around the map. But this early on, it doesn't surprise me that he's still sticking around in lane.
And you can see the good vision laid down by the side of Clutch Gaming, denying Brox's avenues into this lane. Cody Sun and Vulcan giving a lot of respect to Rekkles and Hylissang. Seeing the Elise there, they're willing to back off the wave to give up a little bit of pressure. And the second they see the Elise gone, they can push right back in. So far, a slow and steady laning phase, but not really giving up any advantages to the side of Fnatic. What? X-Flash.
Yep, Hylissang gonna go in for an attempt, and Vulcan will answer. It's very important to watch the state of this bottom lane too, because this is a first dragon Infernal Drake. An early push on bottom side of the map is going to help so much. Clutch Gaming have a Gangplank ultimate from the top side. Level 6 will come online fairly shortly for Huni. And they can possibly, if the bottom lane is perma pushing here with Heimerdinger like you're used to seeing, make an early play setting up for an Infernal.
Additionally, so much harder once Huni does hit that level 6 to get anything done. Poke comes in there from Vulcan. Bit awkward as it means the Aftershock will be now down for the next 45 seconds, but still just trying to poke, still just trying to get lane priority, and they will. We'll secure it with the Heimerdinger, so things going pretty well for the bottom side of the map for Clutch.
But there's so much vision being invested from Fnatic towards the bot side as well. You can see all these wards, the control ward here, the 2 wards that have just timed out for the side of Fnatic. They wanted to make sure that this bot side was safe, and that's what they were using Broxah for earlier on in the lane.
Yeah, I love that, because the vision here is twofold for Fnatic. It accomplishes 2 of their main objectives. Whoa!
Hold that thought. Hylissang gonna get stunned up. He's ignited. He might just go down here. They're trying to turn it though. Vulcan now needs to run for the hills. The ignite is ticking, and it's gonna be the 1-for-1. 80 carries killing supports. Bot laners killing supports.
Okay, so pretty even trade with Lyra hanging around. That was a dangerous play from Hylissang. His flash not only just coming back up, but the fact that a Heimerdinger was able to find the kill, especially with the state of the wave, definitely favorable for the side of Clutch.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the wards for Fnatic accomplished 2 major goals, one of which being contain contain the Pyke to bottom lane, but Leona is containing Pyke to bottom lane here as they trade support kills and send him back to the fountain once again.
Definitely an overzealous play, I feel, from Hylissang. Whenever you're diving into a Heimerdinger, you're also diving into all of his turrets. And you could just see the triangle that he set up, where no matter where Hylissang went, he was committed to that play. So if it weren't for Hylissang dishing out the damage, they found another pick.
It's going to be Hylissang finds him with the wall. Vulcan now has to run for his life. Blast Cone is there. He will make it out to safety, unspotted. Now can heal up.
Another play off of that ward for Fnatic. They defend that control ward very aggressively. Really nice move for them to chunk down Vulcan's HP once again. And he has to go back to lane. You can see no health potions. Meanwhile, Hylissang has actually seen into the future, and he knows he's going to go back to base a lot. He's got the refillable potion plus a bunch of biscuits, so he's got plenty of sustain now. That actually forced Vulcan to go back. He buys a health potion while the Infernal Drake is taken by Fnatic, earned by that setup.
Now, you will notice that a CS discrepancy is building in the top lane, and this may seem confusing because, well, Bwipo got first blood. Well, the important thing to note is that he spent that first blood money on a cull, so it's much more about later gold investment, but also he didn't have flash, and he knows that Broxah is not going to be playing around him. So you can see he's playing very defensively to avoid plays like
kicked
this.
in the wall, the follow-up is there. He will be able to make it out, forcing the flash from the side of Bwipo. Nothing really burned from the side of Clutch Gaming either. Well played.
So Bwipo's still forced to flash, but you can see that he was playing very far back in the lane. He was trying to be wary of potential gank, and this is just Bwipo doing what he often does, which is play weak side of the map. Sometimes he gets resources, but recognizing that the bot lane is where Broxah wants to try and play through, he's doing what he can to just survive and get through the lane.
That's going to be big. Hylissang now has to run. That's a big tower. Just out of range. The ult is going to come in from the GP, but it's not even needed. A clean kill from the Clutch Gaming bottom lane.
Yep, Gangplank ultimate also used there from Huni to ensure that they're able to finish off that kill. That is one of the globals they're going to have to keep track of. See if Lyra actually moves up to clear that control ward, because that has really allowed Fnatic for more of these aggressive plays and containing bottom side. Meanwhile, here's another look at the engage.
So, hook lands onto Hylissang, the stun comes through, ultimate turret to just melt through his HP bar, and then the Gangplank ultimate there is insurance just in case. Honestly, just clean setup from the bot lane of Clutch Gaming.
Yeah, the important part of that play is hitting your skill shot on Heimerdinger, because as you could see, the big damage comes through from those charged up lasers from the turrets, but if you hit your skill shot, that instantly charges them up. That allows them to have the damage. And that's the key part that everybody needs to learn before stepping onto the Rift with the big brain.
It's true. And now, Glacial Augment, on top of that, you have the hose on the bottom side. So even easier for both the Pyke and the Heimerdinger to land those skill shots. And while Vulcan kind of expected to maybe lane to leave Cody Sun on his own, he's been spending a lot of time in the bot lane, and it's been paying off for Clutch.
A mid lane dive is going to happen. Lyra, he's on his wolves, and they're going to set up for the dive. Here it comes.
3 members. Stunner for the wall will not connect to Damonte. Is going to try to go in here. Damonte going to flash back. Lyra, is he going to go over? He will try to protect, but for now it is just the plates for the side of Fnatic. Single one going over them. Looks like they will go for the second.
See if they can back off in time, because Vulcan is heading up. I think that is just a win-win scenario for Fnatic. Going for the dive, they burn the flash of Damonte as well as still getting money from the turret play. They avoid the pincer move from Clutch Gaming's bottom lane. And that is just earned money.
Yeah, returning back to the laning phase, we check in. Small lead for Rekkles. Bwipo pretty steadily falling behind, a 20 CS discrepancy. Obviously, the Cole will make up for some of that, but not necessarily the start that he was looking for. Mid lane, Nemesis with the advantage, the extra plates on top of the CS, should be feeling quite comfortable. And the hook, just short of Rekkles.
So now we enter a bit of more of a lull state as the Dragon is going to be spawning in about 1 minute 45 seconds. Fnatic recognize that they want to try and get this bot lane ahead, given that Hylissang has just hit level 6. Flashes in.
Hylissang flashing in, trying to layer all of the CC, the pullback on there, trying to save the day, but it's not enough. Lyra kick to the wall. It's going to be at least one. The Pyke gets the reset, but he has to go right back to the base of Broxah. Disaster for Clutch.
Yeah, Vulcan goes in because he wants to share the money on that kill, but he ends up going down as well. Another kill over to Fnatic, and the bottom lane is going to push for turret plates.
I think Lyra should be fine here. The chances of Fnatic trying to force that dive are unlikely. Meanwhile, Damonte is hovering around for a potential roam, and we did see Nemesis also roam down to offer assistance, but this was just Clutch initiating the engage. starting by landing the stun onto Hylissang, but he just flashes straight onto the Heimerdinger, and you can see the chain CC. He never even gets an opportunity to move. Yes, it ends up being a trade kill, but as Vulcan jumps in, he ends up losing his life, and now 1v1 in the top.
Pushing for the 1v1, might want to try to throw down the ultimate, but Huni's just going to run him down. He wants to finish him off. He's desperate to get him, and he gets it! No! It's canceled! He burns in the duration of the ultimate!
The only way to stop that Urgot ultimate is to kill Urgot, and he burns down at the last second. Damonte being chased out the river, though. I think Clutch are out of the fire.
And Huni gets the big outplay onto Bwipo. I thought he was dead. The chain seemed to spell his demise, but he was just barely able to make the outplay happen. It may have even just been the burn from the Gangplank passive that found that final execution. And it ends up being Clutch Gaming staying relevant in this game.
And I'm not sure if you can maybe input buffer a parlay as you're hit by the suppression.
No, he burned down.
There you go.
Oh, he actually oranged out of it, I believe.
Well, that's fine. We always... just one of the most staple parts of Gangplank's
Wait, I didn't think you could orange out of it. I thought that you were guaranteed to die the moment the ult hit you.
They just called in and told me that's what happened.
All right, fair enough.
I'll take
Today
it,
I learned. There you go.
You could have just said you were really smart. You didn't have to. You're like, look, I just remember everything flawlessly.
I, as one familiar with the life of pirates, am familiar with the counter of oranges.
There you go. No scurvy for Huni on the top side, and it's going to be frustrating for Bwipo. Clutch, though, advantage on the top side, now setting up on the bottom side. We can take a look one more time.
So here we go. You can see that Bwipo tries to force this all in. Honestly, from the very beginning, it looks like it's not going to go in his favor, but the shotgun lane's just barely enough.
Yeah,
and there's the orange. And then he just gets pulled into melee range where he hits you with the auto and kills you.
The power of Citrus here, saving Huni, and it does bring Clutch back into a very decent position in this game. It was going really, really heavily for Fnatic after their bottom lane focus, and they're still going to have to worry about Rekkles because Rekkles is so incredibly strong at the moment with those 2 kills, farming away on Xayah.
And while it has been mostly successful on the bottom side for Clutch Gaming up until that last play, things are going to get more difficult. Xayah now taking up home in the mid lane. The first item completed with the Essence Reaver there can kind of just unlimitedly push these waves out and use abilities.
All 5 members of Fnatic grouping up in mid now, want to utilize this Rift Herald to secure a couple more plates.
Vulcan using the Ghost Water dive just to scout positioning, see how many members are here. Lyra waiting over the wall. How many members of Fnatic will step forward? A ward, not going to get placed. Lyra still unspotted. Could now look for the flank. That's going to be huge. Rekkles caught up, locked down. Now needs to make it out to safety. Good damage, but not enough. Puck is going to pull Nemesis back. He uses the ultimate, but it's not going to be there. Nemesis is going to get taken down. He's burning. He's ticking. Is it going to be enough in the end? Nemesis will drop, but Fnatic continuing to look for the fight, and there is no oranges anymore. Bwipo's going to find one, but Clutch are not finished. The double kill for Huni, and the fight will stop.
And a very close fight, but messy execution from Fnatic. They overstay underneath the tower, and Rekkles just gets too close. Good binding setup coming out from Cody-san and Damonte to really threaten the AD carry and force him out of the fight early, which ultimately forces Hylissang to dive underneath the tower, and this allows Clutch to not only hold on to their mid-tier 1, but trade back 2 kills.
Now let's take another look. As the Rift Herald goes down, big ultimate from Heimerdinger, finds the stun, Rekkles under tower. That's what forces the disengage immediately from Fnatic, and then Vulcan with the re-engage onto Nemesis. Huni ulting down to finish off that kill, and this is the tower dive that gets a bit dirty.
Yeah, it certainly is. The bright side for Fnatic is they're able to at least get 2 kills back, but... Oh, wait. Rekkles just died.
Cody-san has found the kill. Let's take another look.
I'm going to say, I'm going to guess outplayed, but we're going to see. Maybe just a misstep here.
I mean, Cody-san having a pretty solid first Heimerdinger game on the pro stage at the very least. And now CG are going to use this as an opportunity to push out bot, steal away the blue buff, gain control over the enemy jungle.
And I do want to say for Cody-san, you know, he had a fantastic best of 5 to make it into the group stage. You know, phenomenal CSD, incredible KDA, and as we take a look back at this one, he's been struggling so far in the main groups, but here with the help of Vulcan, he just gets to build a little Heimerdinger montage, doesn't he?
So no flash, no ult on the side of Rekkles, and a good hook coming out from Vulcan means that it's actually a pretty easy setup to find the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Heimerdinger with Glacial Augment, you basically can't move on that slow field. Allows them to hit the skill shots and take down the enemy marksman. That is very big because we mentioned Rekkles was one of the Fed members of Fnatic, had the bounty on his head. Definitely giving a decent amount of gold back.
Now working toward the Leandries as well, so we'll shred through some of the higher health targets like Bwipo and Hylissang on the opposite side. Although Bwipo has finished the first item, opting for the Death Dance, wants a little bit more sustain in that potential side lane matchup. Lockdown will be there on Cody Sun, though. There should be an easy kill pickup. Fnatic.
Easy come, easy go. Fnatic strike back and they get their own kill. Tower is down.
It's just both supports running around being like, and you will die, and you will die, and you will die. Fnatic, though, going to convert this into a mid-tier 2.
Oh, GP Alto coming out, going to try to deny the push. Reckless, though, picked off. He's going to be forced to ult here. Huni going to get a big barrel. Says, hey, remember when we used to play together? That's going to do it. One shot, one kill from the Pirate. 10 years, you tasted that pistol, and all it takes is one more.
And the game continues to get messy for Fnatic as they misposition, they overstay, and Clutch are finding these opportunities to get picks back onto their side. Note that they have the gold advantage. Damonte is going to find another tower in the top side, and you can't afford to disrespect Clutch because in the time off, they have refined their strategies. They're willing to fight back, and while initially this pick looks good, you can see that Fnatic overstay and give Clutch an opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, that pick definitely was good for Fnatic. Here, pushing too far. You mentioned, Vedios, the support's moving around. You die. Well, Vulcan hooks in Reckless. Well-placed Gangplank ultimate and barrels there from Huni to get him low enough. Then they actually both go in and are able to take down Hylissang as he eases forward, picking up the extra kill. During this time, too, Clutch actually sent Damonte split pushing. So they've taken an outer tower. The top tower killed by Clutch during those replays really opens the map for them, allows them to utilize the Gangplank and Rise in a similar fashion to what we saw from SK Telecom, pressuring on that map, collapsing now to the objective of Mountain Dragon.
And we got to recognize that hook lands.
Hylissang now pulled back amidst the team right face first in that Heimerdinger tower, and he's going to go down before the fight even starts. Stopwatch is going to buy him a bit more time. Leader kicking through the entire fight. Massive slow coming in from Cody Sun. They're going to move in with Ryzel, but they have to be careful. Nemesis is just immediately going to ult. They give him the setup for it. Now they're going to try to turn it to Monte, running for the hills. The Seraphs has been procced, but Bwipo will find the fear, sending Clutch running for the hills. The Urgot healing up, but it's not enough. Vulcan coming through Clutch as Damonte will grab the kill.
And Fnatic, they end up failing once more. Clutch Gaming are continuously punishing Fnatic for these oversteps. Beautifully played from CG, and I wanted to note at the beginning of that fight that Huni 4-0. He had the completed Trinity Force. This Pirate is strong. Yet Fnatic choose to force a fight onto him, and his damage with just the Gangplank ultimate alone was monstrous.
Let's take another look at the setup here. Early barrels placed. Really nice shot from Vulcan, pulling Hylissang away from the rest of the team. And you can see big flank by Lyra on the outside. Once again, Glacial Augment Heimerdinger doing so much to control the space of these team fights. But this is where they step very far forward, and you actually put the Mountain Dragon objective afterwards into a little bit of jeopardy. But pulling him back in, Damonte finishes off the kill onto Bwipo. So in the end, it also does allow Clutch to stack 2 Mountain Dragons for themselves. Here we go, though. Back out to live. Fnatic setting up towards bottom half of the map.
And they have now been spotted out. Vulcan knows this is coming. Has gotten the Duskblade, of course, getting a lot of gold from the power of that ultimate.
Clutch Gaming right now looking very good. They're in a very comfortable position. Something that we often say for Clutch is you want to put Huni in a position of power, and he's definitely in a position of power. He's feeling very comfortable on the GP. He's even going to be given the red buff as well, and we know that with this composition, you can look to play side lanes, but the team fighting isn't weak either. And we're seeing that in a lot of these skirmishes and a lot of the overall fights, it's Clutch that's coming out on top because of how hard it is to actually close the gap against the CG roster. The fact that you have the Gangplank ultimate, you have the kick from the Lee Sin, and you have the Heimer turrets means that there's this area of zone that you were talking about in the last fight that makes it very difficult for Fnatic to be able to keep at the range that they want to.
Yeah, there are a couple of things here. Well, we might have a pick as Vulcan is looking around.
Hook is going to go in, will connect. Roxy goes up, comes right back down. Huni in the midst of the entire team, though. He's going to get picked off before the fight even begins. That's a solid option for Fnatic.
And now it's Clutch that end up getting punished. They think that they've caught Elise out of position, but a good use of the repel actually takes her to safety. And unfortunately, given the positioning, Clutch was split up. One half of the, or 2 members were on the other side of the wall, which meant they couldn't offer that same support, which means that Fnatic find a kill.
Fnatic now feeling a lot more confident as they lay down a bit of vision around this Baron. Start to look to pressure in mid lane. Clutch opting to reset will give them priority over this area. With Cassio, that's very easy for them to threaten. Of course, they're going up against the double mountain on the side of Clutch, so both teams can at any moment with an advantage try to take this Baron.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon is so good at threatening not only neutrals, but also some of the towers here, right? Because your ejective push is very, very powerful. They have a Gangplank and a Rise, both with teleport, that can try and split the map here for Clutch. Now you can see upon revival, Clutch are defaulting to that strategy, the 1-3-1, sending Huni back up topside, and they've already got Damonte down bottom. But the idea there is to try and split Fnatic apart and open up opportunities for picks with that Pyke. Now, Fnatic are looking for a similar thing here with Hylissang on Leona, and the long-range ultimate is what Cody Sun has to be directly aware of. Currently has a stopwatch in inventory, but Broxah is looking to make this a 4-person dive. Almost 5 here, even Bwipo now coming.
Waiting in the darkness. Will Lyra drop a ward? Not going to spot it quite yet. Damonte on the bottom side, the Pyke roaming back to mid. Broxah is getting closer and closer to the edge of that vision. Wants to throw out a cocoon, and it could be Huni caught once again. And it's so tense because Fnatic are clearly looking for that pick, clearly looking for that setup.
Yeah, Fnatic doing a good job of taking advantage of that fog of war. You could see the map was so dark for Clutch Gaming, and Fnatic lying in wait. But because of that darkness, they play more safely. They pull off the split push. So no ground gain for either team.
Bwipo does have TP, but he's choosing to group up with his team to make sure that they have numbers to make it harder for CG to be able to push, but their wave clear is so strong, and now Bwipo thinking that he can walk through his half of the jungle. It doesn't really belong to Fnatic right now. CG, as we continue to say, in a very comfortable spot for the time being, maintaining control over the Baron, and that's another thing you have to respect. Heimerdinger's Baron, very potent, especially with a double mountain in the back pocket of Clutch. If they just throw down the Heimerdinger ulti, and they only really need one other member, they could melt that down without Fnatic even knowing.
Clutch instead will not opt to start this one. Right as everyone else backs, Cody Sun just throws down the turret and threatens. Won't be able to make it out of that one. Nemesis did manage to take down the bottom tier 1 while this posturing around Baron happened, but he will not continue to split. Damonte going to be forced to respond to those minions, and it should mean the Fnatic can walk back into the pit and clear out a bit more of this vision. Maybe CG want to look for a play in the setup, however.
Now, I don't think this third Mountain Dragon holds a lot of weight. I mean, Clutch Gaming already have so much power in killing the Baron that if Fnatic send multiple people down to this Dragon, they can threaten the Baron area. Already they're moving into it. Fnatic will quickly take up the mountain, though, and now have some extra true damage for themselves.
Connects. Bwipo, though, too tanky of a target to be taken down. 2 items already, the Black Cleaver and the Death Stance. Going to make things a little bit more difficult if they want to burst through the Urgot in future fights, but almost 5 members of both teams set up around this mid/top side of the map. Baron clearly the focus for both sides. I wonder if we're just going to see a massive team fight around it, or if someone's going to try to get a silent advantage before we do.
I like that we're seeing a much more patient mid-game from Clutch. The last time they played against Fnatic, Braddock, and
that's going to be the ulti. Brox is going to go up, and he's going to have to come back right back down. If they kill the jungler to start this fight off, they can instead turn to the Baron. That's the shutdown coming in for Pyke, but Nemesis, he's looking for the kill, he's looking for the isolation, and he is. Bwipo's going to snipe him out, and that's all that Fnatic need to set their sights on this Baron. Can they turn back? The Reckless Feathers fly, they're pulled right back, and down goes Cody Sun. Lyra next on the list, and it started so well for Clutch, but it turned against them so fast.
Look at that aggressive play from Reckless, flashing forward for the extra kills there. Nemesis starts it off with the Cassiopeia ultimate, securing that kill. They run down Clutch Gaming and they start the Baron.
Vulcan hovering, waiting in the darkness. Lyra now coming back, has the flash, was able to make it out alive. Can he steal this one? It's not going to happen, and Nemesis is running down Vulcan. He's gotten that flash as well. Hylissang's right over the wall. He's not going to find it though. The Zenith Blade. Lyra now trying to escape, but this is a nightmare scenario for Clutch. They've just given them yet another kill.
And just as I was praising Clutch for slowing the game down, they tried to force a fight. This wasn't a bad fight to force. As you were saying, Dracos, if they found a pick onto the jungler, then making this Baron becomes a lot easier. But look at the split focus. Ooh. You can see that Damonte wanted to try and zone Nemesis away, but Nemesis with the counter-engage ulti sets up for him and Reckless to then just melt through the front line, and the chase begins.
Damonte turned around for a split second to throw that Q, gets stunned up. And as you can see the reaction from the Clutch Gaming staff there. Starting out with the pick, got their hopes very high, but that turned around so quickly as Fnatic strike back.
Just a brutal fight. And the second that both Fnatic carries get to focus on a single member of CG, the fight is not going down under your terms. And as nice as it is to pick off an Elise, it is not how you win a greater team fight. Fnatic, now with the Baron buff, have to keep an eye on what their next move is. For now, it's setting up on the bottom side of the map. Huni will continue to split push, has his flash, his ultimate, his teleport, can still come to the fight if necessary. But I think he's just focusing on getting as much gold as possible.
All right, see what they can get done with the Baron buff. 4-1 right now from Fnatic, with Broxah waiting in the wings.
Just sitting, hovering in Fog of War.
They're going for Bwipo.
Oh, Bwipo all on his lonesome. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. The hook will miss. Huni continues to push on the top side.
Bottom's
of the map.
open.
They're now going to back. Bwipo's now going to back, but that means the inhibitor is open. Huni wants to trade one back desperately, is steadily burning through that tower, but one inhibitor already dropped to the side of Fnatic. Bwipo's there to stop anything else from happening. Fnatic are going to continue to step forward, knowing that Huni, kind of the biggest threat on this team, is not in the fight.
Bwipo has teleport as well, so should the Gangplank show up in the bot lane, he will be able to respond. Fnatic just going to disengage and be happy with the bot lane inhib. You can understand what CG tried to do there. This was the best case scenario for them, being able to trade inhibitors. And the fact that they've exposed one definitely gives them a few options a little bit later on into the game. But if they tried to 5v5, that could have been the game. So don't run the risk, just concede the inhib and see whatever you can get back elsewhere on the map.
And in a game that will eliminate them if they lose it, that is crucial. You have to play 2 more games today, starting with a win keeps hope alive, keeps the dream alive. You heard Damonte talk about it earlier. It's been done before. But losing right here just cuts all that hope away.
I really did like that interview, where Damonte was talking about having hope. But the only problem with it's been done before, they're playing Fnatic, who was the team that did it before.
It's like Highlander. There can only be one, Kobe.
And I mean, when we think about Fnatic trying to make that miracle happen again, to try and go 3-0 in the second week, based on this performance, especially after our first game of the day, they haven't looked the most convincing. We've seen a lot of oversteps. We've seen players being out of position, and they're going to have to short a lot up if they want to stand a chance as Clutch looking for a pick on a Bwipo.
Speaking of out of position, Bwipo has definitely been caught out. The GP all going to zone anyone else from coming in. Bwipo gets taken down. That's a massive shutdown. Extra gold to the back pocket of the Pyke.
Second time's the charm for Clutch Gaming. They focus on the split pusher. They try and kill Bwipo, are able to get him this time with multiple members engaging. And they've been able to wait out the Baron. This game is still within striking distance for this team. As you alluded to, Vedius, their #1 plan is defense right now. They're just trying to hold on to their inhibitors, waiting for the bottom one to respawn. And see if they actually pick up the Cloud Dragon before Fnatic get there. There is a small timing window here. Bwipo's got 15 seconds before he can teleport out.
So one of the things for Clutch is by taking this Drake, I believe it won't actually spawn the Elder. So there will still be another Drake, and I think that one of the best ways for Clutch to actually come back into this game is to fight and contest for an Elder Drake to give you more fighting power later on. So they could have waited until the 30-minute mark to then try and spawn the Elder next, to then make it spawn earlier on into the game. But by prioritizing the Cloud, at the very least an Inferno will be next up, which will still be a valuable Drake to have.
My only problem with that is that they don't have free reign to take the dragon whenever they want. The only reason they could take that dragon is that Bwipo is dead.
Sure.
And he was only going to stay dead for 15 more seconds.
And regardless, the ability for Clutch, if they can find a setup around objective, to win fights with the GP barrels, with the Heimerdinger turrets, their static defense options are so incredibly good if they can get to an objective and set up around an objective first. The difficulty comes if they're the ones poking into Fog of War, because you can see 4 items for Reckless. That is a death cap on the Cassio on top of Fnatic's Infernal Drake. The carry threat, the potential to just get burst down for face checking, is massive. Will not connect here, though. Fnatic continuing down mid lane. Cody Sun potentially caught out once again. Have they managed to lock him down? He's going to lay down the tower. He still has the Zhonya's. He can buy a bit more time. Hylissang pulled back under the tower. Cody Sun needs to make it out to safety. Is still alive for now, but that's going to do it. A perfect pick to start off for Fnatic, but have they overstayed? Fishing now for the hooks. Vulcan can't look for the reset leader. Kicking in, he kicks him into the entire team. That's the Pyke dream. It's everything you can ask for. A big barrel to go on top of Fnatic. They're still turning the fight. I can't believe it. Bwipo, he's still still alive. Reckless is still alive. He shut down Huni. Damonte has to be careful if he overstays as well. He's going to get knocked back. The Realm Warp is going to be canceled. Damonte is going to get cut down. Damonte needs to finish this one out. He flashes over the wall. He's running for his life. 2 members left standing on both sides.
Oh, everybody was jumping after that team fight. They chase them into the jungle. Fnatic strikes back as Clutch had the early lead and forced them into this small corridor. Cody-san, by the way, got them into this position with 2 stopwatches. He has the stopwatch itself, it breaks, uses the Zhonya's afterwards for another Zhonya's, and then they went out the entire Gangplank ultimate. Hylissang, after the double engages so low here, Lyra goes in for the big combo
And watch
with
Huni here, watch
Vulcan.
Huni. Look at the Gangplank barrels here as well. Onto the big 3 in the backline. You think at this point the fight is over, but the miasma zones Damonte out of the fight, meaning it's so difficult for him to be able to clean up and actually guarantee a big win for CG.
Look at how these team fights are going. Everybody jumping up and down. And that was a big Nemesis ultimate that made everyone gasp and cover their mouths.
Speaking of gasping, we're setting up for another fight. This time, Cody-san will not be caught off guard. He doesn't have his Zhonya's, but they do have the setup. Fnatic knows that this one's coming. It's going to be a bloody brawl in the Baron pit, but Bwipo is still dead. Bwipo is picked off. This is the opportunity for Clutch to just take this one. Can he burn it down? Smite fight will it be going down? Lyra gets it up against Broxa. Baron going down for Clutch.
And now it's Clutch Gaming that has secured the Baron buff. They fought valiantly to get back into the game.
What?
Oh.
This is how Bwipo died.
This is tried to make a backdoor happen into 2 members, and we were talking earlier about Fnatic making these mistakes and Bwipo getting caught out, but that overforce to try and make a backdoor happen was too overzealous, and now Clutch respond by securing a Baron.
The Heimer has a Genius Hunter. That's why the Zhonya's was up again. Bwipo didn't think the Zhonya's would be there. He has a Genius Hunter. It's reducing the item active cooldowns and lets him survive.
Unbelievable. Now Fnatic is the team on the back foot with the Baron buff. Ooh, look at the ping's top side. Look at the ping's top side. We can see that Nemesis has his eyes set on Damonte. He's not going to fall for that trap. We'll walk away.
Yeah, there's very little vision on the map right now, side from around Baron. So the split pushing is dangerous work. And every time that you see them slip into the fog of war here, they have to play very, very cautiously. Now you can see all the question mark ping spam, finally finding them on the minion reveal here. Clutch Gaming trying to push up mid into the bottom side where Huni already ushered those minions to the tower.
Vulcan and Lyra have been so good at finding hooks, at finding kicks in the last few exchanges. Can they find another one here? Have the siege set up, Huni moving on to the bottom side, Cody-san and his tower set up in the middle, and the rest of the team roaming between the lanes. Will we see a split fight?
Keep your eyes on Nemesis as well. He has gotten multiple big Cassiopeia ults that have turned team fights. You need to turn around, not face the Cassiopeia so that you don't get stunned during that. Clutch Gaming do move back over towards the mid lane to try and finish that turret off.
Huge barrel onto Reckless. The Gangplank ult follows. They're going to get the ult out early from the side. They're going to have to give up this tower from the side of Fnatic with Vulcan. Vulcan might just look for more. He wants to go on a Reckless. He's going to grab him. Snipes him out the back. The support hero. Exactly what Clutch need. And now they can continue their siege. Now they can break open the base.
That's absolutely massive, taking out one of the big carries for Fnatic. Now there's only really Nemesis left to hold the line. Fnatic, they're going to be forced to concede 2 inhibitors here.
And Pyke still has the reset on the ult, can still fish for a play in the next 10 seconds, could look for it, but the siege is coming. Clutch Gaming could look to end the game. The major carry is gone. It's all eyes on Nemesis and Bwipo now to turn these fights. One tower at least. Bwipo pulled back. Weedle dash out to safety. Good play on the input buffer.
Clutch, they're getting a little greedy here. They should just go for the top inhib. They're looking for more picks.
But pulls back. Bwipo misses the ultimate. Trying to protect that creep, but Clutch will back away. They get a single Nexus tower.
Infernal Dragon is on the map for them to pick up. They'll just Realm Warp right on over to it and even up the late game damage bonus of those Infernal Dragons.
And it's the Huni double Infinity Edge that is coming up clutch for Clutch Gaming. Landing that barrel onto Reckless to allow for Vulcan to find that execute, as well as now broken open the base for Fnatic. For Clutch.
There are... Fair enough. Both bases are technically open. For North America, everyone is scared of 2 picks for Huni. One is the Rumble, the other is the Gangplank.
Yeah.
And he always builds full damage Gangplank, does not go with the Bruiser, more survivability Sterak's version. as you can see here.
Can never have enough swords.
It's paying off.
And you just got to wonder what I'm hoping for triple Infinity Edge. I imagine at this point it will be a mortal reminder. Or a defensive item, God forbid, but it could be a defensive item. GA technically has a BF sword in it. But every carry outside of Cody Sun is pretty much at full power. One more item going to come in for Nemesis, but already so strong. 4 items completed. Of course, no boots for the Cassio, so the later and later we get, the more that he will have under his belt and still be able to contribute. However, just a very tense, a very close game. 36 minutes in. 4K goalie coming through. Now backing off.
Now, the Baron arrives much quicker than Elder Dragon, which makes it so much easier to concentrate your vision. Clutch, all they have to do is put their control wards around this Baron setup. With the double Mountain Dragons and Heimerdinger, Fnatic have to be very careful about checking this red quadrant. And you can see they're trying to gain vision via the minions by pushing up mid lane first, then trying to transition and deal with that Fog of War.
Vulcan just continuing to step forward. Obviously has a ton of mobility when the Mobies are up and available.
And you can see Fnatic. On the bright side, they get a red buff, but they're being pushed back by Clutch right now. And you can see Damonte hanging up in the top lane, either looking for a flank or looking to threaten the inhibitor. Either way, Clutch have full control over the top side of the map right now.
Here they go. They're going to catch Damonte.
Monte needs to make his way out of this one. He's going to try to flash to safety. The rest of the team is now here. Nemesis taking a ton of damage. Hylissang can't finish this kill off on his own. Reckless is not in position to fire back, but still, Bibble will find the ultimate right where it's needed, and Hylissang, still alive, is right in the midst of the fight. The reset does not come through. They're fighting in the pinch. If they continue to push forward, Reckless will shred through their entire team. They have to be careful. Clutch have to be so smart about how they play this. The hook goes through, but we're going to buy a bit more time. Trying to find a way out. A close exchange. Both sides will walk away standing.
Such an important kill there for Fnatic, taking down Damonte. Once again, he tried to finish off Nemesis, who got the stun off at the last second, barely surviving. That actually allows Fnatic time to clear their base that had minions on the last standing Nexus turret. This buys time for the Baron setup.
And as we're watching this replay, keep in mind that the Baron is being currently set up for by Clutch and will have respawned at this moment.
So this was just a big overstep from Damonte, but we don't have time because immediately we're back into the action. That was a close fight. Fnatic needed it in order to stay relevant in this game, and now they are the ones starting the Baron off.
They have the Cassio. They can't shred through, but they can't even get their carries into the pit. They might not even want to. Vulcan gonna find a pull back onto Reckless. Reckless in trouble. Early ultimate forced out. Now Vulcan can be on the hunt. Now Vulcan can look for the resets. He has the ultimate back up and available. Lyra may just try to make his way into the pit. Can use Blippo as the highway to get there. 4K getting lower and lower. They find Nemesis. Vulcan can now fish for the resets. Gonna try to find the pick over the wall.
Booney's down.
Fight this one. Maybe they can get something done. Broxa gonna miss out. The Pike no longer has the ult, no longer has a chance to reset, but Broxa is dead. Revive coming through. The pit. He's taking so much damage, but it's Reckless off to the side. It's Reckless with a matter of moments most. He has to show up.
No smite on point.
Misses the ult. It's getting lower. It's getting lower. Why are they staying aggroed on the Baron? Reckless running into the towers. Cannot get anything done, but Fnatic will get it. Lyra can't get into the pit. And now Reckless steps forward. Now Reckless looks for the fight. He has the feather set up onto Cody Sun. He's going to bring it back. He's going to find the kill. Fnatic are going to take it. It is an absolute mess, but Fnatic win the day in that exchange.
They stand tall, and Hylissang engages on Lyra, denying him entry to the Baron pit. Bwipo was on that Baron for so long, and they are rewarded for it.
Unbelievable as Fnatic are victorious in the midst of this chaos. Look at how Bwipo tanks the Baron throughout the entire fight. Reckless was so close to death due to some good flanking from Vulcan, and he gets zoned out of the fight. And the moment Nemesis drops, you think, this is it. The fight is over for Fnatic. But then they get the kill onto Damonte, and this is where the chaos ensues.
Broxa goes in and gets the kill onto Huni, one of the biggest threats on their side, but that means the jungler is down. Now we see the very rare jungler-less Baron from Fnatic as Bwipo plays Ring Around the Rosie while Hylissang stops. Now we're back at the line, though. Elder Dragon will also.
They're going to get it too. Double endgame buffs for Fnatic. They have 2 Drakes to back it up as well. Clutch need to make a hold.
What a banger! This one is.
Yes!
Oh, man.
There are bangers and clangers. Not quite sure which one this is.
Well, it is definitely exciting. Clutch, this is their elimination match. They need this win to stay relevant in the tournament, and they can still do it The base is exposed. Vulcan is just buying time.
Dashing, trying to catch the creep wave. It
I
is
mean,
a
he's
pike.
buying a lot of time here.
It's also a pike, and a very fast pike.
Where's
so
he gonna go?
I mean, he can go down.
Gonna go down.
And now he can dash out to safety. That's
Run,
not
Vulcan,
going to do
run.
anything.
Oh, he's making the full circuit. Look at that marathon runner.
One lap.
That actually delayed so much. You're
so
talking about the power of the Baron buff and the Elder Dragon buff. That was good 30 seconds just.
Look, if League of Legends doesn't ever work out, Olympic runner, just laps around the rift.
We did need a little bit of a breather after that epic Baron.
You mean come out of replay into another fight for 10 minutes?
All right, well, they're still wearing both of them, Baron and Elder Dragon here for Fnatic. So they should be making their way straight to the Clutch Gaming base. Nemesis is on the map now, and he is headed to join the team.
Vulcan looking for the hook, will grab Hylissang. Not the ideal target. Fnatic still giving a lot of respect over to Clutch. You can see how powerful Huni is. It is the Mortal Reminder as the last item in addition to the Elixir of Wrath. So a single barrel can tear through a lot of health bars.
All right, Fnatic. They're knocking on the door of the base.
Ulti used, Hylissang into the backside, trying to catch out Cody's son, but a well-timed stopwatch will get Cody a little bit further into the fight. That's going to be the reset that they want. Fnatic need to focus on just the inhibitor. Have to be careful about trying to take anything else. Vulcan will not find the hook. So close, but a good pick off in the end.
That was a good job of Clutch actually splitting the team fight. When Hylissang engages, no follow-up from Fnatic, so that allows them to get one kill and maybe stop the losses at just one inhibitor. On the side of Fnatic, they are glad to get that inhibitor, but Hylissang too far, and they cannot back him up.
Now you got Fnatic waiting in the brush. They will back in the end, seeing if they could catch someone with Clutch a little too eager to push out these waves. But you can see them taking their time. They're using their blue trinkets very defensively just to make sure that they can even approach these side waves. The Fnatic are not waiting somewhere in the darkness.
I love entering the post 40-minute late game on the world stage because it may look calm with no one speaking, but this is where the team comps get so intense, and you know that one big mistake is going to cost you a spot moving on. This is a must-win game for Clutch. Huni now trying to do some of that work. Split pushing on the side. They do have vision in the river that will see anyone hovering over.
The Baron's not going to be spawning for another minute and a half. Clutch don't need to leave their base. They can chill. They can relax. Finish the itemization on the Heimerdinger. Everyone is pretty much at max level now. Jungler's getting close to that. Itemization going to be near completion for everyone.
We've hit a new milestone in League of Legends Build Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the triple Infinity Edge gameplay.
Who needs boots when you can have more swords? Huni, if he lands a single barrel, will blow up multiple members on the side of Fnatic. This is a very scary Huni right now.
True. And I've just had stats feed me a very not as fun stat. This is the most deaths for a single player in a game at Worlds with Hylissang at 9. 3 swords.
That does not surprise me.
Deaths.
Living that Leona life. Only goes one way, and that is into the team fight.
Oh, Fnatic looking, but Nemesis so far away. Trying to force a fight now would be dangerous.
Hook's going to come out. Will grab Whippo back. A lot of members slowed down. The ulti does come out onto Cody's son. Will now retreat.
Illy ult.
Yeah, that's a big cooldown that they have to watch out for. If Cody's son throws out that Heimerdinger ultimate, there's a small window where Fnatic could look for the re-engage. It's going to come off cooldown fairly quickly now.
Pike and a dash out to safety. Is just going to heal right back up with the passive.
The A-Ram
Constantly throwing
has
these
commenced.
hooks.
Both teams looking each other in the eye, throwing their skill shots. If any of them land, it could mean death. Heimerdinger ultimate about to come off cooldown. The Baron is about to spawn, and Fnatic going to look to rush it down. That's fast!
Can just look to get a triple barrel here. Vulcan is going to get over the wall. Cassio is going to secure it. Massive Baron, where the barrel is going to go. Huni hasn't been able to find one yet. Triple IE, what's it going to do for the team? Brock's waiting off to the side. Hylissang going right into the back line. Fnatic now I need to find a way forward. Rekkles, they're stepping in. It's a massive engage from the side of Fnatic. Huni cannot get anything done. So much damage to the Pike. Now looking for the reset. Now has a chance to restart the Pike. Huni's going to grab one. That's the shutdown. That's one more kill. Fnatic take the Baron, but it's now a 3v3. Huni will just recall.
Cody Sun trying to catch the wave in the mid lane, but Fnatic still have super minions running it down mid. CG need to get back to base, given that Fnatic secured the Baron and they still have 3 members alive.
Whippo's trying to cancel the recalls. Cody Sun has to run for the hills.
Oof.
A lot of damage, though. Have to respect triple Infinity Edge. One more parlay could do it. Minions are going to be there to body block. Vulcan's not going to be able to get anything done. They pulled the creeps to the side, so they will not hit the tower.
Nemesis life-stealing off the minions, and Huni doing a great job of holding the line. 20 seconds still left on Damonte, and Fnatic are going to be forced back. They're looking for the second Elder.
Elder 2 has arrived on the map. We've got junglers still in the death chambers. 13 seconds apiece. They will revive at about the same time. Fnatic will have the setup, though. There is a big minion wave slowly working away at the top inhibitor. I think this Elder is going to be burned.
Fnatic have the Baron-empowered recalls, so trying to backdoor probably not this most ideal option. Will go down. Oh, second Elder. Fnatic.
Damonte?
Still stepping forward. Whippo going to get pulled back, but Rekkles is untouched. They can't just go in like this. Whippo, though, unafraid, is going to walk face-to-face with Huni. GA will get procced. Huni burning down, though, from the burn. Damonte now has to run for his life. The Feathers are going to get pulled back. Rekkles is going to find one. Whippo is still alive. Whippo getting kicked back and taken out by the tower from the Heimerdinger. 1 kill apiece, but Fnatic with the most powerful buff you can imagine.
5 minutes on the Elder Drake, ends up being a 1-for-1. 50 kills in total in this game. Both teams nearing 100,000 gold, but Fnatic now, with a minute still left on the Baron, should be looking to end this game.
Yeah, Elder 2 was designed to be a game-ending buff here. Let's see if they can do it.
GA. Their Banshee's Veil has already been procced. Huni not able to set up the barrels. There's too much attack speed on the side of Rekkles. 1 is all it would take. Nemesis pulled back to the middle. Teammate connects. Huni now has to run for his life, but he's been slowed. Nemesis now on the chase. He knows if he takes out the triple IE, that so much of the damage threat is gone, but he's taking a lot back in return.
Backing off. Fnatic are actually backing off.
Third Elder Drake!
You can design it whatever way you want. All right, they still have 3.5 minutes with it, though.
All right.
You mentioned the super long duration of this buff. That is part of the extra power here. Look at this. Clutch Gaming, though. They've sent an advanced squad up to the top side of the map to try and pressure. Still 3 minutes, 20 seconds, so Fnatic do have plenty of time to wait for Whippo to arrive. What is this operation?
Guerrilla warfare, Cody.
They're looking to pick someone off, I believe. Are they going to try and base race it? Then Ryze is going up there. They're too far. There's no way.
They're going to operate in the shadows.
There's no way.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
8 seconds left on Baron-empowered recalls.
Ryze ulti with the minions.
There's no way.
This is too much pressure to put on Cody Sun and Huni. There's no way.
Here they go. They're pinging. They're pinging. There we go.
They're going to start it off. Fnatic are just going to run straight in for the fight. They just need to clear the waves. It's the base race. Cam, give it to us. But now it's just a matter of can they hold on. There's just too much damage. The tower is not enough from Cody Sun. I don't think they can do it. The tower has been broken down. The Nexus has been taken down. And Clutch bet it all and lose everything in the process.
Fnatic, after a hard-fought game, will just barely come out on top. They will keep their hopes of qualifying for the quarterfinals alive, and they will eliminate Clutch. But this was by no means a clean game from Fnatic.
And that is Clutch's elimination moment. And what a heartbreaking way to go out.
They fought extremely hard. Huni really did try his best to put his carry pants on in that game.
Triple Infinity Edge.
Carry swords, to be fair. No pants. He didn't. It's just so exclusively swords. Tried to put the carry swords on. But for Fnatic, a hard-fought battle, a return to 80 carries for Rekkles.
And they've got to stay on stage now. They're going up against SKT next. It doesn't get any easier for Fnatic.
Well, they had 48.5 minutes of warm-up.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely feeling warmed up after that one.
You'd have to hope so.
But commiserations to Clutch. It was a hard-fought game. I felt like they showed a lot of great stuff, and I think they can still go home with their heads held high.
Absolutely can. But for more on that game, let's head on over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Hear me out.
Okay.
So if
I'm with you.
If SKT RNG is like that 7-course meal that you've saved up for, and you're going to a fancy restaurant, you're all dressed up, you got the hors d'oeuvres, you got a little bit of mozzarella, you got salmon, you got a wonderful steak, a fresh dessert. This game was like that bad flan you get when you're at a school cafeteria, but did it taste better?
Let me help you out. If that's the amazing, healthy, well-balanced meal, this was some deep-fried Snickers bar.
Okay.
That's what this was, because the circus came to town, we had a fiesta, everything was going back and forth. Like, if you play Zoo Tycoon, and you know when you just unleash the animals on the audience? What are you doing to your audience? That's basically what just happened right now. That was nuts.
Yeah, it was nuts, and I mean, I feel a bit bad for joking about it since it was such an important game and an elimination game for Clutch, but that was just not the level of play that you come to expect from a World Championship.
Honestly, that was, I don't know where to start because I'm trying to decipher something, pick something from the game, but there was so many moments. It was like a crazy wild party with zoo animals and clowns and just a bunch of unexpected stuff, and you go home happy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we had to
go home happy. So I think there's some key takeaways. One of my key takeaways is I feel really good about Vulcan. I thought he had some cool highlight moments on that pike, that snipe on Reckless, and I was like, I think this is it. I think Clutch have gotten themselves over the line. Some bad takeaways is that you have a composition with Clutch where you have a Rise, you have a triple Infinity Edge Gangplank, and you have a Pike, and you're only playing 5v5. And the 5v5s were looking pretty good.
They're looking good.
But you had so many tools to play around the side of the map, especially when Cassiopeia was on her own in that side lane, and Clutch never reached for that tool, and we just devolved into madness.
Let's break down a couple of fractions of that game. And Yamato, you wanted this replay specifically because we talked a lot about the fact that Reckless hasn't played Marksman in this tournament yet, and you said, well, this might make him regret it forever.
Ooh. So we had to start with some action in the bot lane. Doesn't it really...
This feels so far ago.
Oh my god.
When did this happen?
This was... This happened? I forgot about this.
Yeah, did this
I remember
happen?
thinking the game was over after this.
To be
Didn't
fair,
matter at all.
that definitely set us up on the right page, because from minute one, they're like, this is how this game's gonna go.
I think when it comes to Reckless and playing ADCs, he had a hard time against his Heimerdinger, and it might kind of paint a story for what we might see in the rest of the tournament. A lot of analysts, a lot of people, including me, have been calling for Fnatic to put the Hylissang on the playmakers, put Reckless on the AD carry, but this time around there was a lot of struggles. Hylissang making plays that didn't work out, and also the Heimerdinger catching out Reckless in many, many situations.
And if you digs through all of that, I actually quite enjoyed Reckless's Xayah game this one run. It was very difficult. If you're dealing with a Glacial Augment Heimerdinger to set you up for the pike hook, then you're going to have bad moments. But I saw far more good moments coming in from Reckless. There were great team fights that he was able to utilize his feathers. And basically, there was that one great moment where he flashed in to get multiple kills. So great stuff coming in from Reckless. But I'm going to look at the framework or the point of view of the Americans there. I think that Clutch had the best game so far in the tournament. They played confidently, and I didn't get to see that throughout the entire tournament thus far.
I mean, that is a good point, because at the beginning of the day, we said, okay, what do we want to see from Clutch? And we did want to see them go in and go ham and make sure that they play with their heart out today. But this just became such a scrappy game. And I think this Baron is the best representation of that. This fight is... analysts, you guys, please take it.
Okay, to be fair, Lyra didn't have Smite here, and so even though they lose Broxah, and theoretically Clutch Gaming could have the Smite to take it, oh wait, it's not this Baron fight, it's the other one. So how many Baron fights did we have?
Here's the thing, because when we saw solo picks, like small plays, skirmishes,
it is this one.
This is what you're talking about. But in those small moments, clear calls, Clutch works it out perfectly. But when there are larger team fights, they start to get lost in the sauce. What really started this one out was the Rise being so far into the jungle when the entire play should have just been focused on the river.
It was over. Urgot was stuck in the Baron, and then they committed past the Baron.
Yes.
Whitpo was stuck there, no flash, and he was just chilling. He was hitting the Nashor, life-stealing, being Urgot, a champion we never see. It kind of worked out in that moment because he was ignored for so long. And then Gangplank was full HP, started to tank the Nashor, and then all of a sudden Elise could just bite him, and it was just a catastrophe all around.
This is what happens when teams are in a position where they should be simplifying the play. They should be saying, okay, there are Urgot's in the pit. Huh? You just go for him. But they overcomplicate it. One person specifically, Damonte in that instance, found a play that he thought can go, and then suddenly catastrophe.
All right, how much leeway do we give to both teams, knowing that for Clutch it was a straight-up elimination game, and for Fnatic also knowing that they couldn't actually stand to drop a single game if they wanted to advance?
I mean, you can't mince words. That was very messy, especially for the high level that we've seen from the likes of SKT and RNG. You look at this, you're like, that was a disaster. So there's a clear two-horse race here. But I think after a hard reset, Clutch still have games to play. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean they're making out of the groups, but they're willing to throw a sucker punch, and they can certainly knock people down.
And remember, coming into this day, I said that this was going to be a great warm-up for Fnatic, and that is more than just a warm-up. They're just damn hot after that one. They need to cool themselves down. So going into the SKT game, I actually think they're going to be playing a lot more better, because at least they can plan out and predict what SKT is going to be doing.
Yeah, just play like this and confuse them.
Yeah.
You know, on my end, I think for the first 30 minutes, I felt like Fnatic didn't really showcase any of the strengths that they had coming into this tournament. I think they were playing very sloppy, and I get this feeling, this vibe that they don't believe in themselves. And as a watcher, how am I supposed to believe in them as a team to take this big day all the way to a victory? But I think as the game progressed, 30 minutes in, 40 minutes in, I felt like Fnatic started to come alive. You start to see those moments and those plays that actually make them out to be the star players as we like them to see. You mentioned the Reckless Flash, that was a big one. And I think, considering the game was that long, I think that adrenaline kick is going to help them coming into the next one.
So now that's then 4.5 games until it kind of kicked in for them, or rather 3.5 games before it kicked in for them. Do you think that is enough time to now immediately go into that all-important clash versus SKT, Frost?
I mean, if you're a betting man, you'd always put the money on SKT or RNG. Yeah. It's very clear. But that said, the good news is you're seeing a traditional marksman. You're seeing Fnatic mix up a strategy and finally purchasing themselves a win here. So while it didn't look great, at least you're seeing change up, and you can go with that moving forward.
Yeah, but this is where I come in. If you're Fnatic and you just come off of this win, everybody knows what they did wrong in that game. But even more importantly, this is where you get that confidence boost. So I would say Fnatic coming into the next one, they know what they want to be running in, and this is when you should feel the most confident in the first 10 minutes that you should be taking early game punches. So I want to see what Fnatic will do. Of course, if we're just throwing out predictions here, I think SKT coming in should be able to take the clean sweep during the day. But Fnatic will be primed to take a game. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen right now.
I think based on what Fnatic has shown in this entire tournament, I feel like they're a ghost of what they used to be. I'm lacking the confidence. I'm not seeing the trust in each other. I'm not seeing the fluidity. I'm not seeing them transferring pressure at all. We don't see any roams. We don't see any effective plays where they take away the mid game and all of a sudden start sweeping the game as they did against G2. Nothing is really happening. And with that notion, I don't think they're going to fix it. After a 45-minute grueling match, I don't think it's going to fix it into SKT. I think they're not going to have the confidence to beat them.
We'll see. Underwhelming Fnatic so far. We'll see if that window can propel them or if it isn't enough, because in the next game, Fnatic is up versus the undefeated SKT. We'll be right back.
Here we go! They're going in, they're fighting. There's too much happening for me to play by play, but that's the Lee Sin. Diving to the backside. Vulcan is going to get shut down. The Gorga in the fight, doing so much. That's 2 for Fnatic. The shutdown coming for Pipe, and Nemesis, he's looking for the kill, he's looking for the isolation, and he is. Pupo's going to snipe him out, and that's all that Fnatic need to set their sights on this Baron. Can they turn back? The Reckless Feathers fly, they're pulled right back, but have they overstayed? Fishing now for the hooks. Vulcan can look for the reset leader, kicking in, he kicks him into the entire team. That's the Pyke dream. It's everything you can ask for. Fnatic will get it. Lyra can't get into the pit, and now Reckless steps forward. Now Reckless looks for the fight. He has the feather set up onto Cody's side. He's going to bring him back. He's going to find the kill. Fnatic are going to take it. Fnatic now need to find a way forward. Reckless is stepping in. It's a massive engage from the side of Fnatic. Huni cannot get anything done. So much damage to the Pyke. Now looking for the reset. Now has a chance to restart the Pyke. Huni's going to grab one, but now it's just a matter of can they hold on. There's just too much damage. The tower is not enough from Cody's son. I don't think they can do it. The tower has been broken down. The Nexus has been taken down, and Clutch bet it all and lose everything in the process.
Hey guys, good evening. Kuya J here. Ako to si Kuya J. Sa mga hindi pa bagong pasok lang or ngayon na naka-open ng page natin ng Kuya J. And now I want to take this chance to thank you for watching with me. Kasi pa ako nanonood actually, hindi ako nagasalita. Kasi may mga ginagawa rin ako kanina. Now, we have, let me grab this opportunity to share or to tell you na meron tayong katuwaan lang, raffle draw. Raffle contest lang, katuwaan lang. Just read the pinned comments paano mo sumali. And we will draw the winners at the end of this group stage. Read pinned comments. So every now and then I'll be dropping by and opening my cam. Okay, para i-remind kayo to join our contest. 70 lang tayo, but by trend, pag nagsimula itong SKT, dumadami tayo. So I'll be keeping in touch mamaya. Every now and then. So join the contest para katuwaan lang to guys, katuwaan lang. Bigla ko lang naisip to na why not let's do a contest. Kapag ang SKT naka-sweep 6-0, okay, may dalawang mananalo ng 270 RP. How? With the pinned comments or comment. Okay? Thank you.
Welcome back for SKT versus Fnatic, where MasterCard are showing their love for World Superfans. And today's fans of the day are Xian, Boris, Yannick, and Moritz. TSM and SKT fans who hail from Bavaria and Germany. Welcome here to Verdi. And you got to witness an SKT victory. You might witness another one.
You got to witness peak League of Legends, and then you also got to see SKT versus RNG. So you've had a pretty good day of League overall, I would say. And now you're only guaranteed for some more as SKT take on Fnatic.
I mean, honestly, we had an SKT win and a Fnatic win. They both played on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
I think they had the same start to the day, honestly.
They're really evenly matched, I think, is what we can say coming into this.
Kind of focusing in, what we need to remember is this was the first match of Worlds. And what we got to see was Garen Yuumi versus the Kayle Nautilus bot lane. And it felt like SKT had a very well-prepared strategy to shut down what Fnatic is so well known for, and they honestly just dismantled them.
And now, as we've seen Garen Yuumi be popular kind of across the groups, it's clear that SK Telecom, despite having a successful plan against it last time, do not want to deal with it again. So it is Nemesis' Twisted Fate. It is the Garen Yuumi denied from Hylissang and Reckless. And on the opposite side, Fnatic forced as the you have to on red side to just deny some of the most powerful picks in the tournament thus far. It is the Pantheon. It is the Renekton. We'll see what the last one will be, as SK Telecom have also opted to take Kayle away from Nemesis too.
What are they going to do about the jungle trade here? If you ban out Elise last ban, and you kind of force them in a position where they have to choose with their first pick, otherwise you take away the Lee Sin from Clid, you're able to get it for Broxah as well, and it becomes a super big power pick. So they opt to let the Akali through. Super powerful, flexible solo laner.
Yep. And we know that both Khan and Faker are very comfortable on this champion. So big pickup for SKT. They have a lot of flexibility with the champion as well. Smiles on the faces of Bwipo though, still showcasing his confidence as we move into Fnatic side. The Xayah Rakan are still up and available. They could look to just grab that for themselves again. Fnatic may also go for an early Lee Sin if they want to try and guarantee some comfort for Broxah.
Instead, though, it is going to be the Gragas for Broxah in the jungle. That is the comfort option, of course. The Elise, the Lee Sin still up and available. Clid will get his pick of the remaining top-tier junglers. And now Fnatic get to decide what they want to grab. Xayah feels like a strong pick to me, but perhaps they have a different plan for the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Xayah and Khan both still available once again.
There's no reason not to take it here. I think that Xayah is currently the strongest AD carry on the current patch. It's something that Reckless is very comfortable on, and if you don't take it, Teddy and Effort will 100% take it. So you have to show that respect. And now SKT, you would imagine they would look to lock in their jungle. They could also go for the Gangplank here if they wanted to. It would show their hand just a little bit, but it's also very safe for them to just lock in a strong bot lane if they want, given that the Nautilus has been left open.
I think because SK Telecom use Akali as a flex pick so powerfully, it would really benefit them to actually keep Akali as a flex pick, not show their other solo lane, and take either the Elise or the Lee Sin. But it looks like their priority may have dropped on the early game junglers. Haha!
There you go.
First time correct.
Just say everything, and one of the things you say will be right. Lee Sin will now be locked in. Of course, Fnatic can choose exactly what they want to do. If they want to match, they will grab the GP for Bwipo on the top side. Not the same as the flex pick Akali on the opposite end, and supports can now be banned away from both sides respectively if they do want to secure a winning bot lane matchup.
Now remember that this was the matchup that happened the last time they met. It was Khan's Akali versus Bwipo's Gangplank, and Bwipo did struggle in that 1v1. Not only has Khan had a great tournament, but in the early laning phase, this is also a very favorable matchup. So my current expectations are that this Akali will be going into the top lane, and assuming that Fnatic choose to get a mid lane counter pick rather than a support counter pick, then it should allow Fnatic to get at least a winning mid matchup.
Yeah, I think Fnatic should be looking for a possible roaming mid laner. I think that's when they have looked the best. You know, they have Gangplank ultimate already that Bwipo can lend from the top side of the map. If they also get Nemesis on something he can roam from the mid lane with, that would allow them to create those big plays with the semi-global.
Fnatic may consider a Thresh ban here. It's something that has been seen, oh, okay, they're actually going to stick with the Ryze to try and deny that safe blind away from Faker. Could also, of course, go into the top lane. The Akali Ryze duo, very strong split pushes and also very flexible. And for SKT, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Rakan ban. The only reason why they would leave it open is if they have a good pick into it, which it seems like they don't want to have to deal with it for now.
And Hylissang, of course, one of the champions he has been a massive game changer on for Fnatic in matches past, and instead we may see something else locked in. Rekkles, though, continues to have a little bit of fun with our heart. Maybe we see a Janna hover, maybe a Karma hover. Can't imagine any of them will get locked in, and we'll wait for the final selection there. And it's on SK Telecom Team 1 now to lock in their final solo laner, as well as their support option. Leona, once again, coming out for Hylissang. A lot of deaths in the previous game. Hylissang caught out a lot, but still, Fnatic hold the faith in that pick.
I wouldn't be surprised if SKT went for an Alistar here. I think Alistar is a great matchup into Leona because of how much harder it makes her engage tools. This would be pretty spicy if SKT chose to go for this, but every time you pick anything that is good at disengaging the moment the Leona goes in is typically a great matchup, and that's why I'm a huge fan of the Alistar.
And I really do like things where you can separate the teams. Once again, we saw it in the last game, but once Leona engages on you, if you can then separate her from the rest of the team, turning that one-way trip in your favor, that's a big deal. Lee Sin kick, Alistar headbutt are things that they can accomplish it with. And with the Vladimir last pick here for SK Telecom, they do bring a lot more teamfight presence to their composition.
Ooh, we're going to be seeing the Veigar counter. I know this is something that I think propped up this split in the LCS a couple of times as an answer to the Akali. No, come on. They're not going to do that.
No.
I'm pretty confident that the Veigar is going to be sent to the mid lane. And I think it can be a pretty solid pick because every time she goes into a Shroud, you have the Event Horizon, I believe is the name.
Yep.
And the thing about Akali is she only has dashes, no blinks, which means that as long as Veigar is either inside or outside of the Event Horizon and he creates a space, there's no way for the Akali to close the gap.
It does mean that the Veigar is playing defense for the early game, though. So, I mean, we saw this in the LCS. Niski picked it for Cloud9 in the mid lane. And you do have to try and work around that. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to actually go super offensive with it. So I think, again, especially with the Gangplank pick for them, a lot of their eyes are going to be turned towards the bottom half of the map.
And a lot of questions. Can SK Telecom T1 lock the first seed in this group? And can Fnatic keep the dream of the miracle run alive? They've beaten Clutch. It's 2 more names on the list if they want to make it out this group stage.
Guys, please read pinned comment for the contest rule. Join our raffle contest. Katuwaan na to, guys. Kung ang SKTB ay makaka.
And here we are in the third game of the day. 3 more left to decide
so,
the group.
Join kayo, guys. Join.
Fnatic have to win this one. Want to keep up. Currently tied with RNG in the scoreline. Need to find a win versus SKT and a win versus RNG later.
Now, for SKT, they have a pretty solid 2v2 in the bot lane. I think it's really hard for Rekkles and Hylissang to force engages onto Teddy and Effort, largely because of the Alistar. Early levels, they may be able to have a wave clear advantage, so they can look to gain push, but in this early game, I feel that SKT's bot lane should be relatively safe. Meanwhile, Veigar is going to struggle against an Akali early levels. His wave clear and damage is nothing. Well, there's nothing there. He doesn't really do a lot, so Akali has a lot of freedom. And for the Vlad, this is a lane matchup where you have a lot of freedom because Gangplank can't really force you out of lane. Even if he can trade pretty aggressively early, there's plenty of scaling options and is considered one of the best late game picks. So when I look at this SKT comp, I think they have pretty strong scaling. I think they have pretty effective side lanes. And I think that they don't need to force a lot in the early game. If they want to play around the lane, I think they should try and play through mid to try and put the Veigar behind and try and get Faker in an advantageous position as possible.
Honestly, if you're looking at it from SK Telecom's point of view, you do want to see Faker roaming with Clid. It's those two that can create plays for the team early on. And I've talked to a lot of the Gangplank players. They want to go as aggressive as they can early versus the Vladimir. Try and make as much use of your passive as possible. Try and get your harassment with your grass procs down, because later on, the Vladimir is going to be able to dive you and provide that threat. Definitely one of the best scaling matchups, as you alluded to.
And I think a lot of pressure on Nemesis to perform, because he is going toe-to-toe with Faker in a matchup that should lose early, even if it has some ideal interactions into the matchup. And Faker, unsurprising to many, has been absolutely dominant in the tournament thus far, a massive part of SKT's 4-0 run. Whoa, that thought is an aggressive trade on the top side, a flash-for-flash trade, but both mid and top apparently going to be quite important in this game.
And that's exactly what you want to see from the Gangplank side of this early, because Vladimir is just trying to get levels into Q. A nice barrel chain again from Bwipo. And they're actually prepping this one. This is a topside clear from Broxah. He's taking a long time on Krugs, but if he could have gotten over there another 5 seconds earlier, that was going to be a dive. Now off of the teleport, they can try and deny the big minion wave.
I wonder if Khan has taken pool yet.
I think they're waiting to see. That's why Brox is holding off. He doesn't want to dive while he thinks it could be up. If he does take the E, though, they could force it. Brox is going to stay and wait for the Scuttle Crab spawn, and Khan, now hitting level 3, will be fine to survive any kind of dive.
Clid now hanging around the bot side of the map. We talk about how difficult it is for Hylissang and Rekkles to engage on this duo, and you can see that they're playing much more defensively in the 2 versus 2, especially given that their jungler is currently topside. They will know where Clid is, and they will just keep an eye on whether or not the blue buff has been stolen away.
And that's the key. It's about the information that you gain and using that to predict where the enemy is. With Broxah's invade and putting that ward down, seeing Blue and Gromp both gone for SK Telecom, they know by process of elimination, Clid has to be bottom. So that is simple communication, process of elimination on your jungle camps. By them predicting that Clid will be here, they back off. They don't want to give him an opportunity to go for the gank. It is still going to be the blue steal, though.
Knock back there. Good bit of trading. Rekkles not able to find the snare quite yet. Nefert will be able to walk away from that one. But to be honest, after the last time we saw these teams meet, when it was a disastrous level 1 that put Fnatic so far behind, this is not a terrible start to the game for this team. Still have to respect Clid waiting in the darkness, but much better than previously. Clid now, though, going to run in. They're going to fish for the stun. Now he's going to try to dash out. Hylissang will go down here. First blood. Gragas, too little, too late.
4 minutes into the game, and Draco says this isn't too bad of a start, and then immediately the gank bot lane happens. Fnatic falling and giving away first blood.
You're putting that on him?
Yeah.
I think that was a really nice job by Effort, sticking with him, charging up the stun, landing it as Hylissang gets off the E to try and engage on Clid. Hylissang does not immediately flash away. If you let the Alistar charge up for the auto stun here, so here, his only chance to flash away would have been super early. The stun charges up for Effort. He ends up flashing out. Top side, though, Faker's roaming.
Faker now stepping up into Bwipo. Shot will land, the TP being used as well just to make sure that Bwipo is safe. Nemesis gonna waddle his way towards Faker, very menacingly. And everyone's gonna walk away fine.
The mid wave's in a bit of an awkward spot because I think it's actually slowly pushing towards Faker, which is not really the state that Nemesis wants it in. But I really want to highlight how for Fnatic's bot lane as well, they should have recognized that jungler should have been in that area of the map. We already talked so much about how, given that you saw Brox at top, given that they had the information that Clid was pathing bot, he was likely going to be hanging around. And while Hylissang was playing defensively, it felt like that he was not fully prepared for the potential of that gank to happen, and they end up getting punished for it.
And we're looking at another case of this information. 2 wards here from SKT. See that there is no Brox on the bottom half of the map, so Clid started up. Now he's getting low inside the Dragon, though, and Hylissang's there.
Hylissang walking in, trying to deny this one away. Bwipo's going to use the ult as well to force Clid off of this one. Broxah will walk in and try to stop the Dragon from resetting. Hylissang going to commit to the play anyway, but he's so low. Hylissang is going to go down for this one. Teddy grabs the kill.
Flashes, but the Kai'Sa auto is there for the passive. Dragon does reset, but it costs Hylissang his life. That is 2 now.
And you can understand that from Fnatic's perspective, they were like, well, the support doesn't have flash available. We can look to commit onto this play, but they also didn't have an AD carry there. Rekkles was forced to catch that wave underneath his tower, which is why SKT going for that Drake was actually very safe. They weren't in any real danger because they knew they had numbers advantage.
Exactly. It's not only the bottom lane pressure for SKT, but again, as I talked about in Champ Select, returning to this Veigar Akali matchup, especially with Nemesis blowing the teleport from Veigar to answer the roam earlier topside, Faker has so much priority in mid lane. It allows SKT those collapses.
And look at the pings that just came out on the minimap. Clid, very aware of where Broxah is on the map right now. He perfectly pinged out that the jungler was in the enemy half bot side, which means that the bot lane now has to play defensively. Of course, the wave is in a position where Teddy's going to take his time getting back to lane, and you'll also notice Effort looking for a bit of a roam. Going to maybe drop some vision down, maybe hang around mid to cover Faker, which is where Broxah could look for a gank.
Now we see Lee Sin stepping up, will be spotted out by the control ward in the brush. But Clid can look over and maybe look to contest Raptors if they are, or not Raptors, rather Krugs if they are going to respawn. And Bwipo has to be very careful. Grass plus the oranges should make this a little bit easier for him. Broxah now on the way. The Predator has now come out. They want to finish the kill off, but Bwipo is still alive. They've gotten locked up under the tower. He wants to finish it. Khan goes right back in the pool, keeping him healthy. He's going to have the empowered Q, but he can't do it. Clid, however, can finish the job. Kicks his Broxah back. Wants to use the Gragas as a highway back out. Broxah now hitting level 6. Ticking. Going to miss on the Sonic Wave. A tense 1v1 between the junglers, but both top laners drop.
And I want to circle that minion wave right there. That thing gets denied no matter what. So it, in the end, is still a successful dive for SK Telecom because Bwipo doesn't get those minions. However, good job by Broxah coming to answer that dive and try and turn it around. They do get the kill back.
And notice how Khan is tanking up the tower initially. He knows that he can soak up the damage, and Bwipo comes very close. If he lands that one auto, that would have been the kill, but it wasn't quite enough. Good Q there coming in from Clids to be able to find the execute as both top laners end up getting traded. Broxah does actually have his ultimate, but he chooses not to use it. Doesn't want to go for the overcommit against Clid, given that Faker was roaming up towards the top side as well. But you can see how much SKT have control over the early game.
I mean, Teddy, just a massive lead over Rekkles. Nemesis doing what he can to keep up with Faker. So far, a good job. Only a 200 gold deficit. You give him the scaling from his passive. Maybe it does balance out, but a very difficult start for Fnatic. And you can see the bot side just getting pushed in constantly. The cleanse, of course, still available on the side of Teddy, so he doesn't really have to be scared of this Fnatic bot side.
And we have approached the favored side of the Vladimir in this matchup. As Khan now level 7, getting the lower cooldown for his Q, getting the cooldown reduction from both items in inventory here, able to span out and continually heal. Now it gets very difficult for the Gangplank side. Currently Bwipo pushing him in, and Broxah is top side. But aside from that, it is going to be now SKT looking towards the Ocean Dragon.
Bwipo going to be happy with the play, but Khan might be fishing for the kill. We'll just use the Crimson Rush.
So he's not going to overcommit there, but here's Broxah. Will get spotted out by the vision. Immediately, Clid should make his way towards the Drake because they recognize the Rekkles has based. There's not going to be any AD carry to threaten. Faker has prio on mid. And so SKT have everything they could want. And again, this game should signify how smart Clid is as a jungler. He is playing around where he has pressure. He was bot side of the map early because he knew they would get the early push. When he paths up towards top, it's because there is a stacking wave from Khan, which means that they can set up the dive. And now he's back on the bot side of the map because he knows the Gragas wants to do a top side clear, and he's in position to steal away the blue buff. Everything is calculated, and Clid is in the right place at the right time at every stage of this game so far.
And exactly as I said, they're getting to take the Ocean Dragon there because Broxah on the control world reveals nobody is going to answer. Faker poking down Nemesis very, very early here, and the rest of SKT smell blood.
They're just going to go for it. Headbutt pulverizing, so it's going to take it. So they're going to go for Broxah. They're going to try to make their way out of that one. Nemesis is going to try to find the stun. Broxah is going to come out into a stun member. Will now be able to make it out to safety, trying to knock him back. Clid going to get taken down. A clean turn. The Gangplank ult as well. Teddy burning, and here comes Hylissang for the shutdown.
What a turnaround for Fnatic! Look at that defense!
Wow, Fnatic actually hold the line. I was convinced it was going to be doomed, but Fnatic actually walk away. They've managed to close the goal gap significantly, and Rekkles is just free farming in the bot side of the map. So as we approach the mid game, Fnatic clearly not conceding everything.
Now setting up for the Herald. Khan waiting around, maybe going to look for some kind of contest. Faker's coming in as well. No ultimate available for the Akali. Nemesis zoning off this entire area. Faker still, though, fearlessly stepping forward. Effort on the way in as well.
Rekkles has TP if he wants to join the fight, but Fnatic haven't had an opportunity to reset after that play, and I think they should just disengage.
They may have just leashed this for the side of SKT. Will they stay too long? Will they try to overcommit? Eye on the barrel change. The stun is there. Khan hitting 4 members. That is a massive Hemo play. Reckless now TPing in. They're going to try to turn this one. They're going to try to burst Khan down before he can get into the pool. He won't get a chance. The objective is still alive. Eyes on the Herald, who gets it in the end. SKT, but Fnatic will play defense. We'll try to stop this one away. Effort has now been locked up. And then once again, a beautiful Vigar stun. Teddy can't get back in the fight. He has to burn Cleanse to do so. Reckless fearlessly firing into Faker. The double kill going down for Bwipo.
And Fnatic actually come out on top of this fight. And it's all because Reckless is able to TP in. They had the numbers advantage. A lot of the ultimates were unavailable for SKT. And while Khan did land a huge ulti, there was no real follow-up from SKT.
Exactly. Fnatic kite out the duration of the Hemo Plague.
TP?
They're teleporting Khan back in to pick up the Eye of the Rift Herald. I have to say, though, also the turn from Hylissang on the Leona. He has been the target of so much over and over, dying. Here we go, though. We're going to see Broxah's stopwatch on display.
Props to Gragas for body blocking, then he uses the stopwatch, and combined with the stun and the GP ultimate, SKT realize how bad of an idea this ends up being. Quick TP in from Bwipo along with the roam from Hylissang allows Fnatic to gain so much off the back of this play.
Yeah, stopwatch just changes the game there. Here's the turn I'm talking about. They cut out the Hemo Plague immediately, turn onto Khan. They eliminate the Vladimir from the equation, and then they're even able to chase down the extra kill.
And look at what Teddy does in this whole fight. He lands a W, he lands a Q, and a single auto. But outside of that, it was a 4 versus 5. SKT chose to stick around even at a numbers disadvantage, and that is what allowed Fnatic to find a successful fight.
It is just so difficult to play team fights as a Kai'Sa up against a Vigar. The slows if you get too close from the hose. He's also got the freedom to try to ult in, but if you alter that cage, you instantly die. Cleanse is there, but he did not want to use it, and now SKT are applying pressure on the top side. They want to use that Herald. They want to grab these plates, and if Bwipo steps too far forward, they may just look for the dive.
Look at where Fnatic is on the bot side of the map, though. They recognize that jungler is probably going to be top. Broxah doing the cross map and looking to set up for a play bot.
Bwipo now getting run. The ulti does connect. He has been locked up under tower. Still alive, however. Bwipo so incredibly tanky. Khan overstaying as well. Click going to tank the tower, but now Bwipo might just look for the double. Steps forward. Parlay. Can he get in range? Time Warp Tonic will be enough. The extra movement speed.
He's laughing.
He's just laughing.
He's laughing.
Nemesis, though, now he's the one in trouble. The slow does connect. Faker willing to go right back under tower.
Nemesis just smashes Faker underneath the tower. The ultimate from the Vigar, putting him in his place.
Failed tower dive after failed tower dive after failed tower dive for SK Telecom, and Fnatic, with resounding success here, are going to push back.
And in the game versus RNG, we talked about it. Sometimes SKT try too hard to force these plays, and we're seeing it once again. Fnatic punishing it every turn. And that's almost a 3K gold lead, 2.5 in favor of Fnatic at this point in the game, and they only get scarier. The Veigar are going to continue to scale. The GP on the top side, 3-1-3 for Bwipo. An abysmal week 1 into a monster performance in this game.
I'd love to say that Nemesis outplayed Faker there, but that's just the power of the Vigar ultimate.
Primordial burst!
It's just so much damage, and it scales off missing HP as well, and we'll get to see it. In this situation, most mid laners would have lost their life. Faker recognizes that with the Merc Treads, he can commit to this dive, and he's thinking, it's fine, I'm going to kill him. But Q into ulti with the tower shot as well. Maximum outplay.
120 AP earned from the passive so far for Nemesis. Here we go.
Faker, though, is going to get knocked back here. Nemesis expecting him to get aggressive again, throws down the cage a little
Guys,
bit early.
make sure your share must be on public mode or public settings. May mga nag-share na hindi naka-public privacy
Bwipo was
kaya hindi
taunting earlier,
naka-count
but he's got to
yung
give
share
this one
ninyo
up. He knows that
for the
SKT Brute
contest.
Force will be able to take that tower. Let's see here about moving in on the ward line, because they've spent so much of their vision on the top half of the map.
You can see a stopwatch up for Teddy along with the cleanse. So
Guys, make sure your share.
So I think Reckless and Hylissang a lot of respect, though, and backing off the wave as Faker just checks the brush just in case.
So we're in a state now where Fnatic have found a gold lead against SKT. We have to recognize that SKT, in my opinion, do have a scaling advantage with Vladimir along with the Kai'Sa in the late game. We've already seen what Teddy can do against RNG in the late game, And while their 5v5 is not the easiest to execute, I still feel that in terms of their power, especially in the late game and being able to play on sides, it's something that Fnatic have to respect.
I feel like Fnatic also do have some decent scaling for themselves.
For sure.
You know, Gangplank as well as Veigar getting his...
But it's one of those situations to me where I'm like, okay, if Gangplank has to go up against a Vlad in a side lane, I would give the advantage to the Vlad once he reaches a certain item threshold. And while I think that for a Veigar, he does scale well later on into team fights, in a side lane, he's not going to have that same value.
To hold that thought as the siege is starting up mid lane, the cage laid down. Flashbacks to Cloud9 from so many worlds ago. An effort tries to go in, but it might cost him. Hylissang gonna go forward, but he misses on the Zenith Blade. Throws down the ult. He wants to get something. Effort deleted. The cast comes down, and that's the kill for Broxah.
Here we go. Flank. SKT are behind.
Khan wants it on the backside. The cage has already been used. Nemesis is gonna delete Faker to kick the fight off. The Hemo Plague has landed on 4 members, but they're not gonna have the follow-up. Khan now caught in the cage. Fnatic, they can keep the fight going. He desperately wants to turn it. Khan locked up. The CC comes through, and Khan goes down.
And it's so difficult for SKT to engage on this Fnatic comp just because of the Veigar. Nemesis is doing a fantastic job of utilizing this event horizon to zone SKT away, land so much poke, and now they've just secured a successful fight and another tower.
Fnatic are making Faker look like an imposter here. He goes for the engage, immediately burst him down. Once Akali's dead, Khan knows that his flank, he's got to go all the way through and run to the rest of the team. Here's another look at how it actually started. The siege from Fnatic, throwing down the stun from Veigar to zone them off of the turret, then turning the focus here. Even though Hylissang misses the flash E, he lands the ultimate, which sets up Broxah to pour one out.
You can see how much damage Nemesis is doing on this Veigar as well. And
what a body slam.
Nemesis even uses his ultimate here, doesn't need it. The damage coming out from the rest of Fnatic is more than enough, and they know that they can keep committing to the rest of this fight.
The early dive was Broxah's stopwatch. This one, Broxah's body slam there, stunning up Faker. He has really been a combo breaker to SK Telecom's attempts.
This is a huge game for Broxah, an important one as well, as it's been the story of so many different underperformances over the course of the first week of groups. Now into the second week, Broxah showing up when it matters most.
And it's really important that you mention that, Dracos, because all of the criticism was going towards Broxah and Bwipo, this duo, but they're a large part of why Fnatic are in this position right now. They're looking for Faker.
I'd say smacking Faker's a good way to turn the critics around. Faker caught in the cage. Faker knocked into the ground. 6 feet under as Fnatic will take another tower.
If you go at the king, you best not miss, and Fnatic aren't missing today. They find him again. He's in the death chamber for 25 more seconds, and they're on the inhibitor turret.
Eyes on Effort next. He walks right back in. He can deny as much CC as he wants, but still, they're just taking him down. They're chipping through. They don't care about the Alistar ultimate. They want to burn him down, and they're going to do it. Bwipo's focusing the tower. The rest of SKT have to run for the hills, and even Khan's Vladimir is not enough. Hylissang going golden. Nemesis coming over the wall. Where's the cage going to go? Khan trying to turn this fight around desperately. It goes down. Khan will be caught inside, but will not be stunned. The tower will drop in favor of Fnatic.
Here comes the TP flank. SKT looking to get something back.
They think Fnatic have overstayed. They think they've overextended. Faker still with ult available, but he's going to back off. He doesn't want to take the risk. The rest of the team want to retreat here.
And the Verdi Music Hall has now come alive. Fnatic looked abysmal against Clutch Gaming. You could feel the doubt in this room as that team struggled to take down Clutch, and now they sit with a 5k gold advantage over SKT.
And a 10-stack Medjais on Nemesis, 2-0-10 on Broxah, 5-1-6 on Bwipo. An incredible game so far, and as we look back at this, the confidence from Fnatic, this is the team European fans expected.
Yeah, Hylissang flashes over the wall to get the stun onto Faker. They know they get that pick, they get the push.
Fight kicking off once again, Effort caught out and just gone! Dark Matter is dealing so much damage. Bwipo can now continue to chase forward. Fnatic looking for the setup on the Baron. They're pinging it out. SKT pinging it too. They know that this might have been the last mistake they could afford to make.
And if you thought engaging onto Fnatic was hard before, good luck trying to get close to that Baron now with Nemesis being level 12. He is so poised and ready to just deny the engage.
4K, 3K, getting lower. Teddy over the wall. I don't think he can steal this one away. It's going to drop. Broxah gets the smite. Fnatic get the Baron, but Teddy, he's now been caught out by the GP ult, and Fnatic are
Look
on the
at him waddle!
The kick. He could look for the disengage. Teddy, of course, with the cleanse up. He has the flash as well. Just going to flash out to safety. Hylissang will not find the engage.
Not done yet.
Youmuu's coming through for Bwipo. He wants to chase, gets the extra movement speed. Teddy gonna dash away there, uses the ultimate. Broxah coming in. He's gonna throw the catch. He's gonna knock her back to the wall. Fnatic want to keep it going. Cade gets in the baby cage and gets knocked out of the game. Effort has to go back in. It's a massive fight. The Alistar, a miserable game for Effort as he's been caught time after time.
Fnatic are relentless. It's the 5-man roaming death squad that will chase you down, and they find another kill.
Because
and the crowd here in Birdie, they know it.
The top
We've
lane.
been here before. It was 2017. The dream was alive. You thought it was dead when you saw the names SKT and RNG, but Fnatic are keeping their dreams alive. They're keeping the hopes of Europe going as they push into the base of SKT. This will be 2 inhibitors down. 1 to follow. SKT, they still have scaling. They can hold on, but this is Fnatic's game to lose.
2 minutes left on the Baron buff. SK Telecom trying to chase them out of the base, but there's nothing that Fnatic have to be afraid of. The only hard engage is that of Effort, the Alistar, and they just have to keep their flanks warded, and they should be able to continue the game as planned. 2 minutes left on the Baron buff, and they should continue to push.
This Veigar pick was just so big brain because it's so difficult to engage onto it. We talked about how just in the matchup alone, because Akali only has dashes, it's hard for her to close the gap. But the entire engage of SKT is just hard to execute because of the amount of disengage.
Locked up, Hylissang running forward. The ulti goes down, but he still manages to find it. Bwipo now on the chase, wants to hit the barrel. It still connects on Teddy. He's not fast enough. Rekkles finds the pick in the end.
You laughed at Hylissang in lane phase, but he is making them pay. Another chase down.
And another inhibitor for Fnatic. And Venice, you talked about it, the Veigar so big brain. So many short-range champions that want to dive the back line, and Veigar says no. They don't even need him anymore. That's how far ahead the team is. Almost 10K in favor of Fnatic, 8K at the moment.
If Fnatic take this game, they can still force a tiebreaker with SKT.
Yes.
Like this day, they could still get first in the group.
Bwipo overstays as well. Command is shut down. A good pick for SKT. Maybe it'll let them hang on to the base, but Fnatic have earned some of those mistakes. Can't afford to make too many more.
Definitely a believer in Week 2 Europe, Vedius.
Wait,
yeah, we'll just forget yesterday.
Forget yesterday. Day 1 happened. Day 3 happened. I wasn't here for day 2. I have no idea what
But you're
happened.
right. If Fnatic somehow go 3-0, then
it's possible.
Yes. If they're able to do that, then this group becomes very interesting. I think that in order to challenge for first, they need Clutch to be SKT as well.
True.
But what this is building up towards is the RNG versus Fnatic game at the end of the day. It is going to be an extremely important matchup that pretty much decides how this group will play out. But Fnatic still have to close. As you said, Dracos, this is their game to lose. Teddy still very far behind on the itemization. Faker very strong, but not really strong enough to be able to melt through this entire Fnatic roster. And you just look across the board. Rekkles, 3 items. Nemesis, nearly 8 fully stacked Mejais. Bwipo even going for a bit of lethality. Fnatic would have to do a lot of mistakes in order to throw this game away.
And Hylissang, he's been so aggressive so far and it's paid off, but as SKT get further and further in the game, he has to be more careful because Kai'Sa has 3 items. Will start to be a bigger and bigger threat with the double evolves, and this is the flank we talked about. It's Effort on the backside. Fnatic have to be ready for this Alistar, and they are. They back off. They will not overcommit. They're taking their time on this siege.
They have to be patient because mid and top have not walked in yet with the super minions. They will arrive soon. They should arrive at the same time as the bot wave. And at that point, SKT will be forced to divide.
Time is working in favor of Fnatic right now. You mentioned those super minions. Teddy has to go top to deal with them. They can try and push in on this wave. Teddy's running back right now, but the Gangplank ultimate is down.
GP ult, Cage comes out. Khan gonna be trapped inside it. Broxah leaps forward, will not find the engage. The tower is the focus for Fnatic. And they will break it. SKT stepping forward, but they won't connect. Hylissang going over the wall, trying to find the engage. The Cage connects on Clid. They're not going to take the bait, though. They're focusing. They want 3 inhibitors. They will not get over-aggressive for kills. They see the end in sight, and they will not falter here.
Yeah, Fnatic don't need to take any gambles because they have the pressure with all of these super minions walking in. The Baron will spawn in a minute. They're not going to overstay. Here comes Clid.
The kick through the Veigar, but still the Cage comes out. He stops the engage. Khan has to Nicholas throwing defenders through. He wants to pull them back. Khan, this is his hero moment. Can he turn it? The double kill dropping for Whippo. Khan wants to turn the fight, but he doesn't have enough. The shutdown onto Vagar. Will it buy enough time?
Reckless has teleport. He can teleport right back. This is Fnatic.
Only Faker is left alive to look as his team crumbles, and Fnatic will look to make the European Week 2 dream a reality.
After a miserable Week 1, here it is, folks. LEC fans, the dream is alive!
Napasama yata guys yung ating raffle contest. Natalo.
Somehow made the upset happen.
Natalo, SKT.
Everyone counted them out.
Galing ng Fnatic.
We, after last game,
Saan sila mag-tiebreaker ngayon sa
I'm not Kobe.
silang tatlo
But I was
Ano ba sila?
wrong.
But after training
Silang
for
dalawa.
48
Fnatic and
minutes
SKT
against
later.
the clutch game,
Ay, sayang guys.
Fnatic looked
Sayang.
greatly improved. The swagger is
So wala
there for
tong
Whippo.
SKT raffle. Inasahan ko kasi na
in
isip
order
ng SKT.
to become clutch.
Anyway, sorry guys.
So it is written.
Anyway, we
the
will
matchup versus RNG.
create a new siguro raffle contest
It
maybe
decides
tomorrow.
everything. It's unless
Anyway, thank you
Clutch
guys sa mga
somehow get a
nag-follow, sa mga
miracle
nag-share.
upset against SKT,
Sayang,
which
sayang.
based
Pero
on
well
this
played.
happening, you never know. You never know.
Dito
But
sa team ng Fnatic.
I did not believe in Fnatic. I didn't. Like, there's no reason to. They had a
Hindi,
poor
no?
last week. You see their game versus Clutch, and it's
Meron
nothing
ngayong
but
araw na
messy
to.
and
Ba't ang galing
chaotic.
nila?
But coming into this game, Whippo had a fantastic performance.
Alright,
2v1 multiple times.
cancel
Forcing the
ng
flash
ating
out from Khan at
raffle
level 1.
contest dahil wala
Proxer
naman
did
masisip
not
na.
die a
Dahil may
single
talo na
time
sila.
this game. And Nemesis,
So,
he had such
sayang.
an impressive
Meron pa isa,
game.
meron pa isa
It felt
sila.
like all of the
Versus,
problems that they had were
ano
suddenly
versus sila?
fixed the moment they got into this game.
Versus
Honestly, it was the
CG.
repeated outplays on
Given
dives.
yan.
You're right,
Less
yeah.
galingan
SK
talaga ng
Telecom
CG.
continue to force and force and force. And it
Kapag
just seemed
nanalo
like
lang
as we're
isa pa
panning around the
tong
map,
Fnatic sa
every
RNG,
single
ta-tiebreaker
lane
sila
gets
sa
turned
ano.
around.
Magka-tiebreaker
Bottom
sila
lane
sa
Hellsang died
SKT.
twice early.
Sure.
But aside from that,
But I mean, you're right,
Sayang
it's
guys
that
ang ating
mid-lane
contest, so
dive, which really
postpone
swung
na
the
ating
game
contest. Didelete ko
heavily
na
in
muna
favor
itong
of
ano.
Fnatic.
Also, the fumbled dives on top
Ating-
side. Whippo was the guy dying isolated every
Dali ko na
single
rin
game. I
to.
understand why SKT would want to go there, but this is the game where it doesn't work out.
Dili ko na rin
Fnatic
to,
turned
guys.
everything on its head. And for more on that huge upset from Fnatic, let's send it over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Dracos. A huge upset
Elena,
for
ano?
Fnatic, which keeps
Fnatic.
them in the tournament much more than that, which keeps them even in contention for
Anyways,
a possible
sige guys,
top
nood
of the
lang tayo.
group. Not to get
Sorry,
too
wala na tayong
hypey,
raffle,
but yeah,
Sorry, wala na
Fnatic, that was really incredible, especially I think if you see it in the context of how incredibly sloppy that clutch game win was for Fnatic and how much they needed to turn it around to come into this one.
My key takeaway is that you can have your tournament favorites, but there are no absolutes. The margin of error is so small. The gap has shrunk between these teams. It is moment to moment. And even when you see a clown fiesta like we just saw between Fnatic and Clutch, suddenly you see our LEC contenders come out flying, come out swinging, and make the audience and the LEC proud. This was the Fnatic we've been waiting to see. Standard League of Legends that hits very hard.
There are lessons throughout the tournament that you learn slowly. There are lessons throughout the day. And I came into today saying that the schedule looked great for Fnatic because they started off with a very rough start, like going up against Clutch. You'll have a lot of, hard balls thrown
Time
at
to
you.
work it out.
Yeah. Exactly. But then you can figure out very easily what you did incorrectly, but also double down on your strengths. And that's what we saw. I didn't expect the win.
No.
But that's what came out through, and now they have a lot of time to now prep for their last game going up against RNG.
I think for the first time we saw the Fnatic that we wanted to see, and I think it came off of the back of SKT's big mistake. I felt like there something clicked. Fnatic finally realized they can actually win this game, because this entire tournament I felt like they were playing in a way where they didn't trust each other, they didn't make those engages, they didn't have that fluidity that transferred that lead into another lead into another lead. Finally, Fnatic has come online.
Has come online, that synergy, and I think the first two replays we're going to look at really show that. It starts with the engage by SKT in the mid lane between the two towers, and this goes Fnatic's way, where before it never went Fnatic's way.
This is just beautiful. You take it away, because I thought that it was a smart play from SKT, but of course you see the support coming in. It was also with the jungle from Fnatic's side also being there for the complete protection on their mid laner.
And it's just that teamwork and that fluidity that Yamato is talking about. It's the fact that it was, the stun into the hourglass, into the Broxa barely belly bops, and it was just like Faker-esque in how clean some of those Gragas mechanics were. Now this one does get a little bit messy. I think Fnatic kind of missed their window to reset and try to hard force this, but they brought enough tools. They decided to get down and dirty, and we've said it all tournament long. When one team chooses to fight, you can't just disengage. You have to match.
We have to point out as well, SK Telecom, with a lot of focus here on the desk on Fnatic. SKT, a team, when they're winning against RNG as well, they're not being proactive. RNG is being proactive, and they're making the mistakes. This time around, Fnatic SKT tried to be proactive, and they couldn't because Fnatic punished, and all of a sudden, SKT just looked lost.
You said during the match when we were watching, this knocks down your own expectations for SKT as a tournament favorite a notch. But I do want to be fair here and say that in the same vein that Frosk said everything can change from day to day and from game to game, where do you stand on that now? Because this is only one game for SKT.
Well, that's analysis, right? You have to take some risks. Things can change. But now with what SKT have shown in the games against RNG as well, when they're in a position where they can be patient, things look good. First game against Fnatic, they had the scaling on their side. They could be patient. That looked good. Their team fights look impeccable. But when they need to be proactive, when that Veigar is scaling on the other side, when the Xayah is scaling, when the GP is scaling, all of a sudden they try to make the plays and it looked horrendous. When these pieces are not there, when they can be patient, all of a sudden SKT is not looking as powerful as last week.
And obviously a best of 5 is a completely different animal. Again, I would still err on SKT's side, just kind of the tape that we have. But ultimately, my main takeaway is if you thought that Fnatic had a 0% chance of getting out of this group stage, if you had just written it off, you were wrong. You don't know. It changes that quickly. The teams are that close, and we have that stacked of a tournament.
It's true, and we ran the 2017 replay before, and kind of all said, yeah, but not today. But Fnatic is doing work to try and make it happen. Now the Oppo player of the game was Nemesis, and I think that in itself is so important because he gets that rematch versus Faker after last week, and he really straight up carries this game.
A big criticism of mine was always Nemesis when he was playing the Assassins. Now, coming into the tournament, a lot of those Assassins have been nerfed, and when Nemesis is playing those mages where he can create space, he's looking like a great player.
Yeah, it was big shoes to fill, frankly. He had to replace Caps of all people. This was Fnatic looking for the rebuild. They took a rookie player in his first year with this team, and he is now standing toe-to-toe. And this hasn't been the only highlight reel from Nemesis. He has been one of the most consistent standout members of a very inconsistent World's Fnatic team.
Yeah, and I just think that this was a very smart pick in a composition where they're going up against an Akali. They can easily pick her off when she's in her shroud. A Vladimir. How is that comp ever going to find and engage on a grouped up Fnatic? So I thought that there was a great pick and ban coming in from
They
Fnatic.
got a lot of flame for their drafting last week, so I guess now the fans can be a bit more happy. We still have a little time before we get to the interview, and obviously we want to hear from Fnatic as well. So now I just want to pose the question. With all of this, even though a lot changes and your momentum changes, it doesn't change the fact that if you're Fnatic, you still have to win those next games. And for SKT, they now have to be more focused going into those last games as well. But if we look at Fnatic, the underdog here in this scenario, what do they need to do if they want to make it to the quarterfinals?
Honestly, I just want them to follow the Fnatic recipe. Nemesis on a mage, bot lane with proactivity, Bwipo on an island, follow this freaking recipe and stick to it. Don't be afraid of RNG because this is the history of RNG versus Fnatic.
But
Them being afraid.
That's the thing. You have the chance to rewrite history. This could not have been scripted better. The fact that it's RNG standing in front of Fnatic, the fact that Fnatic have been cowards in so many of those matchups to try to dodge it, Reckless could really make his redemption story, or RNG could just stomp their feet and be like, we've been here, we've done this dance, we know how it ends.
Yeah, and I just have one word here, it's discipline. Because what we've seen from both RNG and Fnatic is that when they have won team fights, they go that one step further, and we've seen it being bit from RNG's side where Ming dies in certain situations. And I just want to see if Fnatic can take it. They have that one last chance.
This group has just been blown wide open, and for more on that gigantic win, Lar caught up with Fnatic's jungler.
Thank you very much, guys. Laure here. Fnatic just won against SKT, and they stay in the race. Congratulations, Broxa. What does it mean to you to win against SKT? Because you entered today in a very difficult situation.
It feels really, really good being in this position right now, winning the first 2 games against, well, especially first game was really, really scary. If we lost that clutch game, it would have been really bad. Then we came back, we had a really, really great game against SKT, and right now it feels really good. It feels a bit mixed though, it feels a bit weird, because on one side I want to scream and shout and be really happy, but at the same time we got another really important game coming up later.
How did you make it happen? Because looking at the clutch game before this one, it didn't look good. Like, it was very messy, I feel. And here, so clean. I feel like the composition was on point. The Veigar pick was really good. So how did you make it happen?
After the first game, we just all recognized that Clutch actually played really, really well. And I think if Clutch keeps playing at this level, there's a decent chance that they might take down RNG or SKT as well. They played really, really well, so I just want to give props to them. And we recognized that, and we came into the next game. We just had a quick mental reset, and then everything just worked out the way we wanted it to.
Now, looking at the rest of the day, I want to follow up on confidence, because I had an interview with Reckless last week, and it didn't look good, obviously. How is it now? Is it the win you needed to be back on tracks? And do you feel confident against RNG later today?
Even at the start of the day, I felt pretty confident. Obviously, there's been some nerves and a lot of excitement going into today, but we have been in this position so many times before, and somehow everything usually clicks in week 2. Hopefully, we can keep this up and win the next game against RNG as well, but so far it's looking good for us, and I hope we can keep the streak going.
I know you can't say too much about strategies, but what is the key here against RNG, if you can say something?
I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like the last game against RNG actually went pretty well for the most part. But yeah, most of all, I think we just need to go with comfort, go with what we know works for us, and then I think we're going to have another good game.
I wish you good luck on that. Thank you very much, Proxa, for the interview, and congrats again on taking down SKT. We're going to take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for the 3rd game of the day.
Clid waiting in the darkness, but much better than previously. Clid now, though, going to run in. They're going to fish for the stun now. He's going to try to dash out. Hylissang will go down here. Rox is going to come out into a stun member. Will now be able to make it out to safety, trying to knock him back. Clid going to get taken down. A clean turn. The gangplank gold as well. Teddy burning, and here comes Hylissang. Eyes on the Herald, who gets it in the end. SKT, but Fnatic will play defense. We'll try to stop this one away. Effort has now been locked up. And then once again, a beautiful Veigar stun. Teddy can't get back in the fight. Has to burn cleanse to do so. Khan now caught in the cage. Fnatic, they can keep the fight going. He desperately wants to turn it. Khan locked up. The CC comes through, and Khan goes down. They're chipping through. They don't care about the Alistar ultimate. They want to burn him down, and they're going to do it. Bwipo's focusing the tower. The rest of SKT have to run for the hills, and even Khan's Vladimir.
The Baron will spawn in a minute. They're not going to overstay. Here comes Clid.
The kick through the Veigar, but still the cage comes out. He stops the engage. Khan has to find a way in. Reckless throwing the feathers through. He wants to pull them back. Khan, this is his hero moment. After a miserable week 1, here it is, folks. LEC fans, the dream is alive.
Battlefire! Vile scourge! Prepare to
Hi, Connie.
Hi, Alex. Got your text. That's some accident. I can help you file a claim on the State Farm app.
Cool.
State Farm just calls you? My insurance app doesn't do that.
Indeed. Let's split a cab to the con.
Friend me. Let's play online.
You too. I'm good at support.
I forgot to hang up.
You forgot to hang up.
Go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Welcome back to Worlds 2019. We are in a hot, fresh, and delicious picks and bans between Clutch Gaming and Royal Never Give Up. My name's Quickshot. I'm joined by Spawn and Papa Smithy for the All Commonwealth cast. Today, Clutch could give the LEC representatives Fnatic a very big present if they can cause an upset and take down RNG. We're already in draft. First pick, Qiyana.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what Clutch wants to be able to see. Bit of Tana time on the world stage would certainly be very good for Clutch right now. They can only play spoiler in this group, but as we keep mentioning, still fighting for that pride as well as the ability to create these upsets.
Yeah, we always focus on playing spoiler, but picking up a single win, not going 0-6 is a storyline in and of itself. Already, we see the lock-in on the Qiyana. RNG kind of able to dispose of Clutch Gaming pretty summarily in the first round. We'll see if there's any payback, because remember, we saw Fnatic, of course, respond to the Clutch game with that upset victory over SKT. Now Clutch have to back up that very long game.
And I think that RNG fans would be very happy to see this kind of tactic run against Clutch. Go with that mid-jungle 2v2, you know, something like the Akali as well as the Jarvan, going to do a lot of work to try and shut Damonte down there in the mid lane. And we've been hearing the whole time, you know, yes, Uzi is a superstar. Yes, you can play him, but you need more to be able to win a world championship.
And Karsa's Jarvan is always an interesting one, because you sometimes see Jarvan just farm it out if they don't get a level 2 gank. I feel like Karsa always has a path and a target just from champ select, whether it's of his own or the coach has put it forward. It's usually bot lane, but he can be very creative in his Jarvan pathing.
I want to see how that performs, and of course the Kayle being locked in for Clutch Gaming. We've been a little bit critical of the Kayle pick backstage. Some of the casters even using the word trap card when seeing this champion locked in. We assume that's going to be most likely top lane, as we believe Damonte will be taking that Qiyana in the mix.
Yeah, that's what you would expect from what we've seen from Clutch. However, I do like Kayle in this specific comp, even if it is going to be a Qiyana jungle, because I think that right now they have the ability to get in on the backline, dive very heavily onto what RNG has had. And we've seen that if you catch RNG set up, if you fight them before they're ready, their natural response is to fight back, and it can catch them unawares.
And I like that you single out the Qiyana as a dive buddy for the Kayle, because she has both mobility and initiation, and not many champions can provide all of that in one big wallop. And that ult is certainly a big wallop. Pyke is going to be seeing a ban here. Was banned out against Clutch Gaming earlier, and the Morgana straight up locked in here, a Ming favorite.
It certainly is, and I mean, you could see that Clutch knew something was up. They were trying to get rid of the defensive supports, the Tahm Kenches, as well as the Galio. I would be expecting Vulcan to go towards something like a Thresh or, you know, potentially a Blitzcrank to be able to try and take it to this bottom lane.
Because you think of what counters Morgana's support blind, you think of Karma, but if you see Kai'Sa Karma, that's very low in terms of kill threat and doesn't actually put up any real synergy with the killer instinct. So you'd actually kind of welcome it from the side of Clutch Gaming. So RNG kind of setting up for a self-counter pick, at least in the 2v2, to come through for Vulcan.
Yeah, but I don't think that that is the way that Clutch need to play this game. I really do think you have to be able to go at them. Rakan is another one of those engage-heavy champions. And right now, Clutch just have one of those comps that once you get 1.5 items, you just want to scrap all the time in the jungle, around objectives, and that's certainly an area that they were able to thrive during the LCS.
Well, we could have some big initiation on the side of RNG. Not an IE marksman to give that molten edge to, but still, the Orin has been recently a big calling card of the tournament, a favorite of the previous top lane of RNG and Let Me, but just going to go for the Aatrox here, and honestly, in the lane, there's quite a lot of power packed by RNG.
And I like the decision from RNG. You know what? Let's go mid-game to mid-game. Let's throw down. Let's build that momentum. The last game of the day is going to be the one that is very important for Royal, but you can never look past someone like Clutch. So I think that their composition right now is very well balanced. It's going to have a big spike on those two items, and that's exactly when Clutch want to fight as well.
Well, let's see what Clutch can do. For the time being, Qiyana sitting in the top lane, 5 seconds left before that champion is locked in. I'm anticipating a swap, and if not, I want to ask my analyst, what do you make of this? Kayle mid, Qiyana top.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a look at someone like Qiyana, she's just so versatile, and I think the ability to grab grass in a long lane is actually supremely underrated. I know that a lot of teams, when Qiyana first came out, were using it as a three-way flex, and top lane was certainly a viable option.
And the second matchup we saw after the Vladimir that we saw Aatrox doing very well in was actually the KO matchup. It was Wonder on that one, having a real struggle streak to trying to relieve pressure, but it's at the cost to me of Damonte's best performing champion. I think of his Qiyana games, one of the big reasons that Clutch made that charmed run all the way to Worlds 2019. So there is a cost here. KO will find safety in the mid lane. The shorter lane does allow her to try to push in.
And welcome to the Rift. It's Clutch Gaming taking on Royal Never Give Up. Now, it was a last-second pivot. The Ornn was hovered for a very long time, and the Aatrox has now been locked in. Spawn, what do you make of that last-second swap, and what would you like to anticipate in this matchup against Qiyana?
Yeah, well, when I'm looking at RNG and how they typically played coming into this World Championship, you would not be very surprised to see that Ornn picked up just for the augmentation of the items, as you mentioned, Pape. However, this new look RNG does want to prove that they can play through their top side of the map. Longxing is a player that can play carries. People were very excited when he joined the RNG lineup, and I would expect Karsa in this matchup to try and attack topside.
I feel like Longxing is kind of taking inspiration from Impact, who usually doesn't get a lot of resources, but still got a lot of value out of Aatrox, a very lane-focused pick. However, don't think he hypothesized it'd be Qiyana in the top lane, because suddenly, if it's KO Rek'Sai, like, okay, Rek'Sai really strong in early skirmishes, KO not so much. The Qiyana has that skirmish strength, and thus, it is still going to be difficult for Longxing to play aggressively.
Yeah, and that's what I do want to mention. You know, with the Rek'Sai, despite being double AD users, they've probably got the strongest 2v2 level 3 in the game.
Yeah.
So instead, we're going to see a bottom side invade and potentially a split map. Split map bottom side, that doesn't really suit the Aatrox at all.
Definitely a fair point on that one. But guess what? Maybe more resources for Uzi. Who knew? On that particular one, let Morgana push up and have a happy time. She needs level 2 to get the Black Shield to really have the note button against the Rakan, but the Rakan was for comp, not for lane. We already hyped up Karsa and his creative pathing. Now, at least, should know which side of the jungle he's on.
I like that. More resources for Uzi. And in unrelated news, water is wet. Something that has been a staple for the RNG side. Of course, RNG will be playing Fnatic at the end of the day, and this is a good taste test to see how well they can play against Clutch. Clutch versus Fnatic was one of the most intriguing and entertaining professional matches I have ever watched. But for Clutch, it is about making a statement game, and their penultimate match, they play SKT immediately following this.
Yeah, they certainly do. And before we deep dive into what was a very interesting game of League of Legends before, I do want to point out the fact that Xiaohu was able to get control over the mid lane wave. We call it priority, that ability to push it in on your opponent. That meant it was too risky for Lyra to actually go for the red buff invade. So this is going to be a 3 buff for Karsa, as bottom lane is also pushing in there.
A lot of priority on paper here for the RNG draft. It kind of requires Lyra to be the unseen hand to affect multiple lanes. Otherwise, it's like RNG can push or necessarily freeze at will. A lot of power packed into a Rek'Sai early, but if she's spotted, and we already know that she had to deal with a damaged Raptor camp that was already taken down by Karsa, she's going to be behind in levels, so the first gank doesn't come together, and RNG might find themselves way ahead.
Yeah, keeping our eyes on what Lyra decides to do this game. Damonte takes a big chunk of damage from Xiao, who has pushed that wave forward. It's slowly bounced back, and now Damonte moving that wave out. If you look top and middle, it's pushing towards RNG's half in the map for now.
Yeah, this early game's going to suck for Lyra. I mean, he's had to go back to base already, pathing back towards topside, and you can see that Karsa was thinking about matching it and maybe going for a top lane Scuttle Crab. If Karsa is able to deny away his double golems from Lyra, it's going to be so long before a high-value camp is available for this Rek'Sai. And Rek'Sai is all about skirmishing in the river, and that's not going to be an option with how these lanes are set up.
Actually, just coming mid lane to try to help the push or potentially counter gank. The usual spot for a blue side Rek'Sai to gank is to go behind the red side bot lane and tunnel over the wall. The RNG bot lane are overextended for this, but if you notice, Scuttle Control also a ward in the Tribe Rushes. Vulcan takes a lot of damage, should be fine, but these brawls should always be advantage RNG at this point.
Take a look at the CS differences already. Uzi 29 to 17 in that lane. It's been shoving and pushing, and every time we look, there's damage being applied. Langxing, though, the recipient of the first gank, and despite the struggles of Lyra early, a flawless first blood.
Yeah, and you still don't want to be on the receiving end of that Hail of Blade Rek'Sai, so a great read there from Lyra. He had one side of the map, and I also want to point out the fact that Clutch burnt 2 teleports early to start trying to fight for that priority. Yes, they are now down in CS, but they are able to play a little bit more active in the lanes due to the use of the early summoner spell.
And it just shows you that flip of sending the Qiyana topside, the kill pressure that wouldn't have been there with a KO. Karsa watching on, but does see the Dark Binding go wide.
Man, I held my breath when that Dark Binding was flying out. You have to expect Karsa, level 4, the flag and drag available. Look at the mid lane. Xiaohu has already responded. That's a little bit of an engage from Vulcan, but Karsa's able to escape with the flag and drag.
This is classic Kuni, even as a top laner, he can roam down bot as if he's playing mid and be there for the counter ganks. Caps has been known to make those as well. Watching the top side though, root hits, and just connects so beautifully from Clutch. Just no counterplay for Langxing.
Yeah, and it looks like a little bit of a disconnect because Langxing's wave is pushing off the turret, and we already saw Karsa make the hesitation on the back. He knew he had to be topside, but he got a little bit greedy for a couple of extra camps. So I think that is a really nice capitalization from Clutch Gaming on what was an overstay, to say the least, on the top side.
Definitely the case. The Aatrox has to play respectfully. It won't have the same quarter impact and Licorice did earlier in the tournament. Only himself showing off his Qiyana mechanics. Down in CS, but like we saw, he did relieve a turret dive from the side of RNG.
Early Moby boots picked up for Huni as well, so reducing the impact of that early roam. Langxing landing a number of Qs, even over the wall, in fact. Just trying to poke Huni out as best he can. And the first back, by the way, for Cody-san, he's picked himself up the Cull on that Kai'Sa. Another very big trade in the top lane as Langxing trying to put as much damage down as he can.
And I do want to try and theory craft this Moby Boots purchase, because generally when you see it in the mid lane, it's a push and roam style. Now, where do you have to go from top lane? Not very far. However, maybe he thinks it's a negative matchup where he's going to have to trade his health for CS and wants to be able to get back to that lane, hold on to the teleport for the impactful dragon fights that we normally see out of Clutch.
We saw there was that rebuff to Aatrox when it comes to interacting with minions, so no guarantee here there'll be the same windows that you find in the mid lane. Kind of reminds me of a top lane Ignite Pantheon or something in solo queue, but trying to make his presence felt early. We already mentioned that RNG have comped much more for early mid game than usual, so I don't mind the idea of the mobility as the trading continues.
It does indeed. Vulcan takes a lot of damage. Dark Binding anticipating either a flash or a dash, and Vulcan holds on to it for now.
And watch that trade pattern. Uzi doesn't go in with the E until he knows that Ming is right behind him there with the Dark Shield. However, now Lyra potentially looking for something bottom lane, but well scouted.
Absolutely the case. Karsa's waiting in the wings.
Not moving.
Both junglers
not detected
spotting
each
other out now. The Rek'Sai passive did not reveal the position, and Ming again just millimeters away from that Dark Binding connecting.
And you can see what bottom lane pressure means, because that is a level 6 red buff Rek'Sai, one of the most fearsome junglers in the game. But because Vulcan and Cody are stuck under this turret, it was always going to be a 2v1 or a 3v1 here for RNG.
Yeah, that's the thing, because she could not spot Karsa without moving, still looking for kills as an underleveled Jarvan does really show the temperature of this lane. Also the items, you already mentioned earlier, quick shot, about the early purchase, the Cull. Tyr and Sheen is obviously a huge laning advantage here, so Cody-san kind of at the whim of Uzi and Ming.
Yeah, that's 2 turret plates already, a 20 CS advantage, combat stats advantage as well. Uzi had already fired the True Shot Barrage, so Cody-san a little lucky to get away with his life there. And now a setup in the mid lane. Xiaohu's got Flash available to him, as does the ultimate, and Damonte will need that Divine Judgment to buy some time.
You can see Xiaohu knows exactly what's going on there. He's just playing with it a little bit. However, Vulcan now looking at this mid lane as well. And I want to point out that Uzi in game number 1 also had a terrific Ezreal game. At 17 minutes, he had completed Trinity Force, Boots 2, as well as upgraded Manamune, which at that stage of the game is so ridiculously strong, but wasn't able to convert that advantage into any real meaningful team fight. We'll see whether this game is different.
What we are seeing RNG do as a team, though, is convert lane pressure and the fact that Lyra had to pick up the minion wave in mid when Damonte backed, just running straight at the Drake, picking up a very nice early uncontested Cloud Drake, playing around the pressure they drafted for. So far, so good for RNG.
I mean, it's terrifying to think that Clutch got first blood and the gold that comes with it. They have Klepto on their mid laner, and they are still behind 600-700 gold plus the Drake. Just compliments of some of that laning pressure.
However, I would say with Kayle as well as the Kai'Sa, you are probably looking at a very good scaling advantage for Clutch, and they're not playing a hard-to-execute comp. It's just everyone get in there, throw people into the wall, and see if you can make a fight happen.
Amusingly, the gold lead's actually a little bit misleading because 600 of it is between the supports, and that's just because Vulcan hasn't been able to walk up and poke. Speaking of Vulcan.
Oh, the quickness comes in. There's Cody-san dashing in. Uzi's the target. He's taken out. Traded 1-for-1, but the kill credit secured by the bot laner of Clutch. While that's going on, Huni finds a stun onto Langxing. That's a supreme display of talent against the wall. Lyra joins the fray and sinks down the prey.
Big kills coming through on both sides of the rift. Ming picking up the kill credit for both the kills so far on bot side. But CG do use that duo power, and they're not done.
No, they're not. Hail of Blades is doing so much work. The Void Rush comes in. Huni manages to help secure the kill. Lyra gets the unburrow, and Xiaohu manages to step into the Shroud for now. 4 kills to 2 in favor of Clutch.
What a terrific passage of play. That's an outright 2v2 on the bottom lane that Clutch are able to get the first kill. Sure, 2 will go over, but as you mentioned, Papa, onto Ming, the support already was so far ahead in the gold. But Morgana is not the best at converting these items. As we take another look at it, this is Uzi going in aggressively again, but this time not working.
Actually really well done from Vulcan, who's just been taking in the bot lane, unable to really contribute anything, not even generate gold. Let's watch if he goes down here. We did not see this off screen. Last auto attack, the fadeaway kill, and 3 kills now, I believe, onto Ming. But we knew this comp from Clutch Gaming wasn't about lanes. It's about getting out of lanes and having great synergy and setup to dive in, whether it's Qiyana or Rek'Sai, and for Kayle to throw down that ultimate and help it out. Karsa hasn't been able to translate lane pressure into finished turrets or Rift Heralds. He's actually not been able to get done as much as we might have expected in here. He just misjudges the situation against Clutch's trio.
And it also looked like just a lack of understanding, as hold the thought, because bottom lane turret might go down.
It will indeed. 11.5 minutes on the clock. While we were in the replay, that picture-in-picture came up. Clutch Gaming secured the Rift Herald as well. So while they have conceded turret first blood, you can see that in the inventory of Lyra, who has had a fantastic performance in the early stages of the game, already got Warrior Enchant complete, and can look to set up a play with the Heralds.
However, that Herald shouldn't mean as much, because right now you should be able to hold the thought.
Trade damage coming in. Langxing throws down the World Ender. Not going to be able to land any skill shots just yet. Damonte sidesteps everything.
Yeah, still has to burn the flash, however, as he retreats to the turret. And what I was going to mention is right now you should just be able to pick up the Ezreal, pick up the Morgana, put the mid lane. They're going to guarantee you shove. And that means that using this Rift Herald is going to have to be off the back end of a successful fight, or potentially to gain you some priority over the dragon.
We're about to hit the part of the game is mid lane. Xiaohu's going to take a lot of damage.
He does indeed. Forced to use that perfect execution defensively. He manages to make it out for now.
And any sort of little advantage you can get as Ezreal is about to come in mid lane, work his way towards Trinity Force, and also his Miramana. That's a big advantage for RNG to wield. But now at least, Clutch Gaming just returning to the bot side here. The mid-game Ezreal is almost upon us.
Yeah, absolutely the case. 1,000 gold up in favor of RNG right now. But if you look at the top lane difference, Moby Boots and the Duskblade of Drakthar already completed. That early support, thanks to Moby Boots from Huni, is helping the individuals, but they're losing their outer turrets. 12.5 minutes and another plate has gone down mids.
However, because they did burn the ultimate away from the Akali, she has to play much more respectfully on this bottom side of the map. They went nice and early, so there isn't the ability to rotate just yet, and Clutch starting to fight back into this game.
Yeah, they're attacking the single member here of Xiaohu. Does not have the ability to walk up and wave. There's so many plates being cashed up, but it feels like the gold pinatas everywhere are getting tapped out.
Definitely the case. Huni's doing what he can to clear the minion wave. It's not going to be enough right now. Towers not yet fallen in the bottom lane, and RNG are on a race against time. 30 seconds before turret plating will drop. Turrets are evened out at 1-1, but another plate falls top. Vulcan and Lyra sitting on a potential engage, but look, they're spotted out by that ward just to the right-hand side of the bush.
Yeah, and maybe some patience shown from RNG, something that we're not necessarily used to seeing. Instead of trying to fight and ward off that Rift Herald drop, they are just happy to trade the gold. They feel like they come online slightly earlier and therefore want to accelerate to that pace in the game.
They also want to get a back timing out of Uzi soon to pick up Trinity Force and really wield his full power. But now at least they control bot side river, so we'll be an uncontested second Cloud Drake here for some rotational play for RNG. The next shop is where things really kick into high gear for RNG, and Clutch will need to outnumber or outmaneuver to get an advantage.
And a big part of that is going to be the Duskblade pickup here for Huni, because he's going to have the ability to not only have a sweeper, but as well as that Duskblade passive to sweep out his way to these flanks. It's going to have to be creative team fight setup from Clutch, because as you mentioned, you need the superior numbers.
And your read on this, honestly, the Moby boots into double, triple lethality is he's roaming. You know, he's not looking to win the 1v1 against Aatrox any longer. So getting pockets of vision where they have control wards down or they know they can make plays, or as you mentioned, sweeping out with the Duskblade is so critical here, because if all those plays are averted, it's going to be RNG picking up more farm than Clutch.
Well, we're hitting 15 minutes on the clock, and Clutch have shown their decision-making and compositional strategy has netted them some benefits. 2-0-1 on Huni, 1-0-2 on Lyra. Now we move into this mid-game phase, and I think back to the first time RNG played SKT, and it was movement around the map that SKT was able to utilize to defeat RNG. Now let's see if Clutch can repeat the same. As there's pressure on the top lane, and Lyra decides to move forward, at least threatening an engage onto Uzi.
Yeah, a lot of threat going down. Well, that's all to speak of there, as another level into the ultimate means another upgrade for the side of Kayle. Gotta say, Clutch, even at 0-4, being very plucky, showing a lot of tenacity. Definitely still want to impact the scoreboard as much as possible.
And this is the fact that their side laner has the ability to push past a tier 1 because it was taken down and then move into that mid lane play. You can't say the same right now about Xiaohu, because he's pushing into the Kayle, who is just a brick wall, hoovering up all of that additional CS. And now, it's a bad move.
It absolutely is. I mean, this just exceptionally well played. Lyra and Huni have had Lungxing's number this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, that's just lack of respect again. I mean, we spoke about it before, but they are pushing and moving towards their strong side of the map. This is what Vision creates for you. Disjointed numbers, and again, Lungxing falls down.
And the cool thing about having this perma side lane Qiyana, because started top lane and now rotating around the map, is that compared to the normal Qiyana you expect it from Damonte, Tanner Time roaming top and bot, is that there's multiple access routes to the mid lane that can be warded or spot you out. Given how this is being set up, a sweep comes through from the Duskblade, Lyra comes over a wall, and every single time that will lead to a kill.
And the problem is right now is you can see that they're doing multiple steps to be able to get bottom lane to mid controlled before going for that play. RNG, on the other hand, they were just chipping for mid lane turret. Longxing needed to know that was the ultimate objective and be willing to sacrifice a little bit of CS for it. He wasn't, and therefore he dies.
Let's see how this pays out for the next few minutes, because Huni on the Qiyana is in an exceptional position. Damonte on this Kayle is still waiting to check his wristwatch and go, what time is it, fellas? Because at 0-0-0 on Kayle, he's had 20 minutes of relatively safe farming time to scale up on this pick that needs some time and some levels.
Yeah, but with the Qiyana, with the Kai'Sa, as well as the Kayle, you know your mid-game team fighting and late-game insurance is going to be there. So I feel like they are so happy with the fact that they're only down 200 gold.
What I want to see RNG do that they're not doing at the moment is play towards the Kayle's lack of ability to walk up. With this build, she really is trying to sustain off waves. She can't take extended trades against Akali or even the Aatrox necessarily. That could turn into Baron control if you're outnumbering. But actually Clutch is the one that groups with their Kayle, and grouping with their Kayle unlocks the utility that's online as early as level 6.
And it just seems right now that RNG are one step behind Clutch. They're playing for the big objectives on the map, mid lane turret into Dragons. However, they aren't being fluid. They aren't rotating their pressure around. Instead, they're just very static in their setup. I feel like that's giving windows for Clutch to take advantage.
But what I want people at home to appreciate is it's not a lead that's reflected in the gold, right? At this point, there's hundreds of gold, not thousands of gold between the two teams, and RNG definitely can get the vice grip on this game with something like a Baron, and the fact that their side lanes are in a great spot. We are appreciating how Clutch is finding more of a foothold in this game than we could ever have anticipated previously. However, there's still plenty of work to be done on both sides.
So let's project forward the next few minutes. Next Drake will be another Cloud. Baron is coming up in a minute and a half, and if you look down the itemization, 2 items almost for everybody on the side of Clutch Gaming to 1.5 for most members of RNG, with the exception of Uzi. So what do you want to see Clutch do, who feel like they had the tools to utilize.
Given the fact that it's another Air Drake, I want them to play away from Uzi, because whilst we say it's 2 items, he pretty much has 3. That's an Ardent Sensor going to be picked up first for the Morgana. So as long as Uzi isn't in the play, I feel like it's a big team fight win right now for Clutch Gaming. At the same time, if you're Uzi, you need to be able to take this mid lane push somewhere else and pressure other parts of the map.
And Clutch Gaming need to appreciate they can't come to RNG through Fog of War and try to get them. They need RNG to come to them, because you start diving onto an Ezreal with Black Shield, it's going to be a bad time. And Akali can also force out a suboptimal Kayle ultimate, and you don't get the same initiation and picks from their aggressive skirmishes they got before. So plays like this, where they send a multiple outnumber, they get turret damage on, and RNG can either come to them or cede an objective.
And this is just their understanding of what they need to do to be able to win the game. Every second the game goes longer, the more you're winning if you're Clutch. The fact that they're also getting, free waves now onto the Kayle, that she's at 200 CS at 20 minutes in, farming at the clock is a big victory right now in what should have been a counter-pick matchup and a disastrous early game for Lyra.
And what I've really appreciated about Clutch and TL of the 3 North American squads, they really know what they are and they aren't. C9 definitely seemed confused about their meta read, but Clutch, whether it was through their qualification for this tournament or largely their group stage performance, they know where their bread is buttered. They're trying to make it work, and so far here, their game plan hasn't looked a distinct second to RNG's.
Absolutely not the case, and we get to evaluate both teams' mid games as we move forward. Now, Huni's going to step forward. He's already got a lot of damage going golden there. That's a lot of trouble for RNG. But the first victim is going to be Vulcan. Carson manages to escape somehow. Cody-san uses the ultimate to dive towards the back line. But here comes Langxing. Xiaohu dives forward as well. And Damonte's ultimate will buy just enough time for Cody-san to flash. But the True Shot Barrage sends him packing.
And we see what happens when you fight in the same lane as Uzi, not able to blow up Kasa. Very good use of that stopwatch. And now RNG will look to siege down mid.
Sometimes that stopwatch is worth thousands of gold, and it feels like that fight would have absolutely tumbled through if their frontline Jarvan had been taken down. Now, suddenly, a lot of map control is ceded to RNG, and of course, the kill.
And an interesting call here, Papa, because it looked like they wanted to collapse back towards Baron. However, it looks like top lane turret is going to ultimately be the objective. RNG is sick of Clutch being able to play in their forest and instead want to start to knock down these outer structures and make the map small.
Let's look over the replay here, and it's Clutch making the sort of plays around Huni they have earlier, but Lyra's not connected to this one, doesn't have the Q down to be able to ult, so they just don't have enough burst damage by, honestly, a couple of hundred, and then suddenly RNG can play front to back, and even with a great flash, True Shot Barrage does the work.
And that is not the Kayle ult you're looking for. You want it on the aggression, not on the defense. I feel like, oh.
Speaking of aggression,
Sun is in some trouble. Gets pulled backwards thanks to the Umbral Chains. Kasa and Langxing pick up a kill. One thing to note, double teleports used by RNG to the single of Clutch, but losing another member means there's more time for RNG to pressure lanes.
And this game state is actually worse than maybe the scoreboard represents, because they've actually lost control around top side for the first time in a long time. Remember, they were the ones to get the outer top lane turret first. They were the ones to have Huni and other members sweeping through, and that meant they always had Baron access to potentially start it or potentially turn around a team fight. That's where specifically the Qiyana ultimate always comes up trumps, but suddenly it's darkness from the perspective of Clutch Gaming.
And honestly, this is what staggered deaths do in pro play. The inability to be able to get a good setup, go back to base, pick up your control wards, and be able to go back into another skirmish, because a couple of lost fights, it looks like Clutch are now going to be on that back foot and haven't been able to get back into that topside jungle.
Bad news, Mr. Uzi has definitely visited the armory a couple of times here. 2,000 gold ahead of anyone else on the Rift. We saw him stack up the turret plates early. He's looking fearsome.
He's flame horized him at 22 minutes into the game.
Unbelievable. 283 to 189 right now. Now, admittedly, on the other side of the coin, you've got Huni and Damonte with marginal leads over their respective counterparts. If by some miracle the Kayle Qiyana can catch Ezreal, it'll go well. And this is a good example of what you can do to Castle when he doesn't have a stopwatch to read. Lyra will get the defensive ultimate from Kayle. He escapes with his life for now. Flashes to safety. True Shot Barrage will not find a snipe. And RNG are chasing and hunting, but no Langxing, no teleport means no more.
So a good trade there. They're able to pick up the one kill, and because it's onto Kasa, they're able to once again ensure that no objectives are going to be picked up by RNG despite trading out negatively in some of those HP bars. But I feel like this is getting very dicey. The longer this game goes, the harder that play is to execute.
But there's probably no need to pray for at least another 10 minutes to get a pick, because that's exactly what this comp does so well. Whatever version is together, they have so much pick pressure. As Ultius on Huni already draws a flash, suddenly a bit of pressure relieved on the bot side of the map.
And I feel like that means that Huni is not going to get multi-man ultimates anytime soon. Will still be able to pick up the singles in that pick, as Qiyana is want to do, but without that big flash is going to be tough. This is Caster just going on a solo mission, not yet with mid lane priority, has no right to walk that far into the river, and rightly gets punished for it.
But then they can turn on to Lyra so easily here, actually end up sacking the Stacies here between the Divine Intervention and also the stopwatch. Lyra gets out. It's a 1 for 0, but not one that really resets the map outside of a bit more vision around Baron for Clutch.
1,500 gold in the lead for RNG. The fourth and next uncontested Drake will be secured here. Ocean, simply no pressure from Clutch. If you look at the minimap, their priority is in the top lane. They're trying to regain some Baron vision.
And that's kind of the scaling component of their comp now, right? All of these Drakes, 4 pre-25 minutes. We have a 5th, a 6th even could spawn this game if it was taken basically instantly. Longxing finds 2 people.
Longxing may live to regret that decision. World Ender comes up, and he's going to get run down. Puts a lot of damage, though. Vulcan's in trouble. Forced to flash with his life. The fight's not over yet. Supreme Display of Talent's already been used. Huni's going to get dashed on. He gets slapped with a couple of shurikens. He escapes with his life, and Huni makes it out.
And it's just millimeters in the end that allows Huni to survive, but once again, Clutch trade up. However, RNG continue to try and fight for this vision behind numbers.
Always love a bit of champion excellence as Huni shows us on his role swap top lane Qiyana. Kodi-san walks down. Now he's actually going all in.
Okay, now remember, there's no ultimate for Xiaohu. Kodi-san's just going to look to run him down with the Manamune and the Rage Blade. Ends up flashing forward. Gets the Hourglass proc as well. Takes a big chunk of damage, but that's a solo kill to Kodi-san.
And because Longxing doesn't have teleport, they don't feel like they can start up the Baron, so another pick over for Clutch Gaming. They are creating the chaos needed on the map to be able to gain these advantages and continue to drag the game out.
In case people at home are wondering how Kodi-san has fallen into this massive hole in CS, he's being called off of a lot of side minion waves, but first Huni on the Moby Boots Qiyana, or the Kayle, who was also taking a lot of CS, so kind of had to take the L for the team here because they haven't been ahead as RNG tunnel into Baron.
Yeah, they certainly do, and this is completely off vision, only 2 members. It is going to also be an Ardent. This could be a Baron sneak.
Clutch have no idea.
No response whatsoever. Look at the minimap. This is just going to be easily secured. Every objective in the Dragon and Baron pit, RNG will be able to secure. The W will connect from Kodi-san, but it doesn't matter. And a fantastic map read from RNG.
Yeah, what a courageous play to just be able to start that one up. You know, Qiyana has got an ultimate, has got teleport. If that is spotted, that is probably a 1 team fight right now for Clutch. However, now the fact they have it makes Clutch's job nearly impossible.
It's one of those things where there's almost no cost to going over the wall and starting it, and then you look at the champions that are visible from Clutch and see if there's any stutter stepping, any movements that pantomime that you know about the Baron being started. It wasn't his mid lane.
That's another engage. Caster's in trouble, and so far it's actually Huni that's blown up. Caster escapes with his life. Vulcan's running away. Uzi is looking to finish it off. He's got the second of the fight so far. Caster and Uzi are chasing. Damonte starting to step back. Kodi-san gets tagged by a Mystic Shot. He's blown up. It's a double kill for Uzi. Now Lyra's running for his life. This, by the way, while Longxing is pushing in the top lane, Lyra goes down, and RNG are looking at the base.
And in a genuine 4v5, they run over the entirety of Clutch. This game was so close to parity, but once that Baron was obtained, RNG just hit the switch.
Uzi just follows his top laner who didn't want to group. Single player Aatrox going to be able to break through the top side of the map. Game probably doesn't end here, but I feel like the straw that broke the camel's back was very visible.
15-second death timers for several members of Clutch. The inhibitor is being taken down. RNG, they're still stepping forward. Damonte is going to be able to clear this wave out as RNG back away. In the blink of an eye, 5,500 gold is the Baron power play. Thus far, the base is broken open, and you have to feel the spirit and the hope of Clutch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you take a look at how this game has gone, it has been the annoying fly that is Clutch, trying to flitter around the whole map, trying to sting the monster that is RNG. But as soon as they got members on the same screen, we saw the strength of this lineup.
And it was honestly Huni trying to make something out of nothing. He saw the enemy team regrouping after Baron and said, hey, we trade evenly, we get Baron bust off, and it's worth it. He often makes those calls himself, and on the Kiana, he has the toolset to do so, but his teammates have to pay the price as well, as it's open season on the members of Clutch. Speaking of, they're fighting again.
And we jump back into the action. Costa's already did this time. Remember, look at the damage! Langxing and Xiaohu obliterate the North Americans. That's a triple kill already, and Langxing is tower diving. He picks up the ace, and that will be the game for RNG.
He just dunks him. Everyone trapped in that Cataclysm already. The summoner spells had been burnt, and RNG take over.
Uzi's Ezreal hidden passive, also so much damage out of the True Shot Barrage. The dive trio gets it done, and RNG take down Clutch in the 4th game of the day.
The game ended in such a different tone to the 25 minutes that preceded. RNG will eliminate Clutch to make them go 0-5. They're not done just yet. A couple extra kills before the Nexus falls, and Huni will be blown up. RNG set their sights on Fnatic.
And a little bit more of a methodical game out of RNG. Honestly, caught out
GG
inside
RNG.
lanes multiple times, but you could see they understood the strength of the composition.
Guys, yung
Once
raffle
Uzi
natin
was
kanina
ready
yung
to go,
pa-contest
once
sana
they
natin
picked up that
na-cancel
Baron
na natin
buff,
kasi
they sure did
hindi
very
naman
fast.
naka-sweep
RNG
yung
games very often
tawag dyan, yung
follow a formula, and it felt like that
SKT.
formula didn't apply to the
Parang
early
sila
game
na,
that was
no?
very focused
Wow,
on
big
Lyra
upset by
and Huni combining their
Fnatic.
powers on
And,
Kiana and Rek'Sai.
next
It took
game is
time
SKT
for them
versus
to really
Clutch
assimilate
Gaming.
to this particular
So,
game's meta.
mukhang alam
The
naman natin
moment
kung
they got on
sino-
top
kung
of
sino
that,
mananalo, unless
like you say, Deficio,
bumalik
Quick
na
Shot,
bumalik
Deficio
na naman ang
online.
tadhana.
Like you say, Quick Shot.
Not sure kung may chance pa ang RNG. I think may
Honestly,
chance
by
pa ang
the end,
RNG.
a couple of strikes later, it was over.
Oh, the pain
Pagkatalo
that you
nila ang
reminded me of,
Fnatic.
Papa Smithy. The thing is, though, if you compared Clutch and Fnatic's
Not sure,
games
no? Parang,
earlier to
parang
when they played one another
pagkatalo natalo
to the
ng
most
Fnatic,
recent
parang
games they
meron
just
pa
played,
silang
you would not
chance.
believe they were the same teams.
Ano ba sila
Clutch for
ngayon?
25 minutes had a
3-2
very
sila na ngayon,
real,
2-2. 3-2.
very believable shot at being able to take down
3-2
RNG.
sila ngayon, eh.
And
Ang Fnatic
two
is-
little skirmishes, two little picks changed the tone of the entire match.
But I really think it was the Baron, just
Fnatic
because of
is,
the fact that those
ano
were what
ba?
forced the skirmishes. They knew that as soon as the siege was
3-1.
coming, it was probably going to be where that helped. So when do you fight? You fight in the setup, and you have to respect the shot that Clutch took. This is a team that does
Nalito
understand
na ako sa
their
ano.
compositions, but it just wasn't enough for the beast that is RNG.
And I think it also kind of caused
Thanks
us to
for follow,
reflect on the 10 years of
Marquinhos.
League of Legends as well, because no longer do we have, oh, we lost a game, or we played really bad, we're tilted for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
These squads, we
Tingnan
just
natin
saw
kung anong-
Fnatic
ano
bounce
natin.
back from that particular
Fnatic
game you're
3-2.
alluding to, and beat SKT.
3-2,
And
no?
now Clutch put their best foot forward. It wasn't
ang
enough in
RNG
the end,
ay-
but no
ang
signs of
RNG
the Fiesta game earlier in this particular game.
However, I do think that we are
3-2
seeing that
rin
these
ang
top
RNG, no?
teams in this group particularly will also be pushed throughout this group stage.
Ah,
We saw
okay.
SKT already drop a game. This early game
It's
is
a do or die
certainly
pala
far
sa
from
game 6.
picturesque from RNG
Talaga.
as well. And I think that, you know,
Do or
cracks are
die sa
starting to
game
appear.
6.
They absolutely are. We do have one
Kasi
replay
Fnatic
to take
and
a look at
RNG sa
before we
game
head
6
to an
eh.
ad break. And
So
this
tayo sila
what's
ngayon,
your
3-2.
move replay should be the final team fight in the mid lane, and I think this is where Xiaohu and Langxing in particular just obliterate Clutch.
Yeah, the engage
Or
comes in from
ang-
Clutch, but the
Subol lang, ano,
turnaround
Subol
here
lang-
after Caster goes down is just deletion. Shades of the Shy on
Ay, hindi pa
Aatrox
pala. Hindi
diving
pa pala
in the
Subol
front
ang
line.
SKT.
It's a free-for-all.
Kailangan pa rin na manalo sa
Yeah,
CG.
it
Kapag
certainly
natalo
is. And I
sila
mean,
sa
the
CG, may
setup to
chance
that
ang
fight is once again Clutch
mag-
looking for
mag-triple
the
ano
opportunistic
tayo,
setup
triple
while not all
tiebreaker.
members are showing. Once again, you got to respect the fact that they are willing to pull the trigger, but not enough of that separating the team beforehand to be able to create the mismatch numbers they needed.
No, definitely the case. So RNG, they'll be setting their sights on Fnatic at the end of the day. That is most likely the battle for second place right now. SKT,
Yeah, naglaban
however, are
ng
taking on
game 6,
Clutch,
diba?
and Clutch
3-2
have
sila
to
parehas, eh.
bounce back from
RNG
that
and Fnatic,
defeat.
3-2
Hopefully with another
parehas.
exciting fan. Now, you'll take a look at some of the fans here in the Verti Music Hall through the lens of the Oppo mobile cam. And so far, they've seen tons of action.
Pag nanalo
SKT just
pag
need
nanalo ang
one
ano,
win
SKT
to
sa
secure
CG,
first seed
surbol na
face
sila.
off against
Pero pag
Clutch
hindi,
Gaming in a few
tiebreaker
minutes. The
pa
drama
rin
doesn't
sila
stop
tatlo.
there. In Game 6, Fnatic and RNG will hit the rift in direct elimination game. Be sure to stay tuned.
Tignan ko nga yung score. Yata out. Pag nanalo ang mamaya sa RNG, merong tiebreaker.
Look, there's damage being applied. Lang Xing, though, the recipient of the first gank.
Kung mananalo mamaya sa
Quickness
RNG.
comes in. There's Cody Sun dashing in. Uzi's
Wala ako sana, hindi ko na in-open kasi yung ano ko yung score sheet ko.
No, they're not. Halo Blades is doing so much work. The Void Rush comes in. Classo escapes with this like Vulcan's running away. Uzi is looking to finish it off. He's got the second of the fight so far. Classo and Uzi are chasing Devontae. Starting to step back. Cody Sun gets tagged by a Mystic Shot. He's blown up. We jump back into the action. Classo's already did this time. Remember, look at the damage. Lan Xing and Xiao Hu obliterate the North Americans.
Clutch gaming, ganda na simula eh, no?
Will eliminate Clutch to make them go 0-5. They're not done just yet. A couple extra kills.
Parang yung Hong Kong
before the
attitude,
Nexus falls.
yung
Huni will
gaganda
be
na simula
blown up.
pero nung
RNG
lead
set their
na,
sights
tsaka
on Fnatic.
last yung late game na. Pagsak na yung galaw nila. So next game is SKT versus Clutch Gaming.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
Ito. RNG 3-2, Fnatic 3-2, tie. Tie ang RNG and Fnatic. Pag nanalo sila, it's do or die for game 6. Kung sino mag-ano rito, sino ang, unless kapag natalo ang SKT, magta-tiebreaker yung mananalo sa game 6. Pag natalo rito ang SKT, tiebreakers ang nang mananalo sa game 6. Yeah. So do or die sa game 6 pero i-sure lang si SKT para na manalo sila sa CG. Kapag natalo sila sa CG, tatabla sila dun sa mananalo sa game 6. So may tiebreaker. So yun ang natin. So yun ang inaabangan natin dito. Wala lang after game ano? Hindi, yung cooldown nila. Okay. So guys, sa mga hindi pa naka-follow, please follow our page. Tomorrow we'll be streaming also yung Group D. Group D naman. Last group stage round robin. And then next week yung ating quarterfinals. Sabado linggo rin yun. Pero sa Spain na sila. Yeah, Spain na, di ba? Spain. Spain na nga ba? Or Berlin pa rin? Berlin pa rin yata. Semifinals yata yung Spain. Let me see. Tama yung ano natin. Nasa Berlin sila ngayon eh. Okay, quarterfinals and semifinals sa Spain. So next week sa Spain sila. And then ang finals ay sa Paris, France. Mabilikot nila, no? Tatlong bansa ang pinuntahan nila. Sa Pilipinas kaya. Sana magkaroon din ng Southeast Asian, ano? Tapos isa sa mga leg ang ano, ang Philippines. Tayo mag-host. Kailan tayo mangyayari? So, SKT versus CG next game in 1.5 minutes. Sayang yung ano, SKT. Inaabangan na mananalo sila ng masasweep nila eh. Wala tuloy yan, wala tuloy yung record. Wala ang record. Meron din yung G2 Esports sa gabi. G2 Esports din inaabangan na first European na nakasweep ng group stage. Pero negative din. Tapos natalo pa sila ng Griffin. Ang Griffin pa ang top seed. Second seed lang tuloy sila sa group nila. Yung G2 Esports. Upset din. Big upset. Next, SKB, Clutch Gaming 0-5, oh. Wala nang LCS sa Worlds. Dalawa lang sila LCS eh. Clutch tsaka yung Cloud9. So, daglag na rin ang Clutch Gaming dito. Kahit na manalo sila sa SKT, di ba? Wala, laglag na sila. Yun. Okay guys. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2019 and today's thrilling fight in Group C. Things have gotten a bit crazy. I think I'm going to put it that way. So let's take a look at the standings, because SKT, they may have had a small setback versus Fnatic. If you want to call it small, that's entirely up to you. I personally think they got smashed. No matter. It was a loss, but for them, it doesn't really change anything for this game. They can still get first place if they beat Clutch. However, it throws the rest of the group also in disarray, because now Fnatic can also still get out if they beat RNG later, independent of the result of this game.
Yeah, this day has been a lot more wild than I thought it would be, like, to say the least. I came into today expecting SKT and RNG to decide it very early on, and Fnatic got that second wind.
And there's also the potential of a possible tiebreaker between SKT and Fnatic, because Fnatic beat SKT
Bukas pang
in the 1-1 head.
TL,
If SKT
Kiriko.
lose to Clutch
Group
and
D sila.
Fnatic beat RNG,
So bukas pa
then
sila
you could have a tiebreaker seed.
That timeline is even too crazy even for me, Raz. What
Fun
about you?
fact, 8 wins
Group
in a
D
row for
exciting
Red
kasi
side.
tatlo silang
Clutch gamers
tatlong
are
teams
on the
ang
red side.
nasa
About this one, take it to 9.
top
If they don't,
lahat yung
more
tatlo.
blame on them.
All right, so let's talk about Clutch. Unfortunately for
Isa
them,
lang yung
it's their
naiiwan,
last
0-3.
game at Worlds. They're going out. They can't make it, but man, can they go out
So
with a
medyo
bang.
exciting
And
bukas.
what I want to get at here is that I think we've seen improvements from them throughout the day. They even gave RNG a
Nasa
fair
Group D
fight
bukas
in
yung,
that early game. So how far can they go in this game, Yamato?
I think, I
Tao
remember
dyan,
there was a
defending
time where
champion,
Clutch Gaming was
Invictus
struggling
Gaming.
against the Unicorns of Love. I feel like this tournament has been a story of their progression, and if it continues down the same path, maybe they can kick SKT where it hurts.
And for me, it starts with Lyra. I mean, throughout the tournament, I think that he's had a lot of bad performances, specifically on the Lee Sin, being able to put himself on the rec side and finding great openings topside. He actually, I know that you made this point, Yamato, during the downtime, out-jungled in this specific matchup. He had a great early game here.
And it's kind of how you want to look at Clutch Gaming, half empty or half full. Yeah, you've seen a lot of development from Clutch, but just to kind of put us back into perspective, this is also a team that's potentially looking at going 0-6. The nuance to there is that you're in a group with Fnatic, RNG, and SKT, so that obviously is quite devastating, but this isn't an international performance that you wanted. I don't think anyone feels proud when a North American team goes home not picking up a single win, no matter what the group was, especially for how close they got in some of these games.
I think what I keep in mind is the expectation for Clutch Gaming coming into this group. I don't think anyone expected them to get out of it. I think in terms of what they gain out of this tournament is massive. They gain experience, they gain progression, and I think that's going to mean a lot for them coming into the next year.
Yeah, if you saw the stats there, the early game stats for Leo are just kind of echoing the point of how strong he was in that previous one. And another point to come into this one is this: you just need to remember the positives, especially if you want to go into the next game hammering it out. That's what I want to see coming out of Clutch.
Yeah, maybe Clutch can pick up the win here, but now we have an SKT who are angry. They lost to Fnatic a little while ago, and I want to look at this in the context of teams making a 6-0 run or teams in the running for tournament favorite. How much do we really take away from this? And how much do we think it's going to influence this game of SKT?
I mean, I think a single hiccup in the on their way towards marching through a perfect group stage isn't going to bring doubt into anyone about SKT in terms of favorites. Now, I think that there are some clear weaknesses that need to be shored up for SKT, but still looking very good. And this match matters so much because they want to secure that first seed.
I think when it comes to SKT, when we talk about this perfect 6-0, the path there with the games against RNG, I felt like we're far from perfect. I think when I look at the performances, it always comes down to their patience and finding the right team fights. When they are forced to find proactivity, all of a sudden they look a lot worse. That's where I start to worry about SKT.
Yeah, I think we've seen moments of absolutely fantastic play from SKT and then a couple of hiccups, but we don't know what that means yet. You did want to talk about their team fighting specifically.
I think their team fighting is amazing. We saw against RNG, they won fights that shouldn't be won.
Kiriko,
They find these opportunities, always. I remember this one.
Maraming mga failed set.
What is this? This was last time around.
Boom, baby.
Really early
This tells
on.
a story about RNG as well, that when they're so far ahead, they're in a winning position, they kind of play so recklessly.
We're talking about SKT.
SK Telecom finding that team fight, the Dragon's Battle was
Sabi nga
absolutely beautiful. Klid's performance this game was immaculate because this game was very rough early game.
And I know it's a bit of a meme, Vedius' tweet, where he talks about how there's mid-game holes for SKT that could be exploited. And I think a really clear way to look at it is because their team fighting is so crisp and so incredible that they'll often try to fall back to this as kind of the go button for them, or like the safety blanket, if you will. And they'll try to team fight when there are other options available to playing the map. If you go back to their RNG series, the fact that it took them so long to start playing those side lanes, the fact that they kept opting into the 5v5s, I think this is kind of what we're honing in on as we put SKT under a bigger magnifying glasses, holding them up to world champions.
Very true. But I will say, as the LPL representative here, I am very worried when I see SKT go up against RNG earlier today, and I see even in one of those peak moments where Uzi gets that beautiful QSS, flash to get out of the entire team fight, and so he repositions, but still SKT can out team fight in those situations. Looking towards the future, SKT has some great players to team fight with here.
And the guy that I really want to talk about isn't actually Faker, it's Teddy.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason why their team fighting has been so immaculate is because of their two big carries in Faker and Teddy specifically. His 5v5ing, especially when he gets on the Kai'Sa, like the champion is a high quality champion, as Yamato likes to say, but when Teddy gets his hands on it, it's just straight broken.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty fair to say that after the one loss only that SKT suffered so far, this is probably going to be a game where they really want to stamp their authority going forward.
Yeah, SKT wants to not only take first seed, they want to make a statement. Going into quarterfinals, they want the world to know that they are the strongest team, bar none.
I actually think that we might see a bit of a slower game from SKT. Not necessarily that, I agree with you. They definitely want that first seed. But I think if you're looking at this, the team mentality is we just have to win this one. And then we're guaranteed. So let's just play it cautious. Let's not throw anything on an early snowball. We've seen how wild and crazy the yeehaw is of Clutch Gaming. So let's just maybe take our foot off the gas and coast to victory.
But maybe the snowball will be thrown at them and then they need to get out of the way and then things get crazy. We'll see. But a win here would secure first seed for the LCK champions, SKT. Let's see if they do it.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome back to the Caster Desk, where I am Deficio's former casting partner, joined by Papa Smithy and Spawn. Had to reprise the very small joke. One more additional amount of pressure to apply to Clutch Gaming. No North American representative has ever gone 0-6 in the group stage at Worlds, and now they're facing SKT to avoid that.
Do you guys want to throw any more pressure on? Like the 8 games in a row on Red Side victory, the no 0-6 Clutch have to keep Fnatic's hopes alive.
Can you throw a bit more?
I don't know if I have any more, unfortunately. I think
I'm more of a pin kind of pusher here because I'm like, okay, I mean, this is like the hardest group you could ever get put in as a North American team. It really doesn't get much trickier. So at the end of the day, I don't think Clutch have embarrassed themselves by any means, but why not go out with a win? Why not pull off an upset and actually throw this group even further into turmoil?
Yeah, and I think that it's just going to be playing Clutch style and seeing what can happen on the day. They've already said that against teams that they feel like they're better than, they will play slow, drawn out, methodical. But when they feel like they have to roll the dice, this is a team that's willing to do it. We've already seen one comp with the top lane Qiyana. See if they have something else.
But let's rewind to SKT versus Clutch in the first round robin, where they really put the pain on Huni, who talked about wanting to take out the current SKT top laner as a former SKT top laner, and they really just rolled all over Clutch Gaming in a quick 26-minute game. However, their recent quick game was a loss against Fnatic, so picking up the pieces here. You see the Quinn ban, you assume a Renekton first pick, draws the Renekton ban from Clutch, but it leaves the Akali available that has actually been rising in terms of pick ban priority in the last couple of days.
Yeah, it turns out no matter how many times you nerf this champion,
I know.
she is still really, really, really strong and has been played to such a high level. The skill expression on Akali is just insane. However, I do want to talk about the fact that this is always the scariest time to get a legitimate Worlds contender. You know, they were cruising through group stage. They were just minding their own business, taking down opponents, and then they got upset by Fnatic. And you never want to poke the bear. And right now, Fnatic's happy. They don't have to deal with the bear anymore. They don't play the bear, even if they make the quarterfinal run. However, Clutch now have to deal with the bear.
But it's a very irritating game to play from the SKT perspective because they really just want to be done and watching Fnatic and RNG play. That's kind of what they're looking for, and yet you're playing against a team with nothing to lose, everything to gain, and that puts you in this moment where Huni gets a couple of kills, starts shouting, and even then, things can really get to you.
I know during the course of yesterday's broadcast, I think it was Jao was talking a lot about how teams, when they are eliminated, the pressure is then off. It is alleviated. It allows you to take some plays that maybe you normally wouldn't do. And as we round up phase 1 of the draft, Xayah is locked in. Rakan is still available if they want the Lovers duo.
And it's this very World second week centric schedule of playing 3 teams in one day. Yes, teams play up to 5 in a best of 5, but that's against the same team. This is always going to be the scenario where they probably prep by far the least for Clutch Gaming, hoping they already had the group done before their 6th and final game. Shout out to Reginald, I guess, here with the Teemo hover. But we'll see what actually gets locked in here for Clutch.
Now, what do you make of the Skarner, Ryze, Ezreal? I know Skarner for Lira is a big comfort pick, but it's a little bit of a departure, and Skarner's not a champion we've seen a whole lot of, especially in the second half of groups.
Yeah, probably the best jungle and solo lane matchup into the Akali, however, unless you're an insane LeBlanc player, and obviously that can't go top lane. So they've got a team fight answer for the Akali. Just ult her up with the Skarner, make her build a QSS. Both of those things are not what you want to be able to deal with. And then, obviously, the Ryze being able to chase the Akali around lane also has a very good matchup.
And it's, like you mentioned, a super comfort pick for Lira. I thought he was a bit disconnected on the Rek'Sai last time out. The Rek'Sai KO duo wasn't coming together. However, it invites a pre-level 6 pick to try to bully the jungle from Clid, and that is always something very scary to opt into. The Elise, for example, is so far unpicked and unbanned.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case, and I do want to talk about the other side of the Rek'Sai Kayle matchup, because how many games do you have to pick Kayle and get to the 3-item point where she's supposed to be this strong champion, where you get to level 16 and she's supposed to be unstoppable, and then you still can't win team fights on this champion? Maybe the priority has been a little bit misjudged by these teams. Scrim culture is always something we talk about, and I would like to see Clutch maybe go away from the pick in this game.
I agree. If you jam Kayle here, you're basically saying, well, 30 minutes would be lovely, and the last game time was 26 between these two teams, so would be ultra bold. That is how the meta goes. Remember, we had Orianna for a couple of days there, and she's also bid a farewell to the tournament meta so far. Final ban here. Huni's already absorbed multiple bans. Could be on the Ryze duty, but Morgana actually going to be the final ban here towards Vulcan.
And of course, that Kayle is still open and available if the trap card is to be activated. And there's one we've seen a few times. What would you like to see Clutch Gaming rounding out their drafts with?
I want to see them pick up something for Vulcan to flex. Give me a Pyke, give me a Thrasher or Nautilus, some form of hook champion down there in the bottom lane. I feel like much in the same way that you just can't allow RNG to scale against you, Teddy is a similar kind of player. The laser, going to be able to set up in a lot of these team fights. You give him 3 items, he's just as dangerous as Uzi.
And the theory here is that Cody Sun can be left on a bit of an island, and maybe Vulcan can roam up and help with the 3v3s in mid lane or the ganks in top side. Not normally the way Cody Sun and Vulcan play. They usually play full lane 2v2 style. Waiting to see the round of the draft. We already talked about how Elise was open, and how about some more pick tools? Galio follow-up to the Rakan engage seems on point.
Certainly does, and it would also give a good 1-3-1 for SKT, although Camille also fits that build very well. So I think what we're seeing right now is the fact that Ezreal, Nautilus, Skarner, how do you get on them in mid lane? You probably don't, is the answer to that question. So you need another way to be able to separate the map and split them up, and I think that SKT might have just got a draft to do that.
I do wonder if maybe it's in the return of the Camille mid lane. If this was Griffin, they'd be playing Camille mid lane with the Elise jungle and just making it so the enemy mid laner can never walk up. Draft here. This would be probably Ezreal mid lane. Heimerdinger is locked in.
Now, of course, I do like the Heimer when you consider Elise, Camille, Akali, Rakan want to be jumping on you. if you can land some of that CC and you can get one of those mega turrets down, there are some tools for Clutch.
Yeah, and this is a kill lane, I think. If you hook Rakan out of his engage, he's going down. Like, he is one of the squishiest engaged champions. Doesn't run Aftershock, will run Guardian, and obviously the layering of CC between a Heimerdinger as well as a Nautilus should be enough to get that job done.
And also means the grenade very likely to hit if Nautilus opening up the CC chain, so Merc Treads seem very, very strong, and it is a nice response to the Camille. Confirmation that SK Telecom T1 will be taking Camille into the mid lane as the swaps continue, and Huni's found another 80 carry to play in the top lane.
Well, it wasn't the Lucian, it wasn't the Tristana today. What do you think of Ezreal versus Akali?
I think that's a rough one. I think that Ezreal likes to play slightly off the minion wave. However, Akali is a very slippery champion that has the 100-0 potential of an assassin without even needing Ignite.
I'm with you on that one, Spawn. You can follow up with the E, of course. You also have all the dashes, so this is going to be a tricky laning phase topside, but isn't it a Huni move?
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, if anyone is going to be willing to throw the gauntlet, it is going to be Huni.
We're hitting the rift for SK Telecom versus Clutch Gaming. This should, in theory, be the last game of the group stage for both respective teams, but obviously if Clutch pull off that upset win and Fnatic are victorious over RNG, there will be a tiebreaker game for first and second seed. So SK Telecom are looking to lock in that first seed by putting Clutch down.
Not dissuaded by running down bot lane for the 5v5 playground battle that Kobe anointed earlier. Still going to do that. You want to get the lane control as much as possible when Heimerdinger's there and can potentially put down some turrets level 1. But it wasn't a full team involvement on the side of Clutch, and SKT just disengaged from it. They're top side for now as the level 1 plays out.
And this is going to be interesting to me to see what Clutch play for. As a Heimerdinger, you love to start in lane. You get permanent priority by being able to do so. And Skarner is one of the best tank junglers at being able to solo clear. However, you can see the priority is going to be on getting Lyra that better early game start.
Wants to power farm as quick as possible. Really no synergy between Skarner and Ezreal in the early game. Pre-level 6, so almost no potential to visit that lane. The Ryze, a little bit more fortuitous potentially, but it's Skarner. We always know the play pattern that it will fall into.
And now I'm going to be interested to see how this top lane plays out, because Ezreal, when he expends mana on the creep wave, going to stack up that passive, get a lot of attack speed. So he should be able to control the wave. However, I just think that if he doesn't get it completely into turret, this should be an area that Clid can attack early in the game, and Huni is going to have to be very good at timing the crashes of his waves.
It's very rare you see Ezreal in a long lane without a support. You know, bot lane is a long lane, but the support's there. Mid lane is short, so Arcane Shift Flash is basically the entire lane. With how mobile Akali is, even more mobile than a champion like Ezreal, there is legit chase down in this lane, and where that actually bears fruit is that Ezreal's not so strong at trying to reset a wave that's just frozen out of Khan's turret. So if it starts to push towards Khan's top lane turret, you have to get in there with auto attacks, build up your passive, shoot out your Q, and it takes a lot of time. You don't have AoE wave clear outside of your ultimate, and that's where if Clid shows up, might be bad news for Clutch.
I actually love the breakdown you've just presented, Papa Smithy, because I also want to see what Huni's decision-making is going to be against the likes of Clid on this Elise. The tower dive potential can be somewhat thwarted when you add the Arcane Shift and Flash into the combination. So a lot of outplay and misplay potential in the top lane. If you look at the mini-map, Damonte has already left the lane. Huni dropped to 200 hit points, and Khan starts to step back. Is now Damonte making his way up on that Ryze.
So you can see it's going to be a team effort. Already Damonte rotating up towards the top side of the map. Obviously, he's going to have the superior push over something like a Camille, but it looks like the Nightmare scenario is happening in the top lane.
All right, a little bit of engage there onto Cody Sun, stepping into those turrets. Teddy will continue to chase forward. Now Clid, the Cocoon will find Vulcan, gets caught out, the fangs are sunk in, holding on to the flash. That's a great stun from Cody Sun. Vulcan stays alive. He didn't expend the summoner spell. Ignite was used, and Cody Sun steps forward. Not enough mana just yet.
And one of my favorite things in casting is when you can just see a play that lines up with your solo queue experience, and everyone knows that if you don't kill Heimer straight away, he is so damn annoying to deal with in these lanes. The amount of return damage there from Cody was so impressive.
Because you just don't account for minions and turrets and auto attacks outside of just the spells from Vulcan and Cody Sun. But returning to his Raptor camp, going to clean that one out, as it's Skarner trying to help the push-in for the Ezreal.
And so much kudos to Vulcan. He didn't panic flash at all, understood the cooldowns had been used for the upfront damage, and he backed away. Vulcan, despite a few questionable Pyke engages, has had a very solid end to his group stage.
And because there's no Ignite in that lane after it was burnt very early, the damage is very predictable. So Vulcan would know with his W would be able to survive that. Damonte under fire.
Hook shot into Cocoon, and Clid makes that look easy.
Downtown there in the mid lane, Damonte can set up similar ganks, but one CC hits. Talked about the power of that mid lane Camille. Used to be paired with Sejuani, but this Elise version's even more bursty.
Yeah, really nice split there from Effort to walk back into the brush. However, that dissuaded a lot of the aggression down bottom. That is a frozen wave. And if they're going to go back now, teleport coming in is going to be quite difficult to deal with.
Honestly, Lyra probably doesn't feel that bad about walking up and pushing in waves and sapping experience because it gets him closer to 6, and he doesn't necessarily have a lot of gank pressure. Elsewhere, we're going to watch the replay here. It's all about all the hook shot angles. Moment Damonte is tagged by one. Watch the CC bar. There was no opportunity to clash.
Yeah, and it's just really nice follow-up from Clid. Once again, knowing he's damaged, knowing he has to burn the flash, otherwise that's going to be Rice walking away from that gank. And now, the fact that they've already taken him down once, we'll see whether this pickup of the Tiamat is going to be enough for Faker to be able to start pushing out this lane and match Damonte's roams.
Well, he's got enough damage for now. Take a look at that one combo into the sweep shots, and that's a lot of damage onto Damonte. Clid looking for yet another gank. Flash and Arcane Shift is used. Again, it's clinical, it's clean, it's flawless.
I just don't know whether you can create enough distance to outrun Nikali as an Ezreal, and there is no itemization to stop that from happening in the game.
And I want to come back to your previous analysis about the lane matchup, because I was there with you. I don't know about this one. The main reason for that is that every time the Akali W is available, you put it down, and Ezreal can't interact because he can't Mystic Shot through a minion wave. It's so easy to get Q trades down while Ezreal gets out-damaged, and he needs mana to try to trade. You're just throwing down Qs, and eventually jungle comes up, and it's very easy.
And Papa, the other thing is when we talk about lanes, often it's about the options you have, how you can play aggressively. And I just feel like Khan has so many more options, the ability to use the Shroud, dive forward, then look for the E-Register, or just fish in the laning phase. Doesn't really look like Huni has control of the wave, doesn't have push advantage, or doesn't have the kill threat.
Well, Vulcan doesn't have the dredge line there. Manages to catch it into the minion wave, throws out the Riptide just to try and push the wave back. But I do like how Vulcan is stepping forward. He's threatening and engage at all times and just creating space for Cody Sun to work.
See, now this is a lane with option. The ability to lay a CC, set up kills. You have the Summoner spell there in the Ignite to be able to take down something like a Zion Rakan as well. I think this is the lane that Lyra, now that he has registered level 6, should look to play towards.
So what you're saying, Riot Broadcast team does not endorse top lane Ezreal versus Akali.
I do not endorse, as I will not speak for Riot. As a freelancer, I do not endorse top lane
That's
Ezreal.
fair. We could have spoken for Riot.
On behalf of Riot Games, I do not endorse Ezreal top versus
I tapped it.
Akali.
Thank you there,
I
Trevor.
will tap that one for sure. And now we need to see what Clutch can do. They're 1,000 gold down. 2 kills already secured for Clid. Take a look at the gold already in favor of Clid and Faker. And again, the hook shot into Damonte. Precision Protocol and Tiamat alone. 50-60% of his HP without even throwing down the ultimate.
And in a melee versus range matchup, Faker has had the majority of lane control here, and in these moments, even when the level 6 comes through from Skarner, it's like, where does the action happen? It kind of has to be bot side from a Clutch perspective. Is he get a kill?
And the layering of CC.
Really nicely done. Spawn loses his mind on the desk as Vulcan gets caught out and sunk down by Clid once again.
Still a 1-for-1 trade, and I just love to see the execution of the plan. You know you have the CC to go for it, so they posture aggressively for the vision and catch out effort.
And they didn't need the Skarner ultimate to make it happen, so theoretically, another area that might be attacked. Clid turns on to the Cloud Drake. Taken off guard by how quickly effort went down. The bone plating had already expired at this point, and yep, just gets exploded.
Yeah, it's going to happen every single time that CC first registers. There is just so much damage that comes out of the combo.
Yeah, and so much additional CC as well. Depending on who lands that first hit between the grenade, or the dredge line, the auto attack, etc. So the kill was actually picked up by Vulcan in that bottom lane. CS-wise, it's still even between Cody-san and Teddy. And now Cody-san's under some threat as Clid and effort step forward, but they're not going to look for any engage.
SKT's biggest win is having this bot side river prior, as Rakan has been able to roam through the river much easier than Vulcan's. We thought maybe Heimer pushes in, Vulcan walks up, and suddenly melee Camille can't play the freeze game. But this has actually been a purple patch of action for SKT as they keep zoning Rise away from the minion line.
And this is what happens when you lose control of the mid-jungle 2v2. We've already spoken about how far ahead Clid is and the fact that Lyra did just have to farm for that level 6. Now he has got it, still hasn't been able to impact any change on the map, and that just means that you can never walk up and down river. You're not going to be able to look for these favorable skirmishes with proactive numbers because you should always be playing from the back foot.
And then you're mostly a Nautilus cooped up next to a Heimer that can interact with the minion wave from range without much of your help. So for now, at least, that needs to be the focus here. Just pop the Predator, try to get control wards down and control that area. Otherwise, Faker will just continue to build a CS lead. It's not massive by any means, but given the context of the matchup and the inevitability of 2-item Camille in the side lane, really isn't something CG is comped to deal with in the mid to late game.
It's going to be terrifying, and Lyra has got that Predator available. He's got the upgraded jungle item. A number of members across the game have already backed and thrown down some of those teleports. Only Khan has his available, for example. So there's that power creep that is starting to come in, and Lyra is still looking for an opportunity to use that Impale.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I just want to keep building on the issues with the Rise into this Camille, because normally if you have a mid lane Camille and it gets a little bit out of hand, you say, don't worry about it. Huni will deal with him later. It's not my problem. But Huni's playing the Ezreal this game, and I don't think that matchup gets any better for Huni either.
Opportunity to use that
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I have the same exact read, and that's why top side is very unlikely to pivot anytime soon. That's just so hard to gank, even for a Skarner. You look at the lanes, and unless Camille uses hookshot, you're not going to be killing her. Top side already, we've outlined the problems, so kind of needs to be playing through bot. Speaking of bot, they've rotated top side. Remember, we are Clutch Gaming, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's past 10 minutes, which means you have to look at the Rift Herald. So I'm going to ask both of you now to start reviewing how Clutch play around this. They already started posturing towards the objective, but SKT had some defensive vision. They had numbers around as well, so no real attempt from Clutch, but it was at least dissuaded by SKT's presence.
Well, the issue there, Quickshot, was the fact that they didn't start with any of the waves pushing. So that meant that it was going to take an extra set of minion waves to be able to shove out. Now, sure, you get advantage over the Herald, but they're already on your turret. They're already looking to siege it down and taking away additional creeps.
Seems like SKT aren't too worried about Rift Herald. It will be slow if it is started. They'd much rather zone away. Ezreal on bot side. Huni once again had to be on weak side. They're going to power down this turret, but will be at the cost of the Rift Herald.
And absolutely will. What can Clutch use this Rift Herald for? They're already down 2,000 gold. That bottom lane tower will fall very shortly as Cody-san throws out the Super Soaker onto Khan. That will disengage him for now.
Uh-oh.
Not quite sure that was the way the blast cone was supposed to go, but Khan with a very easy hop over the wall to escape.
So that is a really nice play from SKT. They don't give up anything on the top side of the map. If Khan had died, it would have been a disaster. But all Herald really is a couple of free plays. If you can generate that without having to go for the fight, statistically,
Oh, this is a lot of trouble for Damonte. Forced to flash. Hextech Ultimatum wasn't even used. Minion wave seems to have been cleared out for now, and Khan is going to get body blocked by the minions from some of that burst damage. The charge comes out from Shelly. Her eye gets poked, and Khan should be able to clear this one up before the tower even goes down. That is a major loss for Clutch.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, because they had to expend so many members and so much of their time to be able to do that. You can see Faker burns a Summoner Spell mid lane. They grab another 2 plates there. That is going to be 3 plates in the top lane for all 5 bottom and 2 mid. My math isn't great, but that is certainly not a favorable trade.
Not at all. And that was where they had an outnumber, and they didn't wait for the minion wave to even try to zone away. Can't, so he just ended up being able to repel the push, keep it at 2 plates. That gold lead from plates is pretty damn real. SKT only now get their full reset.
It spiked 2,000 gold, Papa Smithy. It was a 1k lead at 11 minutes when that Rift Herald play started. Now it's just over 2.5. Clutch Gaming are trying to threaten around the Infernal. They've got a numbers advantage. They've pushed SKT back and also pushed the wave in. Damonte's got teleport available if he wants to back and shop, but SKT are not giving this one up. Teleport coming in from Khan on the back line. He's going to get chased down. Lyra, will he expend the flash? Predator has been used, chasing down Khan's Akali, and there's nothing going to come from it.
And you can just see, great read on the play from SKT. They knew that all they had to do was pull them off the dragon. They're once again going back to mid lane, trying to get the push, trying to make Clutch make the tough decisions. Clutch once again start up the dragon, but you can see the flanks are already here.
All right, where does the engage come from? Vulcan sitting onto that ultimate. SK Telecom, they've grouped up from the south. Dredgeline will not find a target as the Infernal drops to 2/3 HP. SKT still trying to buy some time. Look at Effort sitting behind the Dragon Pit. He's going to take the blast go. Now Clutch will pick up the Infernal. Dredgeline catches onto Clint, but it's at Vulcan's cost. His life is down. Support for support. Hextech ultimatum thrown up by Faker as he's locked up Damonte. Some damage thrown down as Khan and Faker running through Clutch Gaming. Damonte is finished off and Clint decides not to chase further.
SKT's focus in the fight was on point, taking down the evolved turret instantly before it could just continue to free fire. They pick their targets. They don't pick up the Infernal, but the reset from Clutch Gaming may be at the cost of mid lane turret HP.
However, they did lose out in a little bit of experience top lane, and I think that this is one of those times where you take a kill deficit for an Infernal Dragon, you're already 3,000 gold behind. You can't get that much worse. The Infernal's going to give you some much needed stats. I would say Clutch Gaming fans would probably take that as a victory. It looked like it could be so much worse. An additional kill coming across here would have meant the mid lane turret falling down, but Clutch seemed to come out with an okay trade.
So Spawn, if Clutch Gaming fans would take that as a victory, 2 questions. Number 1, are you a Clutch Gaming fan?
Yes, I actually do like Clutch a lot.
Therefore, do you take that as a victory?
Oh, we missed this, by the way.
After, while we're in the replay, Cody Sun also concedes his life. It's now a 5,000 gold deficit.
Look, I'm not going to take that one as a victory because that one was a little bit dodgy. However, top lane.
All right, Realm Warp is coming out. There's no Impale. There's no Flash. And Damonte actually takes a turret shot for his troubles. Clutch, they're after 15 minutes, find themselves in a gigantic deficit. And for SK Telecom, this is the final nail in the coffin for not only Clutch, but for guaranteeing that first seed out of group.
All right, I'm going to put my lawyer hat on real quickly here. However, you do have Arise, one of the biggest builders of maximum AP, so he's going to scale very well off something like an Infernal Drake. You have yourself the Heimerdinger, going to be a very similar build there. So I think stats-wise, if you compared the gold of just the Drake, it would certainly be a worthwhile Drake, but it's always what more are you giving up? Where are the positions? What experience are you losing? Did you lose vision and the chance to set up over the side of the map you wanted? So obviously, it's not going to be advantageous. It never is when you die, but it is still a nice piece of resource to take.
And I appreciate your glass half full, but I try to be pragmatic. Who is the person that shows up next to the Akali? I don't have an answer to that on the side of Clutch Gaming. I don't think it is the Rise at this particular junction, still working on first item finish here. Camille is close to also her 2 items that she's cutting in between in the inventory here, so I understand where you're coming from, but I feel like the full extent of SKT's anger will be felt very short.
And normally, Damonte seems like a pretty decisive guy. When he sees his flanks, he knows what he wants. He goes for it very quickly. However, the build maybe suggests some hesitation today. Like, do I want the start of my Archangels? What am I itemizing towards right now? And it does seem to be a little bit of the variety bucket of League of Legends.
Yeah, whenever you go thrift store shopping, it takes a while before you find that real, standout item. And as is the case for now, 0-2-1 on Damonte's Rise. Clutch have now lost their second tower of the game. Cody Sun's doing his best to protect this mid outer. He cannot keep it alive for much longer. And this will be the final game of groups here for Clutch. The pressure is on, and just remember, they lost the previous game to RNG because RNG snuck a Baron in the mid-game. Now, Clutch are in a significantly larger gold deficit, and they cannot afford the same mishaps. But they have less vision, less control, less ability to fight, so it's a much more difficult situation.
Yeah, and they're just not equal in gold, right? So it means that they're going to be fighting from a stats disadvantage. Khan takes away another blue, that's just insult to injury. And I don't want to start reading the eulogies too soon, but I feel like Cody has had a pretty impressive Worlds. This is a guy that is now at Worlds for the third time on his third team, and has been, to me, one of the beacons for Clutch as they stood up. He's had another fairly good laning phase here against SKT's bottom lane, who we saw go toe-to-toe with Uzi and Ming. And gonna need to dig deep here for Cody if he can find a way back into this game.
Late game win condition of him on a 6-item marksman is out the window, obviously, with the Heimerdinger here. And to me, the struggle is, yes, they opted into the Skarner matchup, so early jungle pressure was always going to be very easily in the hands of SKT, and we've already talked about the lane matchups that really helped that out as well. But the problem now is we're not seeing Lyra plus Vulcan establish a strong side for Clutch. It feels like SKT go wherever they want, and then Clutch is finding it very difficult to fight back, and that's why the top and mid lane turrets were pretty bloodlessly taken.
And more good news for Clutch Gaming fans, because Klid has been nice enough to throw so much of his gold away, Papa Smithy. He's gone for a Morel and Omicron, when he should have probably gone for a different item.
But there's healing on Ryze, sort of, a little bit.
I'm just confused.
I absolutely love that. We'll actually have to have like a legitimate content series after the World Championships where we asked all the pro players their decision-making trees that leads to
really needed an amp term in his inventory.
Well, I can't remember who actually put the tweet out, but it was just like some item choices are not, you know, preference. They're just like purely mathematically correct or incorrect at certain junctions. And pro players do at times, having worked with a couple of teams, struggle to know the difference in those things. So I think that some itemization analysis does need to be done.
Hey, that math is real complicated. Now, actually, I'll ask Freak to help clarify some of those numbers because I know I'm not qualified to do it. Well, listen, we're 20 minutes in. The gold lead is growing more and more, 5.5K. 2 items being completed. Many members across the board. Importantly for Damonte, Archangels is completed now, so that's a big spike. And he can survive some of that burst damage that'll come out from Khan or Faker individually. But if both of them or Klid decide to jump in, that's going to be a problem.
Watching here is Clutch lie in wait. Remember, Skarner has his Righteous Glory done, but actually, for once, you could actually look at the choice of trinkets coming out of Clutch. They tell you a tail. They have no warding trinket. They have 3 sweepers trying to look for a pick and then trying to spot with the blue trinket. That means they don't permanently control vision anywhere they don't have a control ward. Yeah. And that just means they're kind of being fanciful, waiting for an enemy position mistake rather than fighting and trading for vision.
Well, Clutch Gaming just went fishing. They threw the True Shot Barrage into that Electro Storm, the rockets rather, from Cody Sun. Throwing it down, trying to find something, and Faker jumps onto Damonte, got a level lead for now. Got a 30 CS advantage as well, but Damonte's able to escape. Got that phase rush, got that flash available to him. And Clutch Gaming's all about turtling now. Buckle down, shore up your defenses, and effort will get caught out, but will there be a kill? All right, there's the ultimate being thrown down. Stopwatch is used. Look at the minimap. Here comes Faker. Here comes Klid. Klid will almost solo Cody Sun. Huni decides to jump on him with those Mystic shots, one after the other. This has been enough of a diversion tactic to stop effort going down, and at the same time, Khan is putting damage into that bottom inner turret.
Yeah, really nice job there from the rest of SKT to help their support out, but I feel like effort probably shouldn't be backing in that kind of position. You've got to find yourself a pink ward or at least some cover of the brush. But Khan still getting more job done in the bottom lane. And this is what I was speaking about. The map just feels so small right now if you are Clutch. They're looking for their moves, see if this is one.
All right, Chilling Smite comes down. Good flash by Khan, keeps him alive. Impale was available. The only person that's paid the Skarn attacks thus far is Teddy, and a 22-minute Baron has been started by SKT.
They put all the work into controlling this red side jungle, and CG try to invade it. They will be spotted on vision. To your point about the map feeling narrow, if you look at CS numbers and do some quick maths, 30 CS lead in top, 30 CS lead from the jungle, 40 CS lead from the mid lane, and another 40, 50 CS lead from the 80 carry role. You can tell there's just been multiple creep waves that Clutch Gaming weren't able to get access to. That's about 150 CS odd worth of free gold that they just haven't been able to get to, and I think that plays into things like their trinket choices, because they're saying, let's just get a pick. Let's go all in on one person around that while you're setting up for that one pick. Another minion wave is being denied.
Well, Papa Smithy, feels like Clutch are only playing with 1/3 of the lane. They can't really push much deeper than that inner turret, and Faker is able to escape with that hook shot. Manages to put some distance between himself and Vulcan. Vulcan, despite landing the Q, didn't have any further follow-up. And just every time Clutch are looking for a pick or looking for someone to fight, somebody on SKT is getting an advantage. And this time around, Khan takes the tower.
And they're just frustrating them to victory right now. You can see that Clutch want to generate a pick. They want to fight someone. But SKT, and this is what Frost was saying on the analyst desk, they're not going to give them that benefit. They know they can win this game through being completely uninteractive with their opponents. And it looks like that's a mission.
At the end of the day, the only way you can force someone to fight you is to start an objective and force them to respond to it. Clutch Gaming aren't strong enough to start up a Baron here, tank it up, and do it in any decent amount of speed. Now, they saw a recall. There's a chance you just YOLO and hope for the best, but this is kind of the predicament Clutch is in. The Mega Turret from the Heimerdinger can be an MVP here, and they're going to try something.
Absolutely is the case. Clutch Gaming are starting off Baron, looking at the minimap. No responses just yet. Baron's down to 50%. Teleport's finally coming in. This Faker's going to be joining the fray, so is Khan. Ultimate from Nautilus goes out. Clutch Gaming have got the Baron, but can they get out alive? 1, 2, 3. North Americans are down. SKT only lose 1, and Huni is running for his life.
4 kills already. Huni will be able to escape. They actually do have the Baron speed to take it down, but of course not without significant casualties.
But that was so close. Demonte's ultimate nearly was able to channel and get off, and I like the gusto and the try from Clutch. They're going to lose their base here. There are 4 members dead, but you felt like the game was turning into an inevitability, and at least now there's no Baron for SKT to take away.
They made it about what they wanted to do rather than SKT bleed them out. So I'm with you, Spawn. I'll take some form of trying to control my own destiny.
Yeah.
Clutch Gaming, 1 Baron left on Huni is all they come away with.
And you can see how quickly they do it, why they think they can get this Baron off. However, it is going to be effort clipping the back end, then a huge stun off the Hextech wall dive there from Faker. Ultimately, he will be the member of SKT that falls down. The 4 members now denied that Baron buff, but I do want to say that that is now a long time where the turtle is much easier. Heimerdinger is very good at controlling waves, of keeping you off the turret, one of the hardest champions to dive, and now without a Baron, it's going to be significantly harder to break the base.
Absolutely the case. Now, the thing that Clutch Gaming can't afford to do is have the wrong lane assignments. They have to have those turrets or those respective members ready to catch whatever SKT is bringing towards them. Just very quickly, before that Baron went up, there was a graphic on your screen. Immediately after this, the battle for the quarterfinals between Fnatic and RNG. The winner of that game will advance to the quarterfinals in Madrid, Spain, and that will conclude this game.
Small caveat, if SK Telecom managed to close this game out.
I think that's a big caveat. I maybe would have used the word when, personally.
Okay.
Because I don't quite have the silver lining, but maybe I should be eating my words, because the Baron-empowered Ezreal top, being piloted by Huni, will finally open up that mid-outer turret. That's the second of the game in favor of Clutch. Look at Khan coming from the east, making his way to the mid lane, while Faker was able to push the top lane tower down. I mean, look, it would be a monumental comeback. But if Clutch can stall and delay long enough, there is a chance.
There's always a chance. There's always hope, ladies and gentlemen. Even when everything seems so dark and grim and you've only got your base to defend at 26 minutes in the game, you can always hold on for a miracle.
I mean, after this, it's home, right?
Spawn, becoming a father has changed you.
It really has.
This positive outlook on life and silver linings. You used to be bitter like me.
I mean, you just don't want to write this team off, because they have shown throughout the entirety of their regular season that they can challenge that convention, and they are willing to kind of subvert people's opinions of them. Not as much as in SK Telecom, to be fair. However, you can see that they are still, once again, refusing to play SKT's lane. You mentioned it's all going to be about the lane assignments. Well, Clutch's response to that was group mid, try and push something down, try and get some skerrick of an advantage.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not pushing outside the base is going to help out here. Again, 28 minutes on the clock. Keep your eyes on those itemization. Bloodthirster was just picked up by Huni. And Khan is making his way towards that mid lane. The 1-3-1 has been the name of the game for SK Telecom, and CG are trying to attack that. They're pushing out mid, and they're trying to challenge Khan.
Because we already mentioned it. No one can go with Akali. No one can go with Camille at this stage of the game. So there is no 1-3-1 for Clutch. They either live by the team fight or they die by the team fight. And you can see that Faker, Khan, they know exactly that.
They almost want the Infernal to spawn sooner so they have somewhere very clear to fight around, because for now, like you say, the 3-lane play is more than they can really deal with. CS leads only grow, soon to be a flame horizon between the bot laners as Khan.
Oh, he's looking for Devontae. Realm Warp comes out. The shield keeps him alive. And there goes Khan. Decides against it because of the support from Clutch. Now clearly stepping forward. Effort and Teddy coming around the corner. And the turret actually ate that cocoon, I think. Or may have just been the volatile spiraling. Either way, Khan nearly bit off more than he could chew.
And you can just see the damage that is available. If the Mini Stone was still in the kit, probably would have been a kill picked up there. Reinforcements arriving in time. But the danger is if that keeps happening in a side lane, you don't have the strength of numbers to be able to set up your vision. So even if you want to fight around an objective, you're face checking into this Fed 5-0-3 Elise. And I think that, you know what, they're going to have to probably look on this Infernal Dragon because the items still keep rolling across. And it's not like this SKT lineup lacks anything in the scaling department.
Baron will be spawning around the same time as well. So a lot of headaches potentially. And I don't think Clutch will want to trade Infernal for Baron. Faker himself looking to get his old teammate and take him down, but Nautilus lying in wait.
Listen, I have to ask a question on behalf of SK Telecom. What time is it? Because I see 1, 2, 3 stopwatches sitting in the hands of SK Telecom. Mercurial Scimitar and then the QSS for Teddy and Effort. So Skarner is going to have a very difficult time trying to find an Impale. And if anyone is at risk of going down, that one team fight that Clutch might need for the Baron to claw themselves back into this game gets exponentially more difficult.
And it's definitely a cheaper QSS in this particular case that builds to more relevant items. They're hoping they can't be burst out during the 1.75 second suppression. But given all of that, Baron about to respawn. Clutch still don't really control, honestly, the entrance to either neutral. Let's wait and see what SKT's first move is here, because Clutch will take anything resembling a grouped fight.
And I have to give credit to Clutch, Spawn. You talked about the resilience, the ability to defend. Frankly, I didn't believe it. But we're 3, 4, 5 minutes later, and while that gold gap is marginally higher, Clutch, they are making a bold call into Baron.
Here we go, they're going to do it again.
Oh man, here come SKT. Faker's gonna be able to hook shot over the wall, looking for the Hextech ultimatum. The Mega Turret is down. Huni has already killed Faker, but it is one cost because Clid has secured the Baron. Cody's son goes golden, and this fight is scattered across multiple fronts. SK Telecom get the Baron, and they get the kill.
And you can see SKT not going to fall for that trick. They will continue to chase Huni as well. They want to take down their former top laner.
He's going to try the TP here. I think Clid will get him.
Yeah, definitely the case. Cocoon into that venomous bite, and I give Clutch all the kudos in the world. They made the boldest and bravest call possible.
And it required a Baron steal from ahead with control over both objectives. SKT really literally were almost pickpocketed their entire lunch money. And they've been saving for a while. They were really looking forward to lunch today. Came through with the Realm Warp. There was no actual vision on the pit. Was on all the entrances. Faker suicided just to give a chance for Clid to gap close.
And Tails will be told of Clutch. What did we get, Faker? What did it cost? Absolutely everything, nearly in this case. However, they do take down the unkillable Demon King, but the rest of the party certainly more than strong enough to clean up.
Man, and you know what? It's one of those things where, in retrospect, you'll see this 0-5 expected 0-6 scoreline and be like, well, they got smashed, but it does not tell the story of the games. It does not tell the story of this last week and a half of the world's groups.
And I think it is more than fair to say, you know what, Clutch has been behind this whole game. However, they have tried to generate plays. You can see this is another one.
Is it though?
They're trying to generate the plays. Come with me, Papa Smithy.
Well, the grenade did not find its target. Baron empowered minions in the mid lane will break open the base at 32 minutes. That's the 7th tower of the game falling. Up in the top lane, Khan is shoving in. Uncontested for now until Damonte finally makes his way up. And Clutch, this defense gets so much more difficult now that there's Baron-powered minions.
And the world is just getting smaller and smaller, although Faker again.
All right, let's find out. Get over here. As Spawn said, what did we get? Faker, what did it cost? Everything! Faker still not yet dead, as he will take out Cody's son. There's the engage from Vulcan, and he goes down to Teddy. Inhibitors are being pressed, middle and bot. Top tower will be next. Baron Empowered Siege is on to the Nexus, and Clutch Gaming will be eliminated. The first North American team to go winless in groups, but more importantly, SK Telecom guarantee the first seed coming out of groups.
And whilst a lot of fun, never really in doubt for the juggernauts from South Korea, SK Telecom will come out of this group in first place. And I think despite one hiccup, have very much shown that they are a team that is here to win the whole damn thing.
Still, they close out not in ideal fashion. A loss into, yes, a game that seemed always assured to be their victory, but obviously wasn't on their terms as much as they anticipated. Hugs between Khan and Huni, 2017 and 2019 SKT top laners, respectfully. Clutch Gaming go out 0-6, but I don't think if you were going to power rank all NA teams at Worlds that they would sit at the very bottom.
I completely agree with that, and one thing I have to give credit to Clutch for, the do or die efforts, the moments to try and come back into the game, they were creative, they were elegant, and they were almost enough to stall the game out. They didn't just blindly throw themselves at SKT.
If you're in the caster room and you're listening in, the one thing that frustrates casters the most is when a team gives up everything, slowly dies, they didn't fight for their inhibitors, they didn't fight for anything, they didn't fight for their Nexus, and the game ends. Because you're like, okay, but you just watch the game end in front of you. That's not Clutch. They'll go for the 5, 10, 20% play because it's better than just sitting back, because if they sit back, it's a big 0.
And the impressive thing for me is normally it's Huni going for these plays as an individual, but he took the rest of Clutch with him this time and only took an Ezreal top lane pick to get everyone on board. But in all seriousness, I mean, when you are facing a team that has that much control with a 1-3-1 comp,
yes,
your decisions become so limited. You have so few opportunities to be able to take. Majority of them have to be around Baron. They tried for 2, one of them didn't work.
We say goodbye to Clutch Gaming, and do we welcome back our Korean overlords, the second LCK team to top the group. Some Titans will rise and some will fall in our final game of the day. Fnatic and RNG are fighting for their tournament lives. Only one will make it out of the group of death.
So Vulcan would know with his W would be able to survive that. Demonte under fire.
Hook shot into Cocoon. His life is down. Support for support. Hextech ultimatum thrown up by Faker as he's locked up Demonte. Some damage thrown down as Khan and Faker running through Clutch Gaming. As Faker's going to be joining the fray, so is Khan. Ultimate from Nautilus goes out. Clutch Gaming have got the Baron, but can they get out alive? 1, 2, 3. North Americans are down. Faker's going to be able to hook shot over the wall, looking for the Hextech ultimatum. The Mega Turret is down. Huni has already killed Faker, but it is one cost because Clint has secured the Baron. As Spawn said, what did we get? Faker, what did it cost? Everything. Faker's still not yet dead, as he will take out Cody's son, the first North American team to go winless in groups, but more importantly, SK Telecom guarantee the first seed coming out of groups.
I had a tournament in New York, and we got second in the world. So now I've taken another leap, which is to build my own company. My goal was to help other people who want to turn streaming into a career. The biggest thing you have to realize is it's a team game.
Welcome back, guys. Laure here, and joining me right now is Uzi after the victory against Clutch Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me, and congrats on the victory. They gave you a hard time in the early game, but you managed to come back afterwards. So you just needed the perfect setup to come back into the game. So were you worried at 90 points?
这一场的话，前期其实还蛮颠簸的，到后来你们是需要一个很完美的一个设置，才有办法回到游戏当中。那你在这个游戏进程当中的话，你有任何时刻是非常担心自己可能过不了这一关吗？
我没有担心过，因为我们就是大家打的都比较，就是算是放松嘛，就是没有那么大的压力，然后就是觉得我们一定会赢，所以说就从来没有想过会输这盘。
Actually, we were never worried. We actually played quite relaxed, and no point did we ever think that we were going to lose this one, and we were able to breeze through it.
Nice confidence. That's good to hear. Now, what did you think about your performance today compared to the first round, Robin? Would you say it's better? How would you rate it?
如果你要评价一下这一轮你们的表现跟上一轮你们的表现的话，你会觉得是打得比较好吗？还是打得比较差一点？
我觉得我们是在慢慢进步，而且是可以进步很多的，就是只是需要一点时间。我相信我们会打得更好的。
I think we can slowly improve, and we can actually improve a lot. So we will continue to be better.
And you're gonna need to improve and to keep on being good till the end of the day, because you're gonna have the rematch against Fnatic, and this is gonna be do or die for both teams here. So what do you expect from Fnatic based on what you saw from them today, and especially the rematch against Reckless?
就等一下的话，对上 Fnatic 就等于是两队的生死局了，这样子。那你预期 Fnatic 会拿出什么样的表现？特别是他们看了他们今天目前为止的比赛，那你在对上Reckless 的话，你有什么样的想法？
我希望最后打 Fnatic 的时候 ，Reckless 可以使用 AD 吧，对，因为我觉得会比较更精彩一点。
In the end, I hope that Reckless can play a normal AD because it would be a lot more exciting.
Yeah, and this is the rematch everyone wants. Shishay, Hudzi for the interview. Thank you very much, Clement, for the translation. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Laure, and welcome back to the Electric Verdi Music Hall ahead of the deciding game in Group C. Uzi looks so happy and content. That's scary if you're a Fnatic fan, because they are up versus each other. And time again, Uzi and RNG have stopped Fnatic on their road to glory. This is, of course, a chance for Fnatic and his team to get revenge, and it would be really crazy for them to get that revenge in the context of this group in this last game.
Yeah, so historically, these teams had mirrored playstyle. Play through Reckless, play through Uzi. It was just a point that, you know, RNG would always just have the better team fighting, better laning phase. And so that's why Fnatic, a lot of the times when they went up against RNG, would feel a lot more hesitant.
They were just the worst RNG for the longest
Yes.
time. That was Fnatic's identity. Anytime they ran into them internationally, they just couldn't out-team fight them.
I think a big difference maker, though, this record is purely in best of fives. In best of ones, Fnatic is a whole different beast. And coming from the LEC region, you're playing best of ones the whole year. And that is going to play a role here because maybe you have a level 1 strategy.
I hate to correct you, but they also went 2-0 in an MSI group stage.
Oh, but that's
That's
not
long
the World
ago.
Championship.
That's like 2 years ago.
That's the World
not
Championship.
Yeah,
I
I
don't care
totally
about
agree
groups.
with you. There's just so much on the line. And before we jump into some more of the matchup, Frosk, I just want to kind of state how crazy it is that we even ended up here because RNG looked strong from those first games in the round robin. But Fnatic looked like a shadow of their former self and somehow found their groove today.
Let me tell you, when this script was pitched and we had this type of cliffhanger, I was like, I don't know if I can handle this right now. And it just has come down to something that you couldn't write as well as this. This is historic. This is legendary. These are two teams that have rebuilt over themselves. And it comes down to this single moment. Who is going to be clutch in a single game to advance to the quarterfinals?
And we got to look at that bot lane matchup. How can we not? We had an interview with Reckless earlier about Uzi, and he said, well, that's a Reddit thing. That's something that people say, but it isn't really true. But he has a chance to prove that that is untrue today.
All I'm going to say is that if you're a Fnatic fan, you're looking at this bot lane matchup, you might want to look away because, frankly, Uzi and Ming look like completely different animals. Now, Reckless and Hilly have started to get some of their footing back. It looks a lot better, but very hit and miss with these Leona games and kind of back-to-back performances. Hilly is struggling to find a champion to have the same impact on that he did domestically.
So I agree with you. In terms of bot lane influences, Uzi has been hitting incredible CS margins, has been smashing bottom lanes all tournament long, but there have been pretty large mistakes being made through Xiaohu and Karsa as well.
I think something to highlight when it comes to both of these teams when they're both back up against the wall. I remember both the finals that they played and both of these teams lost were scenarios where they just went and just played for their bottom. But look at these stats. Oof.
Yeah, and just for some context, Uzi just smashed the record for our highest CS numbers at 20 minutes in his previous game. The guy who held the record before him, also Uzi, so he's playing pretty hot today.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So then the inevitable question is, we saw the first week of Fnatic where we saw a lot of the Garen, we saw the Morgana blitz bottom lane. Today, Fnatic hovered back to some of the traditional marksman lanes, namely with the Xayah. What would be the optimal play here for Fnatic, knowing that they are down versus that bot lane?
So I have two. Either play a standard AD carry in the bot side of the map or go towards the safe Garen Yuumi. Because what those stats showcase to me is that, you know, more often than not, Reckless is going towards the Garen or the Morgana. That's why he's not going to have the CS per minute. That's why he's not going to have the damage percentage. Those are the stats just telling you what Fnatic is trying to accomplish. I think safe bottom lane, for me, would be the Garen Yuumi. But also you can match them with the Xayah or Kai'Sa bottom lane and it would work out well.
On my end, I just want Fnatic to follow this recipe. They have the most success when they're playing on bot lane that gives them a lot of agency. Hylissang on a support, they need to trust him to do those engages. They need to put Whippo on an island, on that gangplank, let him play aggressive, find his timings, and then Nemesis. Find these unique champions like Veigar where he can just scale away and then control a lot of space for Reckless.
Yeah, I agree with Yamato. I think the blueprint here for Fnatic is not necessarily what the pick is, but what the pick does. And it's having playmaking ability, the ability to react and adapt in the middle of games. That was what made Fnatic so successful, and they need to rely on that domestic strength, those domestic learnings, if they're even going to have a shot at RNG today.
And coming into today, we did highlight Broxah and Hylissang particularly, and when they took down SKT, it was because of Broxah and Hylissang being able to hover through mid, get that great counter gank, or at least the dive that was being pegged through from SKT. I would like to see Broxah once again empowered so he can make those calls if that's the case.
Well, we're almost there. There is just an intense amount of pressure on this matchup. And when you're Fnatic, you are still looking up against this wall that is RNG. Even if it seems like only one game, that is such a hurdle for them. But RNG themselves, they're looking at a bit of a trauma from last year's Worlds. They got knocked out for an EU team, so both teams have so much to prove. What are your predictions and why? Who's making it to the quarterfinals,
Let me guess, Raz.
Let us guess.
RNG. For sure it's going to be RNG. I think that they are still the strongest team fighting team. And if you've been looking at that bottom lane, Uzi is doing some disgusting stuff right now. You got to prepare yourself, Fnatic.
Yamato, what do you got?
I think in the game, Fnatic against SKT, they showcase when that mistake comes in, they punish hard and they take it away. RNG has showed a lot of flaws. I think they're going to make mistakes, and I think Fnatic is going to take it away. This is the time where Fnatic is going to beat down their bully. Spam this static to help Fnatic. Let's go!
Spam this static to help Fnatic. I love it. Froskuren, may I remind you?
What is your vote, Frost?
Previous LPL supercaster.
Yes,
now
let us remind you.
Aficionado.
Where do your allegiance?
Okay. There are favorites, but there are no absolutes. I think Fnatic have rebuilt themselves this year. I think they bring the creativity to take the win today, and I think Rekkles will rewrite history and finally conquer his demons. I think Fnatic can do it. This is a best of one. It comes down to execution, and it better be spicy, Fnatic, because I'm putting a lot on the line here.
I don't want to see that graphic. No!
I am sure the fans have voted for Fnatic too.
No!
But Fnatic, no matter how many votes you have, the fans can't help you today.
Please,
RNG
Joey!
suffered a trauma at the hands of an EU team at Worlds last year. Will history repeat itself? And who will find redemption? Rekkles or Uzi? Let's find out. It's time for Fnatic versus RNG.
Hell yes it is! Thank you, Shocks and the analyst desk, and thank you, Berlin, for putting your faith behind the LEC team. Now catching up with the draft, Kiana, Jarvan, Kayle, followed by Pantheon, TF, Veigar, and Spawn. Xayah and Ryze first picks.
He's done it. He's locked in the traditional marksman throwing down in the bottom lane. This is going to be Uzi versus Rekkles with the 80 carries.
We wondered if we could see the Garen Yuumi come back and try to dodge lane. We're not dodging, but the Vayne already hovered here by RNG. Always a thought process. Gonna just be the Ezreal. I thought if Garen Yuumi came out, we would see Uzi's Vayne on the day. Not to be here, returning to the Ezreal he played earlier.
And previous to this tournament, Papa Smithy, I sat down and I said, if Uzi can average 12 CS a minute, RNG might possibly be the dark horse to win Worlds. And everyone said, no one's ever done it. You cannot farm that much. Well, right now, the man is just sucking in minions left, right, and center on the Ezreal, and is one of those champions that if you get it spiking early, it's so hard to deal with due to the mobility, and this is a very mobile comp from RNG.
And Fnatic's first round plays through bot lane very well. GP ult down there, Gragas Predator. Guys can do the math at home. Meanwhile, RNG have a lot of flexible options here with their first round of the draft. Fnatic do have their penchant to pick up unconventional picks, though. We saw the Veigar earlier. I still remember that with Berengar, anything can happen here from the Fnatic side.
And last year at Worlds, in a similar game, we said Fnatic, the way you beat IG is you just play around the mid lane. Do not go towards Rookie. He is too good. You don't want to be able to do that. Well, they ignored the rules. They got multiple members up there and they smashed Rookie in the mid lane. Playing against RNG, you like never go bottom lane. That is the dark side of the map. Just play through your top side. Well, they say to hell with the conventional rule set. We're going to get a dive bottom lane composition going here. Once again, Fnatic trying to buck the trend, play towards the strength of their opponents.
Does RNG read this and now look to counterpick support with last pick? It's kind of my query here. They banned away the Rakan. If they hadn't, they could have just blinded Morgana and dealt with Rakan. So I'm really interested to see the approach they take.
Or is this finally the time we see that they play through topside? They empower Langex, you know, Shawel up there.
Yes, the elimination game where they don't play through Uzi.
Yeah, we'll see whether it happens, because that is the reason you put together a super team, to use all the pieces. This might be Longxing's game to try and take over.
Oh, we'll find out once the draft completes and we can see the first few moves. But with a blind pick, Gnar, I think your plan is out the window, although I do think it was a viable one. Papa Smithy, how does this draft round out for Fnatic?
What the real question here is where they go with the blind support, because you know that RNG are happy to play Carmen to Morgana, for example, and that's most likely going to be their decision if we do see the lock-in. We're still hovering, Garen, I assume, just for the reaction behind it. It's an elimination game. Comfort means more than comp sometimes when it's a best of one, literally to persist in Worlds. So Nemesis will be returning to his Cassiopeia. We are waiting for just the support choice. Speaking of comfort.
Oh! Hylissang Pyke outside of G2 Esports as a team. Hylissang was the guy to talk about with this champion.
And coming into Worlds, if you had have written down the perfect comp for Fnatic to be able to upset, I think at least 3 of the pieces would have been there. Gangplank, Cassiopeia, as well as the Pyke. This is the gauntlet thrown to RNG.
And the response being the Lulu. Now, one thing I will say, Hylissang giveth and Hylissang taketh. And we have seen him doing that even today with both previous Leona performances. So execution is going to be key, especially into a Lulu.
Now the counter pick support here is a very different one. Another unique champion at Worlds, I believe, in the Lulu. Leona would be the usual choice here because you're just all in, and of course the Pyke doesn't get to use great health with any degree. Now you can reveal Pyke whenever he goes in with your E, and that of course usually allows you to take him down. He can't dodge away and get the same healing off, but the champion is not necessarily known as super dominant in lane, and it's unreliable in fights as well.
And one of the only champions in the game that saves people through additional health as opposed to shields. One of the only counters to Pyke's ult. It ignored shield. It will not ignore the health that Lulu is able to give the teammates.
Listen to the crowd in Berlin as they get behind Fnatic. This is a do or die game. Win and you are in the quarterfinals. Lose and your world championship ends today. RNG have never been eliminated at the group stage at the World Championship. Welcome back to the Verti Music Hall here in Berlin, Germany. The last game of the group between Fnatic and RNG, and just before the action picks up, we've already told you the win-loss between Fnatic and RNG, 1-9. You've heard the memes of EU in week 2, but I want to put it to some numbers. European teams in the second half of the group stage have a total win-loss of 13-4. RNG and the LPL teams, correction, Fnatic RNG, 6-6.
And this is so important because in context of Worlds, when you look at just Worlds after Worlds, the last time the LPL truly failed was in Europe. It was in that 2015 very famous run where LGD fell down. EDG were a shadow of their former glory from MSI, and it was a lot of these European teams that was able to take it away.
And which region stopped the Golden Road from being walked down? It was Europe. It was G2 Esports that beat them in the quarterfinals of Worlds last year, keeping RNG, one of the top 5 favorites for Worlds, into the group stage by knocking them down here would be a big scalp for the side of Fnatic.
I cannot wait to see how this plays out, and I definitely want to dial into some of the options here. The Lulu in particular will be interesting when I think of that help picks, when I think of the initiation tools along with the Glitter Lance. Gnar, Lee Sin, Ryze, every single one of them is going to benefit from that skill set.
And it's one of those things where you are pretty confident Hylissang hasn't played against Lulu too much as the Pyke. Champion is very underappreciated, isn't played in solo queue a lot either. But the reveal, again, not allowing Pyke to be just as slippery and just as sustainable is underrated, and Spawn already outlined the health game when it comes to Pyke ultimate calculations. Level 1, Bwipo is actually stronger than Gnar because of the Q.
This is how you make a lane volatile. This is when, as Longxing, you have to start thinking, where the heck is this Gragas? Is he like 3 camping towards the top side of the map? Has he already based for his boots? And you can see that that is exactly where Bwipo wants his top lane. This is the second time in a row he's got Gangplank. However, maybe selling the fake here as Broxah now turns his attention to bottom lane.
Okay, level 2's on the side. Hylissang won't find the stun. Ignite's thrown down to Ming. That's a gigantic minion wave to be fighting into. First blood to Fnatic. They turn their attention to Uzi, but again, gigantic minion wave to deal with them. Broxah strikes first.
And I do feel like you have to credit some of that towards Bwipo as well, because how volatile he made the top lane would have given Uzi and Ming so much confidence that he was going up towards there. That meant that they were building the wave. They couldn't get it to hit turret. The gank succeeded.
Very common the Gragas to do a 3-camp clear bot side, but no back to get the boots, no Keystone available here, no problem, they take down the Lulu for free. Do note that blue buff and actually just a single camp top side plus the Rift Scuttle was the sacrifice, so the level 6 will be delayed for Broxah.
A quick note, while Hylissang has played 19 games on Pyke, his win-loss is 15-4 all time. Karsa picks up the skill grab and finds Broxah.
But you already saw that was the Predator boot channeled. He wanted to have an impact on this top side of the map as well. However, counter jungling is a team game, Papa Smithy.
And the team game is to try to, again, pay back Broxah for his early gank by denying him first a blue buff and now a Scuttle Crab. It's a nice pickup here, gets Uzi a bit more mana, but also allows them to really keep down the Gragas even further.
And this is the thing you need against Gragas. He's so mobile for a fat man that you need to be able to scout him out on his camps. You see a very nice control ward on the back of that red buff. That means he's going to be caught on the approach and maybe some traps can be laid.
Definitely goes with Pilates classes, does Gragas. The mid lane, Nemesis is going to farm it out against Ryze. I feel like this is a matchup that has evolved a million times, but has always been Cassiopeia favorite to some degree. It's the percentages change, usually downwards, every rework.
Yeah, it was so strange, right? Because Ryze had a brief period where he could take Cassio to a side lane when Abyssal Mask was first reworked and go to town on it. However, then Cassiopeia players started building Abyssal Mask back, and Ryze kind of said that wasn't fair. And since then, you're right, Papa Smithy has certainly been one of those bully lanes, as few as they may occur, for the Ryze matchup.
Well, Broxah seems to be in the right place at the right time. First gank works out. He bumps into Karsa in the top lane, or rather Karsa interrupted it. And this time around, both junglers are waiting in the wing spawn.
And there is a big creep wave there, so this would be tough to execute if you are Fnatic. You can see Hook misses, so no gank gonna happen.
And the vision toggle exceptional by the observers. Karsa's now gonna step forward, places a ward down and spots out that fat man. Broxah gets the body block, and there's the dash forward, looking for the stun. So much damage onto Ming. Hylissang picks up the kill, but it's at the cost of his life. So far, trade 1-for-1. Here comes Nemesis, throws out the miasma, trying to put the twin fangs onto Xiaohu. He's burning, and he's down. Now Karsa's the target. He's trying to show him back. The Sonic Wave misses. Fnatic get another, and Uzi is flashing for his life.
And in the camp bottom lane game, Fnatic come out ahead. 4 kills to 1 now, and their bottom lane is rolling.
And I don't think they'll be done either. This is all before Gangplank can even help out with his ultimate. We watch the replay. Karsa is true the first time, but as the play goes on, Hylissang comes up big.
He's just so clutch, and that wave looks huge. It looks like such a dangerous area to fight. You can see that RNG are so confident to be able to take it, but it is mis-execution from Karsa, a player that has come up so clutch in the past. Watch this Q, it goes wide, Nemesis lives, and Fnatic clean off.
And that means they trade up even more. Remember, since the last time we saw this matchup, as Hylissang's already mid, we're continuing.
He's hunting, he needs to get the CC! The interrupt lands, and Xiaohu goes down. Berlin is on fire, and so is Fnatic. 5 kills to 1.
At this point, they're styling, like you say, 6 kills in 6 minutes. They're keeping the pace high, and right now RNG just aren't ready for the 3-pronged attack in every single lane.
And some of the keys to victory. Get Nemesis on one of his
lead, but what is crucial is it is Fnatic dictating the pace of this game. It is proactive plays. Now, it is by no means over. RNG have got a fantastic team to pick up action in the mid-game, and I want to see once Lungxing starts getting involved, now that Xiaohu's hit level 6 as well, once they start to bounce back from those early games.
And I want to see how they try and do it, because Lungxing right now is ahead, and it looks like Fnatic continue to look bottom.
All right, Uzi's got no flash available. All right, Uzi's got no flash available. Chilling Smite into the Arcane Shift. The barrel comes down. And keep in mind that Bwipo threw down the Cannon Barrage for that play. Keeping an eye on Nemesis, he roamed as well. So the play was thwarted.
And this was the evolution in the LPL's game when they went on that run last year. The ability to play macro. You know what? We're not going to try and repel the turret dive. We're going to back off. We're going to play for plates and CS on the top side. Now look at Xiaohu mirroring towards the top side of the map. They understand that Uzi is no longer the member to play around. They need to get creative.
The unique thing is they don't often actually send jungle resources top. They're much more likely to have Karsa counter gank bot lane than actually say, okay, enemy team set up a tent bot lane. We're going to play through top lane in the same fashion. You can go top and kick GP away from his turret and get advantages, but it's all bot lane.
It is indeed. Uzi's going to be in so much trouble. One more auto! And it's a trade. Uzi and Reckless pick up the respective kills, but the experience and the CS advantage goes to Reckless.
Yeah, once again, Reckless is the person that will live, and the wave is too big to freeze. Ming also needs the experience at this stage of the game. Level 6 not there. That was a big deciding factor in that 2v2.
But honestly, this game has opened up in the style that we anticipated pre-tournament. The fast style of G2 and Fnatic, the frenetic style versus RNG, who likes to get their ducks in a row. The connection here, the root lands, and the 1-for-1, if Uzi's the one going down, you'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely you will. And the 2 waves now crash into that turret. You're going to see an additional recall gained here from Reckless. The fact that he is 2-0-3 now, that's going to be an Essence Reaver online at only 9 minutes into the game.
You just think of another game where Uzi farmed it out, had Triforce Miramana, and Fnatic have no frontline. You know, it's going to be an AP Gragas. Pyke also and GP aren't frontliners, so there was a game that was going to be Uzi defined. This one is going to be much more cheap build, but cheap build a little bit slower. And the chance that it's not going to make big inroads is Hylissang.
He's in some trouble. Sonic Wave won't find a target. Hylissang 1, 2, and 4, just shy of 100% kill participation. I held my breath. Hylissang is shaking off that moniker of being a coin flip player. He has had games that have cost him, but he's playing so confidently and throwing down that flash to connect with the stun.
Mate, he still flipped the coin this game. It just came up Hylissang for once in this
wasn't
tournament.
he overdue for that?
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be right every now and again, and that's what I like about Hilly, the fact to stick to the game plan. That he knows for Fnatic to go far in this World Championship, he needs to play the high-octane, aggressive style, but he needs to also make it well.
And I'm looking at RNG and saying, attack Bwipo, make him use summoners, get him down. Otherwise, if Fnatic just plays this game, every time Cannon Barrage comes up on the bot lane, they're going to have more tools. They're going to win more often than they lose. Karsa's here, and for once, Gragas probably going to be spotted on a ward. They know he's disconnected.
Okay, so Cannon Barrage is available for Bwipo in a few seconds, and Broxah is going to be followed by Nemesis. Bone Skewer goes out, and no target connects, but everybody held their breath. It's a 1,500 gold lead for Fnatic, and they are not letting off the gas here.
And you do have to remember there are 2 ways to attack the top lane. You can either gank for it, or you can isolate it. And right now, in the isolated matchup, Longxing is starting to put in some work. You can see repetitively trying to chip down this health bar, get turret plates. I don't think it's going to be enough. Right now, Fnatic certainly playing better towards the bottom side, but they are doing what they can to get their top laner ahead.
And it's unlikely you'll go a Gnar build that actually gives you kill pressure in the lane. Like we've seen in the past, people like Juve go Blade into a rapid fire cannon, maybe even throw in an Infinity Edge there, really try to attack the side lane. Longxing has been our most impressive team fight Gnar in previous appearances at this tournament, so we expect maybe 1 damage item into tank, and that's the sort of thing that eventually GP can start to shrug off.
We need to see whether or not RNG can find those team fights. I keep looking at that gold lead. It is stabilizing at 1,500 gold. But as you mentioned, Longxing, 2 of those plates already down. He's bullying Bwipo, 14 CS advantage already. And he's looking to set up or looking to react to plays elsewhere on the map.
And in the early game, it's not worthwhile playing towards top side. There is no objective. Dragons are too valuable. It's easy to knock down the plates on the bottom side. However, we're now at 12 minutes into this game, and you can see the Fnatic are starting to get slightly antsy around the Rift Herald. It would be key right now if RNG were able to pick that up, get 2 plates into Uzi, all of a sudden, all your hard work starts to equalize. So I would expect Fnatic to want to play around that objective. I do not expect a handshake, although that looks like what we're getting right now.
Lee Sin already started up and got it low. Ming helping with ranged auto attacks over the wall. Trade actually probably will be Drake for Herald here. Not an ideal one for the side of Fnatic, but they're too slow, and I feel like the LEC region has been the least likely to handshake compared to other global trends. Korea and North America definitely do end up forcing the fight more often than not.
Now, if you look at the minimap, Bwipo is under threat. 3 members of RNG in that top quadrant, but Karsa decides to back away to his own jungle instead. This is going to be a split map, it looks like. I hear the Herald being summoned up top.
But this is very confusing from Fnatic. They're the team that has the teleports available, and yet multiple members down on this bottom side. They are still trading gold, but when you're ahead, you don't want to trade, you want to extend leads.
They are able to extend the lead specifically on the Xayah because she's not sharing plate gold like the Lulu. It's probably trying to accelerate towards an Ardent Sensor, you will imagine. Turret should still go down here. Wait and see if Rekkles feels safe enough, and Broxah zoning around mid lane, so 2 lanes of turrets for the side of Fnatic.
So that's a great move from Fnatic. You know, make it about the majority of the map as opposed to just those bottom and top lane turrets that you're trading. They now get themselves more plates. That's more of the mood that we want to see from Fnatic.
Yeah, with the GP ult, you're able to respond to multiple lane players. In this case, he doesn't have enough information, so just drop the Cannon Barrage. On the minions, we know that was unnecessary, but that information wasn't available to Brimbo. Hylissang face checks.
He does indeed. Sonic Wave has found its target. Bone Skewer's channeled. And it does find a target, but there's no further follow-up. Miasma held by Nemesis. 2,000 gold lead and the mountain to Fnatic, and the map is now being opened up. If the skirmish style of gameplay continues, then Fnatic could be pretty happy. Hylissang likes to roam, he likes to impact those other lanes, and as it stands, Hilly and Rekkles are pushing down mid.
And they certainly have the composition for mid-game roaming and creating 2v2s and 3v3s. You know, you're going to struggle to get there before the Moby Boot pikes, and the safety of the Xayah is very high. She just has that oh crap button that she can hit if she is ever caught out. So I do like the next 10 minutes of time for Fnatic. However, it is going to be about getting as much gold as possible on this Ryze, on this Ezreal, and trying to get towards some semblance of Baron control and fight for RNG.
Small lead in the turret play gold is going to be indicated here, as we would have noted. I feel like we're already on the precipice of all the outer turrets being down nice and early into the game. When that happens, you do fear for someone like a Lulu trying to walk up to face check and go down very quickly. But now Karsa plays a bit of hopscotch, gets himself an angle in the mid lane. Remember that Rekkles is the big benefactor of this early game, even in terms of actual items in the inventory rather than gold picked up. He is ahead of the Ezreal, but look at that health bar.
Take a look at that damage coming down. Hylissang forced to run for his life, and this will allow a lot of damage into the mid-outer turret.
And you can see how serious this game is because they don't chase. Now they're just looking for the siege. They're trying to zone members away. That is one chunk, and it takes half the mid turret's health. That turret going to be crucial for any future Baron setup.
I think so important to note, Rekkles did not expend his ultimate or his flash. Teleports back to lane, got the Zeal, the Kershi shot, and the Essence Reaver. Uzi on the flip side, Manamune, and still working towards that Triforce, so comfortable position for Fnatic for now.
And he's completely set for business. This is what he wants to be doing. We talk about the through damage of the Xayah and the ability to generate push in the mid lane. The longer this is happening for, the easier it becomes for Fnatic to look for the roams into the river, look for the control that will generate their picks.
The only frustration is that back wasn't an entire rapid fire cannon, so you don't continue to extend your effective gold lead in terms of purchased items, and you need another back in order to match something like the Trinity Force that should be coming out soon. But just with the map uptime, they will get mid lane outer turret and give themselves some more avenues for picks.
I love seeing how Hylissang is playing on this bike. He's charging up that Bone Skewer and stepping forward. It reminds me of Ming on day one of groups where he was playing the Blitzcrank, stepping forward, threatening the pick, because the amount of damage that will follow up will almost guarantee a kill. It unlocks the second tower for Fnatic.
But I'm not an expert on lore, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Pyke has gone fishing in the past, and it actually ruined a little bit of his life. Now, I'm not trying to draw anything from that piece of information. However, you do have to be careful what you catch. You don't want to Mega Gnar in this composition. However, I do like the fact that Fnatic continue to do what they do well. You were mentioning the lack of the completed item. Well, mid lane priority means you can cheat bases whenever you would like. They go back on the power spike. They're setting up for the next dragon. It's 40 seconds away. Another chance to create one of those skirmishes.
With no front line, how can they actually put a dagger through the heart? A Baron is usually something that represents that. Actually getting deep vision down is tricky without multiple members and a Predator. Mountain Drake spawning in 30 would be a nice spot, and that's why we do see the Predator popped. to try to get that exclusive vision on Mountain.
And that's the thing about League of Legends. The best form of initiation is superior vision control. If you can come from multiple angles with damage, it doesn't matter. You will always get the fight you're looking for. RNG will step up to the plate. They will fight you. They are not a team to be bled out. So you can see all the Fnatic's resources right now getting control around this side of the map.
It does seem to set them up for the Mountain Drake thus far. Karsa will be very late to the party. He instead is trying to set some vision up in the northern side of the river. And as it stands now, Nemesis backs away. Uncontested second Mountain Drake. Combo that buff with GP, Cassio, and Xayah. There's a very, very fast Baron on the side of Fnatic.
And that's something that you just have to be heads up about. Suddenly, Cassiopeia with blue buff and topside vision control is something that RNG can't allow. They have to continue to fight more than just against another comp, because this comp deletes Baron on site and can duo it in a lot of configurations.
I was just going to say, could Broxah and Nemesis two-man the Baron if they have enough vision? And as it stands, it'll be tough, right?
Yeah, especially because it's going to be an AP Gragas, right?
Yeah.
So he can't tank it for a very long time, but 3 people can kill it, and it doesn't require it to be the 3 most obvious high damage members. Is something to consider. You get the top lane out of turret, it only helps with the Baron setup.
And I just want to cast our mind back to the fact that Uzi at 17 minutes was 2 completed items in his previous game with the upgrade. This time around, he's 20 CS down. He's down in kills. He hasn't been getting the same resources that he would love in this composition. And it's actually Fnatic with all of the CS lead.
And it goes all the way back to not only the draft of the first pick Xayah and the last rotation Pyke, but Broxah coming in with that level 3 gank, setting his duo lane up to go toe-to-toe with Uzi and Ming. 4 towers to 1, it will be balanced out now, 4 towers to 2. But the LEC representative have a significant lead as we hit the 20-minute mark.
It just feels like an old habits die hard game from Fnatic. They have in just a couple of days reset themselves from Rekkles is on, a champion that neutralizes or has a utility style, and the side laners will carry. They noted all the AD Twisted Fate bans, they couldn't recreate on other champions, and now suddenly it's back to Rekkles picking up a lot of the advantage here. But the impressive part there is not that Rekkles can play a ranged AD carry, it's that all the pieces around Rekkles seamlessly transition back into old roles.
But this is what we would expect from an organization like Fnatic. Coming into this Worlds, they had taken G2 to 5 games in back-to-back best-of-5s. You could see the hype building around this organization. So that versatility is going to be key, and it certainly seems to be there for this game.
Now put yourselves into RNG's shoes. 2018 World Championship, one of the favorites for the entire thing, eliminated by a European team in the form of G2 Esports. RNG have never not made it out of groups, and they are down 4,000 gold to another European representative on European soil. And we said it earlier this time, the last time LPL had such a disappointing showing was also at a European World Championship.
And we're getting some European Drakes, because Double Mountain into Infernal very much suits the European representative in Fnatic to give them, again, Baron threat with less members, because right now, you walk up to Baron, no one's tanky, and the enemy initiates on you, that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
And on a personal call out, while it's the Drakes they wanted, it's not the Drakes they got during
those Drakes are working
the
out.
season. LEC advert fans, that's a shout out for you. Karsa is moving into the pit. Do Fnatic 50-50 this. Baron will reset, and that's what we talked about. Cassio plus Gragas were able to almost melt it before a response.
Yeah, the almost is there. Karsa was aware of the play, but again and again that can be threatened. Lungxing from an angle, but no real follow-up to a flash play here. He's still positioning.
Certainly is, and if there was a wave there, you could see he wanted to go. However, very good job of Fnatic checking the boxes. How many people are visible on map? Let's back away from this turret. We have push in the top lane. We're getting important resources onto Bwipo in the bottom lane. We are about to come online. Let's not do anything too hasty.
Let's actually zoom out and talk about Bwipo and Lungxing, because frankly, they've not existed for 20 minutes of this game. They are still 0-0-0, farming up a storm. Maybe we won't get a chance actually as Hylissang gets chunked out. True Shot Barrage will be available very, very soon. Baron's going low. Doesn't even go in the pit. Fnatic have snuck the Baron. Cassio Lucio plus double Mountain gives Fnatic the lead.
And that was just off the back of the fact that they knew that Casa had gone to base, so they're able to pick up the most important objective in their game at only 22 minutes in.
And that's all about the combat problem solving we've talked about. That was the only variable. They didn't care at all that there was a vision ward there from the side of RNG. They had all the critical information. They pulled the right trigger. Looked like it was pretty close on the smite. But close is good enough.
And I know we're half joking about it, but EU in week 2, look at what's happened so far. You've got Splyce out of group. G2 have been able to squeak out as well. And now Fnatic looking to join the other 2 representatives. 23 minutes in, they have complete control of the game.
For the first time ever, Europe is on the verge of having all 3 representatives advancing to the quarterfinals in a world championship on home soil. After Splyce were discounted as the weaker younger brother to Fnatic and G2, after Garen and Yuumi sucked on stage, and Fnatic have bounced back. They need to knock over this Nexus, but this would be a historic week in League of Legends for Europe and European fans.
And I think there's still a lot of work to do here, Trevor. We still have to see that first team fight with the Gnar potentially coming in and influencing it. Very easy to catch out one of these squishy members on the side of Fnatic. But so far, it's a very impressive 23 minutes, and they're knocking on the door.
And you can see that they never actually have to go for it, because a wave clear out of something like a Ryze, especially against Baron, is not going to be that strong, and you can play multiple lanes. I said it already today. This is how Europe loves to play League of Legends. The 1-3-1, the frustrated, the pull you apart and take more gold. Right now, every minute that they exist on Summoner's Rift, Fnatic is picking up more CS, more experience, and ultimately more items. When it finally does come to the fight, I expect them to have a massive lead.
You can't ask for anything more than 24 minutes into this deciding game. Yes, there's an advantage to the underdog, but the game isn't written. And this is a game between, again, 2 of the most famous orgs in the history of League of Legends. Everybody around the world, whether you be in Korea, China, North America, Europe, or anywhere else, has an opinion on who they would prefer to win. I'm sure the North Americans, who are now sitting with no qualifiers out of 2, are very much in split allegiance. So it's that kind of game where you know the world is watching, and there could still be a super play to decide it all.
With an all-time win-loss of 1-9, Fnatic were the underdogs, but look at the minimap. They are pushing 1-3-1. Casa gets tagged down. The daggers. Casa runs for his life. And Bwipo with the cannon barrage gets the kill. Let the feathers fly. Reckless as Fnatic and the rest of the crew are pushing into the base. Langxing has gone Mega Gnar, but there's no fight available for him.
It seems that Langxing will be exhausted before the fight starts, but no minion wave to break the base. That's the last piece of business here. Casa, 15 seconds away.
And it's actually Hilly, the most annoying member on the team, hold the thought, that is keeping the bottom lane barroned up minion wave. And you can see this 3-man siege in the mid lane might take the turret.
Well, the RNG representatives from the LPL are in so much pressure. Baron will time out right now. Nemesis unable to do more than just a little damage in that top lane. The base has not been broken, and that is crucial for RNG. They are down 8,000 gold, and they need to find a way back into this game.
But do you know what else was crucial for RNG? The ability for Casa to fish for one of his patented flash kicks. However, that is no longer available. He had to burn the summoner spell. He still fell down, and in 2 minutes, that Baron pressure will resume.
And he's not going to be the only one feeling doubt on the RNG side. They lost straight-up team fights in the late game to SKT earlier today. Uzi's behind in effective items to Reckless, who has been sitting on Infinity Edge for a while. In terms of tool sets here, everything is set up for Fnatic, but RNG have pulled a rabbit out of a hat many a time.
Yeah, they were looking for a rabbit out of that top lane hat and weren't able to find one just a moment ago. And itemization, though, you cannot discount the members of RNG. 3 items for Uzi, 2.5 for Xiaohu on that Ryze. There is a lot of headroom to grow as far as scaling is concerned. And for Fnatic, they cannot lose focus at all.
And when you don't have tanks, all the extra damage item means is you kill them slightly quicker. It's going to be an auto attack or 2. So still the burden of execution on Fnatic's comp is going to be high. But all it takes is that one kill, that snowball to start rolling, for Hylissang to start jumping around these fights, and they will be able to create the chaos. Let's see if RNG have the discipline to withstand that.
Okay, gentlemen, 1 minute to Infernal, 1 minute to Baron. Let's look at Vision. Let's talk about how Fnatic want to play, considering both objectives will be level at the same time.
They just want to get control of their side lanes. They know that they're going to continue to build the lead and that they should have first move. If you control the side lanes, you always have the option to collapse, but more importantly, you can continue to bleed RNG out.
And they're probably going to need to use tools like Realm Warp and also the speed up from the Whimsy to skip steps, because they really aren't going to be able to walk up and contest vision on things like Baron. Yes, we do see that Ming got a ward in now, but that's going to be the exception rather than the rule. Again, that's how you're hamstrung if you go for a ranged support rather than one of the tank supports. The map's still very much in the control of Fnatic. Probably going to take the easy objective and get an uncontested Infernal.
And that is such a value Infernal, Drake. You have 5 damage sources coming out of this Fnatic lineup. Now you've got the second Infernal as well. Everyone on this lineup benefits from this Dragon.
2 Mountains, 2 Infernals, nearly 10,000 gold up. Baron has just spawned and Carson and Xiaohu are looking for a play. Hylissang is going fishing. Where's the Bone Skewer? Langxing forced to hop to safety. Will not get caught.
They're looking for a pick of destiny, a kick of destiny, whatever it is in this particular game on both sides. Even one person going down as we crest on 30 minutes. Going to be enough for a base to be broken, a Baron to be taken. Carson might have to be the hero here.
I was holding my breath. Rekkles takes a lot of damage. Uzi Arcane shift forward. Minion waves have been caught, have been killed, and have been sent back. Although Fnatic continue to extend this lead, they have not yet crucially broken open the base, and with this map reset, it's giving RNG some time to set up some vision around Baron.
Without Baron, it's hard because they can't just walk up to a turret or put 5 in a lane and actually get real turret damage in. That is the sort of thing where playing 3 lanes gets much trickier.
Will it
We're
be
talking
Fnatic
about inhibitor turrets.
who will advance
RNG finally
to
gets
the
some
map
control on the Baron. Hylissang walks up. We're going to do this dance again.
We are indeed. Bone Skewer is being charged, and while it will tag Karsa, there's not much follow-up after. Miasma comes down. Langxing is about to go mega. Teleport's coming in. Bwipo's going to be on the front lines. Langxing's got flash available to him. Does he want to use it? Defensively, actually. And now all of a sudden, Fnatic, they fought their way into the river, and they are looking for Baron control.
However, crucially, RNG just got the teleport out of Bwipo as well as the ultimate. 2 important tools to be able to set up around this objective. Langxing, no flash as well. That's another crucial cooldown to track. Baron is started.
It's going to explode as well.
Karsa gets caught out by Hylissang. He throws down the Dragon's Rage. Baron has been melted. And all of a sudden, flash! Skewer! Uzi gets over the wall thanks to the Arcane Shift. Broxah has got himself the ultimate cask available, but he holds the trigger. Fnatic find a clean Baron.
And an 11,000 gold lead. It is starting to look insurmountable. Baron buff number 2, as well as the fact that they've got 2 Mountains, 2 Infernals, and so many more items.
And smartly, they're sending Hylissang to use his proc on this turret and try to get 2 inhibitor turrets at the same time.
Exceptionally well done. Turret number 1 falls. Turret number 2 falls. Berlin, do you believe in euphoria? Fnatic are on the cusp of making history. RNG are so close to being eliminated, and Fnatic are playing this as cautiously as possible.
But they're also playing it smart. Hilly in the top lane is impossible for anyone to catch. He's nearly knocked down that inhibitor, and they're going to look to just break open the base and reset.
1 inhibitor, 2 inhibitors, 12,000 gold is the lead. And Fnatic can taste the paella, can taste the jamon. They are looking at Madrid and a spot in the quarterfinals.
And you wouldn't want it any other way. Look at how they've been able to break down this RNG lineup. It's now 13,000 gold, and this is the systematic destruction of RNG. This is a team that people had pegged as a dark horse in the finals, and it looked like they might not even make it out of group.
And their system was broken from the start. All the relentless aggression, 5, 6 ganks towards the bot lane, has delayed Uzi on the Ezreal, and this is not the champion with a Vayne-like late game to try to bring it back. He wants to be playing from ahead. He's been on the back foot as Fnatic want that last inhibitor.
And you cannot give up all three. You must go now if you are RNG. But look, they continue to play for them. Hilly is hitting the Nexus turrets.
Hylissang is solo pushing the top lane. The Nexus turret is about to fall. Listen to that crowd as Fnatic re-engage in the bottom lane. Hilly's been zoned away.
But he's drawing both the Gnar and the Ryze, the frontliners from the comp of RNG, every time he walks up. We've seen this play on the domestic stage, working on the international one.
Cannon Barrage comes down, Caster throws out the Dragon's Rage kick, but it does nothing. Realm Warp comes in. That's an interrupt on Lanxing. He's dead. Caster's dead. RNG are done. They will not advance to the quarterfinals for the first time ever. All three European teams make it to the knockout stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much
eliminate
sa in the first place.
RNG.
Maraming salamat sa mga naka-join sa akin sa pag-nood. And now Fnatic will advance to group stage.
Finally overcomes his demons.
Second seed.
Takes
Actually,
down
ang
Uzi.
Europe, sabihan nila kanina, ang Europe ay may tatlong
to the
representative na sa quarterfinals or sa knockout stage. Alright, so sa Group A, andun yung G2 Esports. Second seed din. Sa Group B,
LEC
second seed
era
din,
begun
Splice.
this
And
year,
sa Group C,
and all
yung,
three LEC
yung Fnatic.
teams exit groups, all
Second
with
seed
different
din.
claims to fame
Okay, and
and
then we also
stories to
have
tell.
two Korean teams
big
so
result
far.
for Europe
Two
on
Korean
home
teams
soil.
so far.
As one of the LSC casters,
Griffin and
to see how this
SKT,
team has
and
bounced
one
back, I cannot
Chinese-
wait to see
one
every
Chinese
single
team,
language stream,
na nasa Group
to
B,
hear
which is
Ibai
Funplus
chanting, to see
But
Chips and Noir celebrating. With
medyo,
Madrid and Paris,
medyo
every
araw
LEC
ngayon or
team is
taon
there.
ngayon ng European teams. Ng mga European,
And it's
ng
quite
European.
hard to
Yak si
believe.
Uzi, oh.
And you have to mention, this is a team that was in the
Yes,
world
easy.
final last
Guys,
year,
thanks sa mga
that went
nag-follow.
through everything, but then
Isa pa yan
had
sa
to rebuild, and to
sinasisiya ko ngayon
successfully
dahil
do
we
so
are
is so
actually
amazing.
6 followers
Emotions
away
hitting two of the greatest
from
AD
our
carries
1,000
of all
followers.
time. Uzi stepping
Thank you very
away
much,
in the group
guys.
stage
Sa
for
lahat
the
ng
first
mga
time. Reckless
nag-stay,
overcome
dito pa
with
sa
emotion.
nanonood.
They would have heard the
Maraming
community
salamat.
feedback
Reckless,
on their
Reckless
losses
na ba to?
early in this
Yes,
tournament, and to reset and prosper in the way
Siya,
they
ha?
did today shows the heart
galing
of
niya eh.
true
Galing niya naman.
competitors.
Hearing Berlin chant Reckless's name, as I
Galing,
believe he
galing.
will be
Actually,
joining us for an
kinakalikot.
interview momentarily.
Ayun, nalo sila,
It's
galing.
heartwarming and uplifting. Gigantic smiles across the faces of the second seed out of Europe. And of course, spare a thought for RNG for the first time
Saya rin
ever.
naman ng
They do not advance. For the
sila.
first time ever, as they've seen into the group of death, they are not one of the players to come out alive.
And especially
Alexander
Spiritor, this guy, I'm
yeah,
sure he's going to
you're
exit
welcome.
Worlds leading majority of stat categories
Thank you
for
guys
his
for
role.
stay up
However,
late.
you have to say
Salamat,
that this
salamat.
game plan that Fnatic were able to put together and then more importantly execute is just so damn impressive.
No, Uzi will be back, but even with the most stacked roster RNG ever
Tomorrow,
had, it's not an acceptable
meron
finish.
pang
It's not
actually,
okay just to finish in
tomorrow
groups for
may
RNG.
Thank
maganda
you
yung
so
laban
much,
din sa
Fnatic and Berlin.
sa
Let's
Group
check
D.
in with Law and Reckless.
Kasi sila pantay lahat, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. It's
Thank you,
Damwon
Trevor.
Gaming, Invictus Gaming,
Guys,
Team Liquid.
please, one more time for Fnatic and Reckless.
Meron pa pala isang North American team, which is Team Liquid. May isa pa pala. Yung pala yung sasabi
You
niya
did
kanina
what
yung isa
we
nag-comment.
thought was
Meron pa isa,
impossible
Team Liquid.
coming in today. Any first impressions
Meron
on
pa
this
isang
victory and qualifying to
North
quarterfinals?
American. Okay.
I don't really know what to say, honestly. I
Parang di tumatanda mga
came in today
player.
obviously wanting to win like everyone else in our team, but now that it actually happened, it's just crazy. I feel like this group was way too much to ask for, and in a way it's just like strengthens us so much because if we can beat these teams, we can win the entire thing, you know, so it's just a really great feeling.
Nice.
Fnatic performing when it matters the most. It's not even a meme, right? You do it every time. How did you make it happen today?
I feel like we were just more interested in winning than scared of losing, like last week. We're so scared of losing, like Worlds is only 6 games and 1 or 2 games can change the entire thing, so we're really scared of losing and kind of just not representing Europe well, I guess, so we kind of shit the bed in week 1, I think, and week 2 we just all wanted to show more, I guess, more of the Fnatic people have seen. And I think we did pretty well.
Do you know that now you have a 2-9 tracking record against Uzi? What was different today?
I think my teammates played really well. I honestly didn't do much, I'm sorry, but I really didn't do much, so I'm just really grateful for my team. I think they carried both of these games against SKT and RNG, so big kudos to them.
Give yourself some credit here too, yeah, please. I know the journey was not easy for you, and coming here today, this was do or die, basically. So what will you learn from this group stage to help you now in quarterfinals and in the suite of the competition?
Playing ADCs, I guess, is a start. I would probably just say, like, as I said to the second question, just not being so scared of losing. It's okay to lose. It's just how you lose, I guess, and how much you want to win. And I think we all want to win really much, so we should just aim for that instead of forget about
Lee
the
Marca,
losing part.
parang parang pwede ka maglaro ng konti sa isip mo.
They're all here for you, so anything you would like to say to your fans who were yelling, literally yelling in the audience for you guys today?
Honestly,
anyway.
When we play the game, we can hear most of what you guys do, so it's really nice to hear when like you're cheering for us and stuff. So I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for the interview, Reckless. Congrats on reaching quarterfinals. One more time for Fnatic, please. Now back to you guys in cooldown.
I think you just have to let those cheers echo for a moment. What a monumental day for Europe and the LEC. Welcome to Worlds Cooldown. I'm Dracos, joined by Yamato, Cannon, and Frosk. 3 seeds through.
Is this the high five moment?
You screw it. Yeah, it's a high five moment. Let's get it.
No.
Cue up the bias thread. We'll be in later. We're having a good time.
I'm ready to start taking some shots if we're gonna go. I saw a lot of flames. Blyce got it shaky. G2 fell down to Griffin. 3 seeds. 3 seeds of the LEC have made it out of group stage. I think, is that the first time ever?
Yes.
The first time ever on home soil, Europe will send all 3 teams towards the knockout stage.
Holy moly. It's crazy. I can't believe this just happened, because coming into the day, you hyped up this group D. There was the group of death, and everyone thought it's kind of over because Fnatic looked so shaky in week 1, and then on this day, it all delivered. It all panned out. All of a sudden, you saw these teams that were so closely matched, and we saw very competitive games. So I need the cooldown. That's what's up.
I know, it's just so crazy because it was also the way that it was done. It was the fact that it was blue side Fnatic, Instalock. You're looking across at Uzi. This is so many times that Reckless has taken a run at this guy and not gotten the last laugh. To finally stand tall, get his champion. He's got Hilly next to him on his signature pike. And I know that Reckless said he's like, you know, I didn't really do much that game, but he overcome so much there. He really did conquer his demons. There had been such a mental block.
When we talk about the world song, usually I think it's like your own little fears, but like Uzi is literally Reckless's demon and he just beat Uzi. Like what more direct one-to-one metaphor can you ask for in the final moments of this group? It's a stunning day. It is a miraculous run. And if you told me just the SKT game, I was gonna believe it. If you tell me the SKT and the RNG game, especially after that first clutch game, this was the biggest emotional roller coaster of the day for any European viewer.
Honestly, I'm thinking about that SKT game and how it started, because it looked so grim in the beginning. Hylissang was on 0-2, and I think Kaiser was 2-0 already, and everything looked grim, and then SKT made that mistake, and Fnatic was like, wow, we can win. And then after that victory, they just took that confidence, took it onto the stage in the last game, and showed up in the Fnatic that we know and love from Europe.
Know and love. It's about the ceiling and the variance. It feels like this tournament has had so much variance in it just because of the nature of how this meta and how League of Legends is played now. You have to be of a certain mechanical bar. And the reason why I had so much faith in the LEC teams, especially G2 and Fnatic, is because I knew that they were at that mechanical bar. That if they reached their ceiling, they could be one of the best teams in the world, favorites to win the tournament, and it feels like finally vindicated. Fnatic fans got to see what we always knew was there when it mattered most.
And I think overall, when you look back at week one, I think if half of the Fnatic fans in the world doubted them, if 90% of the Fnatic fans in the world doubted them, I wouldn't blame them. Because it was so disastrous, and it was so inconsistent, it was so uncharacteristic. Brox was invisible, and Bubba was dying left and right. And you were watching Garen Yuumi from your roaming bot laner and your all-star support, and while you got to respect the attempt at the strategy, the turnaround here is still just so monumental.
I'm just so happy that Fnatic finally recognized their strength. Even during the finals against G2, I was referring to this recipe about leaving Whip on an island, play through bottom, put Rekkles in a position where he can play that carry that will eventually reach the point that just is destruction mode. And with Hylissang and, of course, Roxa impacting the map in their way, when Fnatic begin to flow in a way where they take tower after tower, use Fog in such a beautiful way, finally we got to see it.
For me, it was the recognition as I was kind of like, I've never been so nervous about making a prediction. Like, I really was up here just like pacing back and forth. I was like, oh no, it's RNG versus Fnatic. What am I supposed to do? But it was the fact that this is no longer RNG light, that Fnatic had rebuilt the roster, that they had so many more playstyles. They couldn't lose in the same way that they had. And I think we sometimes fall into this trap of looking at history and then always assuming that because all of this years of gameplay means that that's what the future holds. But while there is destiny, there is no fate. And Fnatic's fate wasn't sealed just because they were across from Uzi today. They were destined to meet, but changed the course of history right here.
Wise words. I think we'll end on that. I think Fnatic, once again, a fantastic day. But of course, not the only team to make it through. SKT still dominating this group, securing first seed, and earlier today, Lore caught up with Faker.
Thanks guys, Law here, and joining me right now is Faker after SKT grabbed the first seed of their group. And you could have done the perfect run if it wasn't for the lose against Fnatic earlier, which was surprising given how dominant you've been so far. So what have you been able to learn from this defeat?
네, 우선 승리와 이제 1번 시드 확정 지은 거 정말 축하드려요. 하지만 이제 전승을 할 수도 있었는데 푸나틱 상대로 아깝게 게임을 하나 이제 떨궜습니다. 그러면 워낙 압도적인 경기를 보여준 만큼 어느 점에 좀 놀라셨고 푸나틱전에서 어떤 걸 배우셨나요?
저희가 6승을 오늘 하고 싶었는데 6승을 못하게 돼서 좀 아쉬운 것 같고요. 푸나틱전에서 저희가 실수를 연달아하면서 되게 좀 안 좋게 패배를 했었는데 그래서 좀 앞으로 더 보강할 점이 많다는 것이 저희가 배울 점이었던 것 같습니다.
So yeah, really wanted to get the 6 clean score today, but we were not able to make it happen today. I'm a little bit sad, but well, there were a lot of consecutive mistakes in the Fnatic game, so I think that's the one that we have to work on, and that's the lesson that we learned, that we still have a long way to learn.
I see. Well, even with this loss, you still managed to get first seed in what was commonly called the Group of Death. So I want to know, what is your take on you and SKT being the Reapers in the Group of Death?
네, 이제 사실 죽음의 조라고 불리는 그런 C조에서 이제 SKT 페이크 선수와 함께 이제 죽음을 수확하는 그런 리퍼 역할이셨습니다. C조에서 경험 어땠나요?
확실히 전통적인 팀들이 많다 보니까 저희가 준비를 엄청 많이 했었는데 그래도 이렇게 1등으로 올라가게 돼서 앞으로 있을 경기에서도 좀 자신감을 많이 갖고 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
So because there were a lot of teams with long history, we really did our best in terms of preparation. So I think with this first seed position, we will be able to have bigger confidence going to other stages.
I agree, and after all these years, every time you enter a championship, people still fear you. And you have 3 titles right now, and you're still chasing for the 4th one. So tell me, what drove you after all these years to overcome yourselves on big stage?
이제 페이커 선수가 벌써 3개나 타이틀을 갖고 계신데도 항상 롤드컵 무대에 등장할 때마다 상대 팀들이 항상 경계하고 두려워합니다. 이제 2번째 타이틀을 향해서 달려가고 계신데 어떤 점에서 항상 동기부여를 받으시면서 열심히 노력하고 계신가요?
저는 언제나 몇 번째 우승이건 그런 거는 중요하게 생각하고 있지 않고요. 제가 오히려 이제 그냥 우승하고 싶은 욕구가 언제나 좀 크기 때문에 이번에도 역시 어느 때보다 더 우승하고 싶고 그래서 더 열심히 하게 되는 것 같아요.
So, well, the number of trophies I have doesn't really matter. I always have huge desire to get the win, so I just want to win the Worlds this year again, like never compared to other years.
And I wish you good luck on that. 감사합니다, Faker, for the interview. Thank you, Jisan, for the translation, as always, and back to you guys.
And thank you very much, Slower Faker, focusing on the task ahead of him, one world championship at a time. I think he's probably the only person in the world of League of Legends who can say that, but still showing dominance after all these years. SKT moving out of Group C as the first seed, the most dominant team hands down in the group, along with Fnatic. And of course, that sadly does mean that both RNG and Clutch Gaming are knocked out of the 2019 World Championship.
Holy moly. Honestly, it's just the group of death that you have to consider. It's disappointing because honestly, I felt like Uzi was playing out of his mind. It was very hard to find any flaws in RNG. Even in those games against SKT, it was always so close. And then there was a Gragas barrel, or maybe even a Gangplank barrels. A lot of barrels, apparently. But in general, disappointing things about RNG that I felt could have been fixed potentially.
And it's frankly really bittersweet to see one of the teams, Fnatic or RNG, go home. When you kind of look at the holistic picture, it felt like everyone was looking at this group like, oh, this is such a shame, why can't we send 3 teams through? But by the hair on their chinny chin chin, Fnatic and SKT conquered these spots. And it's sad to see RNG go. They were a phenomenal team.
RNG and especially Uzi, and of course Clutch as well for a first world championship. I think a lot of solid performances, and while it didn't ultimately find a win, you did see, I'll say, some heroic moments from that squad, and gave Fnatic the game to start the day.
It's unfortunate because history will not, history rarely remembers the losers, and it won't be kind here, but where RNG finished is not indicative of their strength in this tournament, and I don't think that that's a controversial statement.
Always just kind of be remembered, and that's the sad thing, is you just look at the scoreline, you look at they're knocked out, you look at Clutcher being 0-6, the first NA team to do so, you kind of just go for the headlines. But look at back, see the moments that you appreciate, and of course one of those moments is the Fnatic final fight. We have team comms coming through. I have no idea what to expect from this, but would not surprise me if there were more than a few expletives as we take a look at that one.
I'm coming. It's in play. No, make an arm. There's one kill now.
Can we go Nexus? Can we go Nexus?
Yeah. Just go forward. Go forward. Go Nexus. Go Nexus. Go Nexus. Nice guys. Come on, don't flash Lulu. Don't flash Lulu. Guys. Don't flash Lulu. No flash Lulu. No flash Lulu. No flash Lulu. Penta.
It's alright. I don't care. It's alright.
Just end the game. Let's go, guys.
Guys, go.
And there could not be a more perfect LEC mic check. And when the pressure is on, it's, are we diving the fountain to give someone a pentakill? Well, I mean, just a wild day. One more group stands in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. If it's anything like today, it's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah,
tomorrow, we return to the Verdi Music Hall for the last day of groups as the teams in Group D take to the stage.
Who you got? Yamato?
Honestly, the comparison between this group and the last group is that it felt like it was said and done already with SKT and RNG. This one, we have 3 teams on 2-1, and you asked me who I got? I got IG and TL because I have no faith in Damon's bot lane.
Ooh, that's some spicy takes.
And IG, you know, is a cocktail of a team, but I feel like if JackeyLove just cuts down on the inting where he just dies 1v1 to this inting Damwon bot lane, I'm very harsh with the word inting, very loose with it.
It's been a long day.
It's been a very long day. This is the cooldown.
Can you cut down on the inting, please?
Just Damwon, I feel like Rookie and the Shy, my questions have been answered. I feel like their form is really, really insane. I feel like Lian is a jungler that doesn't do much, but it's been working in some of the games. And I feel like when it comes to the bot lane, if JackeyLove steps up and plays like he did in the regular season, then IG can be the clear favorite.
But I don't think IG is the controversial half of the 2 teams that you have making it out of groups. Team Liquid coming through, the final hope of NA. I'll say right off the bat, Xmithie compared to MSI looks like a different player. Has been everywhere on the map. I thought he's had a fantastic performance so far, but what's the edge for them? Is it just the difference in bot lane? Is Damwon's chances of getting out just taken away from them because you don't have faith in nuclear?
Honestly, it's, you know, if you force me to predict the other way, I would be fine with it. I think it's going to be super, super close. The reason why I'm giving it to Liquid is I feel like Damwon, with the amount of games they've played, they're kind of a known quantity. And the same could be said for Team Liquid, but the last time they faced each other, I felt like they didn't really accept the bullshit that Damwon are throwing out there, where Noguri is face-shaking bushes, playing kind of however he wants, and Impact called on that bullshit good time, and they punish with good fights.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the sentiment. I actually do have Damwon coming out of that group though over TL, and it's simply because I think that Xmithie has had a phenomenal tournament, but I think he can be exploited and he can be punished, and I expect teams to start really targeting that. And I think that individually on kind of the two solo laners that Damwon have, that they are stronger at their highest peak than Jinsen and Impact. Impact known as a very strong weak side, and yeah, he has stepped up, but you slowly start to see Damwon really start to evolve and change, and they're slowly getting better. And now I'm looking at Griffin, who also had a pretty shaky day one and then had a phenomenal day two, and I'm like, I wonder who they're screaming. I wonder what's happening here. I just have an inkling that Damwon are going to look much scarier than they did the first time around.
Something I would like to toss in is I feel like draft has been super important. And when I look at the Korean teams, SKT today pulling off the Griffin draft with the Camille Akali flex, if Damwon will follow that note and they are in the same kind of scrim bubble where they play these flex picks all of a sudden, maybe Nuguri can be on a counter matchup even on blue side. And if that happens, I think it's going to be rough. But when Impact gets a good matchup, it looks good.
All right, but a split desk, and that's really all you can ask for as we move into the final day. It's been, honestly, just 3 crazy days so far, and we just have to hope that day 4 will live up to the hype. But of course, if you missed any of today's action, be sure to stick around for our read broadcast starting in just a few minutes. Check out all the games. If you're just tuning in now for the read broadcast, it's very questionable, but watch it all again, folks. That's all that matters. That's going to be all from us here in Berlin. Thank you. We're going to be back tomorrow for the last day of groups. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Tomorrow, guys. See you. Alright, thank you. Nalaro lang ako ng isang game bago matulog. Para lang makuha yung gift. Nalaro lang muna tayo ng isang game para bago matulog para sa gift. Alright, cool. Let me... Where is the...
Khan on the side with a huge barrel, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's now running fearlessly to the front line of RNG. They're trying to kick him back with Zhao, who says no. They deny it. Teddy now on a rampage. RNG on a retreat, and SKT, they're alive.
Alright, so isang game lang. Ako naman. Pag matulog lang to. Patulog lang. Isang normal game lang muna. Wala na tayong kasama eh. Baka may isang kasama tayo rito, si Knight. Diamond na pala to si Knight. Diamond 4. Thank you guys sa mga nakasama, sa mga andyan pa rin. Salamat sa pag-join. Tomorrow ulit, tomorrow. If you want to stay and watch me play, much appreciated. My pleasure.
Let's dance.
dagdagan. Patugtugan tayo. Wow. Si Vayne to 64,000. Wala na ancient coin, you know? Next patch.
Okay, everybody.
Hindi ko pa nabasa yung buong ano istorya.
The party starts now.
Thirty seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
If you weren't a little frightened, you ain't alive. I can see 12 ways to kill you. Corrections. 13. It don't take a lot of words to tell the truth.
First blood.
I'm Messiah.
Ay, Messiah, ayun, nasa kabilang team. Yun ano ka, tao dyan, tinraidor ka na, nasa kabilang team si Saya. You missed Saya, still missed her. Dahil, hindi ko pala nabuksan yung ilaw ko.
Fun. I need some fun. Now! Turn in, turn on, drop out.
Grabe ka, Vayne. Ang ginawa mo ron. Masyado mong ginamit si Rakan.
It's a revolution.
Wala na akong kinitala.
And it's good times.
Ally has been slain.
Sino ba natin?
I am definitely more confident in dangerous situations. I will make them dance. I will make them fear. Fear this.
Wala. Mali timing mo.
Humans will never
Wala pa akong
understand
ano,
our
puro
kind
CD pa.
until they hear the song.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Let's see what's happening now.
Hoy! Bakit di ako pinabayaan? Nahuli. Sayang. Flash out pa ako. Sayang.
I'm so fine, I gotta kiss myself.
Magaling yan eh. Magaling yung tawag dyan. Yung Lux.
I'm just trying to live the moment. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to scout around. Pretty sure. I'm gonna live forever.
Ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
I feel like my allies aren't recognizing how amazing my cloak is. I mean, seriously. Rude.
Sira yung CS eh. Hirap timingan.
enemy has been slain.
Hoy! Tabi. Ano dyan? Balik na. Naumana.
They want us in cages. We will lose. They think they can catch me.
Wala pasok tong bait, sayang. Kala ko papasukin niya. Wala. Patay ka. Ay.
Don't leave nothing. Bring it all.
Talo kami sa push eh.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay lang naman ikaw.
I dance so fine, I feel.
Ako, Bane.
Mankind is blind. I want them to
Hindi pa napindot ko. Sayang.
Shut down.
Tinuna ko na lang malaki.
Will soon fall.
Sa dalaw tong Bane.
I should totally get this.
Grabe. Hindi ko nakita yung ano, bigla pa lang may pumasok na ano. Aurelia. Patay ka. Buti na magaling yun natin.
I'm getting impatient.
Magaling yung ating, ano tawag doon, yung Kane. Si Kane ay magaling.
The humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
You have slain an enemy.
I feel good. Peekaboo.
Yay!
They ain't ready for what I'm bringing.
Our people are bleeding. My ladies.
Ay, nako, nagpahuli pa si Vayne. Hindi din nagpahuli ni Vayne. Ang layo-layo pa nun, hindi pa niya ginalawan para...
It's magic that's wild. I'm just here for the party.
Enemy double kill.
Ay, lagi tayo napapasukan ng Irelia.
Slain.
Ang galing yung pumasok yung Irelia. Ano ba si Irelia? Mid? O top?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wala pang galaw tong si, ano, si Vayne.
When I get sad, I stop being sad and be awesome instead. True story.
Your
Walang galaw
turret
si
has
Vayne.
been destroyed.
Okay na.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't need anything but the right man. Our kind will see the truth soon enough.
Dominating.
I want to feel everything. That's the only way to live. Come on! I'm gonna show people some of the strength. Zaya! Hey! Hate it when
Lakas ng ano, lakas ng Irelia. Bagal pa pumasok ito. Alas na, alas ka na dyan.
Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed
Galaw
a
yung ano.
turret.
magic is a wilderness. humans claim it is theirs. They fence us away and cover it in refuse. I need to see if people can see how awesome I am.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
The world's a big place.
Enemy
Don't
killing
want to miss
spree.
any of it.
Shut down.
Oh, Vayne. Bakit yan nandyan?
I am only as wild as magic.
Nagawa
I'm
mo kasi
offended
dyan.
by how little attention.
Talaga, pasaway ko. Sabay ako iniwan, no? Oh, kiss talaga ito makakakampi na to. Susupport mo tapos ikaw, iwan na kasi eh. Huwag na nga.
I dance because I'm free.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Long place, long time. Hello? Anybody there?
Has destroyed a turret.
I do not wish to kill the mortals. I want them to eat the meat.
Ay, nahampas ko. Ay, nahampas. Sorry.
Time to get it started.
Tayo.
I don't want a world that's safe. I am a chronic lion stepper.
Ginakaano mo pa ako. Dami.
An enemy has been slain.
They will remember my name.
Oh, wala na pala dyan. Ginagawa mo dun, Bane.
Should I be running? Yeah, I should be running.
Di Baron? Ayos ah.
Humans think that to believe in something, you have to be serious about it. That's their problem. Rakan, doing his job. When you open your death fights
An ally has been slain.
You will not be remembered. Oh, crap. I hate that. I don't need to understand the plan. I trust my luck.
Di naabot, sorry. Sayang.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
They're scared of darkness. They're scared of magic. They are scared of where I'm from. I dance because I'm free. I know people are watching. How could they not be? They will see my dance. Then they will know magic's king. I got you!
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Triple kill.
Come on. Fool thought he could match my style?
Ice game.
Victory!
Okay. Nag-concede na yung kalaban. Alright. Sino ba rito yung ano? Si Kane. Si Kane. Saan si Kane to? owner natin si King. Tignan natin kung may gift tayo makakuha. Asan yung gift? Ba't walang gift? Ba't walang gift? Yung today ko, nakuha ko na siguro kagabi, ano? Ano ba yung gift? Tingnan ko nga, ano ba yung mga gift? Paano ba malalaman yung mga gift? Nakuha ko kagabi. Kahapon ay... Ba't wala? Wala akong nakuha ngayon. Wala akong 6,300 blue essence. Ba't wala yun? Daya ah. Wala yung 6,300 blue essence ko. Ang nakuha ko pa lang yung anniversary icon emote and ward skin. Anniversary ward skin. Wala pa nga yun eh. Asan yung ward skin? Oh, wala yata eh. Parang wala. Wala oh. Parang di yata naibigay lahat. Yung first day 1 ko. Anniversary icon lang. Emote. Wala rin yung emote. Ba, nagkakaanuhan yata tayo rito ah. Icon lang yung naibigay sa akin kahapon. Ito. Diba 3 dapat? Anniversary icon, emote, and ward skin. Nasaan yung ward skin? Wala oh. Daya. Pati yung blue essence ko ngayon, wala. Hindi ako nabigyan ng blue essence ngayon. Anong klase to? Ba't ganun? Ba't ganun? Wala siya. Tignan nga natin dito, baka nandito. Wala yun. Yan, day 2. Kailan makakuha to? Yung day 1, no? So, available for accounts created before. Wala akong day 2. Ba't ganun? Open ko nga ulit. Dali lang, re-restart ko. Baka sa pa. Sayang yun. 6,300 essence din yun eh. Blue essence din. Ba't ganun? Wala naman ako na ano. Wala talaga oh. Wala, joke. Nasaan yun? Paano makakuha tong day 2? Parang di yata ako komportable dito. O 24 hours bago ko makuha. Kasi mga 3 o'clock na ako naglaro nito eh. Ganun kaya yun? Sayang yun ah. Isang laro na nga lang muna tayo ulit para sa... Kasi wala pa kasing mission eh. Dapat lumabas yung mission niya eh. Okay yun ah. Parang nalugi ako dun ah. Hindi ko pa kasi tinik muna kung may mission na yun. Wala yun. Day 1. Wala akong ward skin tsaka emote na nakuha. Icon lang. Ah, ito pala ang emote. Meron pala. Meron palang ano, emote. Ward skin. Oh, wala. Oh, meron pero hindi ko na alam kung nasaan. Anyway, talaga ngayon ang wala talaga eh. Nakakainis. Nakakainis. Hindi pa naman ako makakapaglaro mamayang umaga. Wala talaga, Chong. High non Hecarim. Mural time-lapse our game. I've landed this morning to clean the daily gift. Daily Media sponsored. Yeah, walang mission eh. Wala. Bakit kaya ganon? double bruisers po. Wala eh. Play 30 games. Teamfight Tactics, EROM. Tagal. Wala. Nakainis, wala talagang dito. Tagal. Wala talaga, no? Mukhang wala na. Hindi ko na kaya hintayin to. Pero sayang yung 6,300. Na ano eh, na BE eh. Blitzcrank. Ng mga shark. Wala talaga. Anyway, thank you guys. Tulugan na. Tapusin na to. Thank you guys sa mga nandyan, sa mga nanood. Bukas ulit, 8 PM ay stream natin yung last day ng group stage ng Worlds 2019. Sa mga nandiyan pa ngayon nanonood, please follow our page kung di pa kayo nakapag-follow. And yun lang. I have to go now. Good night. Thank you very much. Bye.